Start it off right and stand for a prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, we gather together today to begin our 2022-2023 budget process. And Lord, this is when we always need your guidance and direction as much now as any time during the year. We just pray that we would make decisions that are in the best interest of this county, and that we would be considerate of the needs of each department, of each employee, of all the taxpayers, Lord, and the ultimate decisions that we make would prove to be the best balance. We just turn this meeting over to you now in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, for the record, today is June 9th, 2022. This is the first of probably 3 days of meetings that we will gather together to discuss the beginnings of the assembly of a budget, where we communicate with department heads and find out their needs and hopes and dreams for the budget for the year that will begin October 1 of 2022. And we will be meeting with each department head over the next couple of days. We'll take the morning today and tomorrow, and then as it stands right now, looks like we will gather back together for another workshop next Wednesday at 9 a.m. to discuss just the budget in general and some of the details that will come out of these meetings that we need to reach consensus on. So first of all, I want to say that, you know, this may be the most visible part of the budget process, but the heavy lifting really goes on behind the scenes in the auditor's office. And Barbara, I want to thank you and your staff, because I know that you've got a lot of work ahead of you, and we all really rely and depend upon your expertise and your leadership here to help us assemble all this. But, you know, like they say, making sausage, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, we don't see and probably wouldn't know what to do, but I know that it's going to be a busy next 3 months. So I appreciate what you do for us. You definitely keep us out of the weeds. We're going to begin with first on our list, and welcome Melissa from the auto registration and tax office. And so, Melissa, we will turn to your page, and I guess I'll just kind of turn it over to you at this point.
Good morning, gentlemen. First and foremost, just we all know the inflation that has happened across the board on everything, so I am asking for a salary increase for everyone in my office. Other than that, the only thing I have going on for changing in my budget is my Harris Governed Maintenance Program, which goes up a little bit every year. It's just, it went up a little bit to $22,900 this year. And then I'm requesting essentially just a line adjustment from my computer expense. I would like to take $500 from that and just put it over into my travel and seminars, just because I need to increase that just a little bit, because hotel rooms have gone up a little bit too. I did not include it in my budget, but after yesterday when we did a pretty big office supply order for our office, I would like to increase my office supply by about, I would say 1,000, but in all honestly, I probably need to increase it by 2,000.
Is that the office expense line?
Yes, sir, it is.
So the 7,000 you have reflected here, you want to make a
Probably
on-the-fly adjustment?
I could probably make it 8. I could probably get by with 8. But I don't have a lot of wiggle room in my budget to do any line adjustment, so I would feel more comfortable with 9.
Okay.
Just because of paper and printer cartridges. And
I'm going to make a change there to 9, because you're right, you don't have a lot of other accounts that you can pull from, and I'd much rather you be able to stay within that budget rather than us have to deal with even small adjustments.
Yes, sir. But other than that, that is all that I'm requesting.
Okay, so this reflects a 10% salary increase.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't look like adding 10%, 241, and you're multiplying that by 1.1.
Well,
Let's see here.
let me see if I did it correctly.
241, 345 times 1.1. Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit shy of that.
Well, no, I didn't even touch that fund. I didn't touch my VIT fund. So this is 7%. I did another one for 10%.
Judge Lee, I can calculate the 10%.
Oh, I know you
Oh, here it
can.
is, right here. This is how I figured that.
And at this point, that's just a talking point. You know, I know these fellows, probably everybody up here's probably got a different idea on what to do, and that'll be one of our primary discussions this year, I believe, will be what is to be done with wages. And yes, the inflation is ravaging everyone in this community, especially taxpayers.
Yes, sir.
And employees, and I am personally sensitive to that, and I will be in favor of definitely of a increase in salaries. Not ready to say what percentage yet, but I don't think that in this day 10% is ridiculous. We would have laughed at that, you know, in years gone by, not pretty recent years. The software maintenance, that 22.9 is an actual figure. You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
This far away?
Yes, sir, I have a statement that they sent to me.
Okay.
I think I included it in.
Yeah, it's in here.
Judge Lee, I have-
Ma'am.
Can I ask?
You can always ask. Pull that mic up there a little closer to you, just in case. I like your chair there.
Well, thank you. It's my grandmother's from 1973.
Is it a lucky chair or something?
A comfortable chair.
Okay.
Melissa, I had a note from last year that we may need to replace the server at the end of 2022.
Yes, I got with Seth with that, and
Uh-huh.
let me find my email from him. He assured me that it's doing okay for right now. We are reaching probably by the end of next year. Titus County is growing, as y'all know, and I got some figures from SHERYL too, but we didn't grow as big as we thought we did. We only had an increase of parcels of like 260 parcel increase. Yeah, 260 parcel increase, but our tentative increase overall is about 662 million figuratively. Seth did say, and I have, he gave me little diagrams and everything, but it just says that it's looking good. Your server is coming up on being installed for 4 years this September. I would generally recommend that we start looking at a replacement at the 5 to 6 year mark. So
What is the general price tag on that?
I honestly have not even researched that, but SHERYL is in the market for one right now, and it's about 20 to 25,000, just depending on how big that you get and the capacity that it can hold.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we budget half of that this next coming year, and then it won't be such a huge increase the following year.
Okay.
Put in 12.5 for this year.
And if you want, I can get with SHERYL and just see, she had to replace hers this year. Like they put it in their budget. I don't think that we would need to increase it to any more than that, but let me just double check. Okay.
Well, that way, if we put 12.5 in there, and we have a problem that comes up in next year's budget, because you're talking, you know, nearly a year and a half from now, by the time you reach the end of next year, at least we would have half of it out of the way, and then
Yes, sir.
when we deal with the year that you're probably going to have to replace it, it won't be such a big bite there. So let's budget a new server at 0.5.
And that would be something I would, definitely get Seth involved in on.
Oh, yeah.
and then we'll probably just let him decide and let us know what we want.
Why don't you ask him
Yes,
if
sir.
25,000 would be a conservative figure for that in the following year?
Yes, sir.
And if we're way off 25,000, let Barbara know.
Yes, sir, I will.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Melissa, anything else?
No, sir.
Your staffing, is it stable at this point? Are
Yes,
you
sir.
needing to hire any additional staff?
I'm actually pretty adequate at the moment.
Got anybody you can let go and cut costs?
No.
I'm kidding you. You have had some turnover there. You had a retirement. Anybody else coming up for retirement?
Probably, well, then probably the next 3 years, but I don't have anyone on the horizon even.
And generally, you've got 2 people in the real estate end of the office?
Three.
Three.
On the property tax side, and I have 5 in the auto registration side.
Okay.
I did run some numbers. We did almost, last year, I mean, just for y'all to know what we did. Last year, we did from, just for our physical year, October 1st of 2020 to September 30th of 2021, we did 37.2 transactions. So that's quite a few. And then we're on track for that. 37,206 transactions on auto registration side.
How does that compare to years past?
I don't actually have the numbers for years past, it doesn't give me that, because that was what I was wanting to do too. But this year, just from October 1st until today, I ran it this morning, and we're already at 28.9 transactions. That's for anything like to do with title, registration, permits. So I did just some quick calculations, and we're on track for right at 40,000 transactions for this year. So we're growing a little bit.
Okay, but you don't really know how that compares to the past.
No, I don't. I don't have. I think they only keep it for.
Just looking
2
at the
years.
car lots, it makes you wonder how they're selling cars. And as expensive as cars have gotten, I would have thought you were down.
Nope, I am up.
Okay. And that quantity of employees is about what we've run for the last few years?
Yes, sir. I think we've had that quality of employees for. Well, I've been in the office almost 6 years. We've had that. Well, they had 5 when they were over at the annex too, for a little bit. I'm not 100% sure when she obtained her 5th employee, but I'm sitting good.
Okay. And again, I'm not interested in bringing this subject up anytime soon, but what is your long-term thoughts about continuing to handle real estate tax collections in your office as opposed to combining that with and letting the appraisal district do that? And I'm talking about long-term planning as the county grows. Why would that not be something we should target in the next decade?
I firmly believe that, number one, I don't want to get rid of 3 employees. I don't want to put 3 employees out of a job. B, last year, our last fiscal year, we collected $165,207.25. So literally $165,000 from our 2% that we make off of collecting for the hospital and college. Taking the Harris COBERN, the $22,000 or the $23,000 that we pay for them, and then taking essentially the $97,000 or $98,000 that I pay my staff, that still leaves Titus County $67,000. Now granted, is that a lot of money? No, it's not. But that's still $67,000 more than we had. I enjoy it. I don't want to give it up. I would like to keep it as long as possible. I understand.
And I just look at it as a practical consideration to alleviate the confusion that taxpayers have dealt with, and this is one of the few counties that I know of. Are there others that you know of that split?
Yes.
Who are some of them?
Franklin, I believe, they're split. Are they?
No.
No.
Are they, Barbara?
I don't think so.
I did
Well, and
not-
I'm not here to grill you about that.
I really don't know. I know I go to conferences twice a year, and I run into just as many people as me there that have collects. Some just collect for the county, and then their CAD collects for everything else. They don't even make any money, but they've never wanted to give that the county over to the CAD. I have some that I have ran into that they collect for all. Their CAD doesn't collect for anything.
Yeah.
I have some that they're.
Well, again, I'm just
cities
talking about
collect.
that dual
I understand.
payees, and I'm not talking about doing something quickly. I'll be long gone by the time this subject ever comes up, and I'm not interested in firing 3 people like that either, but it is something that I think, and I would encourage the county to consider and look at in the long term as you grow and as you find other responsibilities within that department. Anyway, just I only look at it as a practical point, just something for the taxpayers, has nothing to do with our budget. I think that the amount that we make or don't make or whatever is negligible, but I would say that it's my personal opinion, I think it's about a wash. Anyway, that's all I have for Melissa. Anything else? Anything else from you?
No, sir.
No, I mean from Melissa.
Oh, no, sir. I'm good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Melissa.
I'll get with Seth and email over everything.
Normally Cheryl's up here early. Anybody know about Cheryl?
Thank you all.
You bet. Thanks, Melissa.
James, would you see if you could get a hold of Cheryl? Okay. Good morning. Cheryl?
There she is.
We had you down for 9:15. You're welcome. I'm always used to you being the first one in this room.
We've been missing your fine place.
Been talking to the new treasurer, so.
All right, see you, Marcus.
Good morning, Dana.
Good morning,
How are you? Welcome. Cheryl is a seasoned pro at this budget process, so without further delay, Cheryl, I'm going to get everybody to flip over there to your page and let you start the conversation.
Okay, well, as you all know, I won't be here, so there's going to be some new expenses come up with the new treasurer, Dana Applewhite.
Because you're going to shred everything and throw it all away?
That's what I was taught to do. No, there's a lot of many years of stuff in that office from me, my tenure. There wasn't anything when I came in. So I just increased the office expense, and I explained, why with the new things that she'll need to buy.
Will that little increase do it? That is a lot of new stuff.
Well, it's kind of hard for me to calculate all that. I went back and looked at things. I don't normally spend that whole $2,000 each year. It's, I've explained before, the checks are the biggest expense. And then envelopes, because that's just a continuing cycle, and the checks are very expensive. But I bought, the more you buy, the better deal you get. So I have a good bit right now that I would think would take her through this next year. If y'all think that maybe we should go to $3,000 just to cover.
I don't have a clue, but it'd be a lot easier to make sure there was plenty in there now than come back. Why don't we change that to
Why don't we do
3,000?
that to 3,000?
I don't have a concept of what all has to be replaced, but yeah, that is a big,
And two,
a
things
big
have gone
change.
up. There's just, everything's jumping up in prices, so it's hard for me to know what the next envelopes, even, when you have those printed, what that would be. So
Well, and I'm glad that Dana will not suffer what you had to suffer 12 years ago.
She won't with me.
No, I know she won't.
And then I put, there are actually 2 conferences per year. I tried to save the county money, so I did not go to the second conference because I got my hours. I do think that you learn a lot of things in these conferences, and so.
Will that allow her to attend everything that you recommend she attends?
I think so. I think unless our gasoline just keeps going up, she might need more in travel. But I tried to, because we do have a little bit left.
How many events would that cover there?
Well, that would be just the 2.
Is there a preliminary one for new office holders?
Well, she will need to go in, is it in December or January on the.
Is that just a little short one-day deal?
Well, she goes, I had to go to College Station, so I did not think about that one. Okay, we might want to bump that one up to 3,000 too, guys.
3,000 or even more? Will 3,000 do it?
It's y'all's decision. Sure, why don't we do 4, just to be the possibility of all this increase.
And then I think we can certainly bring that down after that first year, but I do know that there's some extra stuff that
I did forget
new
about the
electeds
new-
need to go
that
to.
one. Yes. Okay, and then on the dues and bonds, there will be the membership dues each year, and then the treasure bond is the big expense, and that is every 4 years, so that would go back down next year too. And then I didn't know if she would want to be a notary. It was quite helpful for me to be there to help people, so
Will that cover that also?
that's not that expensive on a notary.
The bond is every 4 years. It's a 4-year bond. How much is it?
It's $17.75. There's a calculation of how that goes about.
And then the notaries, what the difference is there that you've added there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1750 you said, so 250 would cover a notary.
I think that would. I think notary is like $71.
Okay. James, do you know? That about right? Dana? Okay. And what does it cost to renew then? That'll do it.
Pretty good, huh, Judge?
Pretty good. Other expense, whatever that is.
I just put that in there because I've always had it, and there again, if something goes over, she would have that kind of padding, just kind of other, unexpected.
But you've spent it all.
No, well, we used it I can't remember what we used that for. We moved it one year to cut her.
Well, I'm just looking at the 2022 year-to-date actual. You've got all 450 of it's already been
Yes,
spent.
it hasn't been spent. It's just kind of there.
Am I looking at that wrong?
No, it shows that you spent $450.
It shows that we did spend it, and it's gone.
Looks like you plugged it, or you pulled all that for some other shortage, maybe.
Well, maybe so. You know what? I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at my expenses.
We may need to audit your department.
That might be.
We do it every month.
Talk to her,
Spending-
ask her what it went for.
Spending money and you don't even know what for.
Actually, let's blame that on Nanette. She's the one that goes in and moves that money, not me.
Was it checks? Did you buy them this year?
I did buy checks
I think we moved it when you bought some
past
checks.
year.
It was
Well, there's plenty of room in her office expense, though.
So what about computers? Are you, I mean,
At one time, we were going to replace those every 4 years?
When's the last time you, well, we were targeting 5 to 6
And mine's
years.
working.
How old is it?
I've had a new one since I've been in office for those 20 years.
well,
We might be coming up on getting a new computer.
Well, and I don't know if it's budgeted within each department or if we just budget a block of new computers each year, I thought,
within each department.
within each department.
Yes, sir.
I'd say we probably should put that in there.
I think 3,000.
Oh, I don't think they're that much.
I mean,
I don't know. I think. Why don't you put 1,500 there in computer expense? I mean, that would be enough for a CPU and a monitor and keyboard, mouse, and that stuff.
I have a new monitor. I added another new monitor, so unless the old one goes out,
Okay.
she does have a brand new one.
All right, looks good.
Wow.
Anything else?
Increases. But thank you. Dana, thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Don't see anybody from VFDs unless they're out there, okay? Hey, gentlemen. All right, who would like to go first?
How y'all doing today?
Doing great.
We're here, I guess, to talk to y'all about increasing our monthly money.
Is this on an overall for all departments or just your department?
Well, all of them, I guess.
Okay.
We're asking for the funding to be raised from $1,200 to $1,700 per year. Y'all know the fuel prices have gone up pretty high. In 2012, we was receiving $900 from the county. In 2013, it went to $1,200. So we've been receiving $1,200 for the last 9 years. And we do appreciate that. We couldn't make it without it. This would be an increase of $2,500 per month, which would be $30,000 per year for the 5 departments. The fuel cost right now is tearing us up. In January, Tri-Lakes paid $633.62. February was $752.34. March was $846.12. April was $795.34. In May was $425. Our runs went down last month because we had some rain come in, so everything kind of slowed down. Tri-Lakes right now is at 65 runs. Usually we don't hit 65 runs till August and September. So we've had a lot of runs the first part of this year. With the prediction that Mac Ray was talking about that he gets from the Forestry Service and stuff, is this rain's going to quit on us and it's going to dry out. We're fixing to have a lot more grass fires, which will be making a lot more runs. The Tri-Lakes, what we pay on a monthly is we pay $100 on electric, $30 on water. Phone and electric is $80, and we have a engine payment we make at Guarantee Bond for $375. Our yearly expense, we pay $2,600 on a payment on a building expense for our building. With the agreement that we have between the county and the VFDs, We were required to do fire extinguisher inspections, which last year cost us $690. We haven't done it yet this year. Air pack flow test, I dropped 5 off in Longview last night, so we're not sure what that's going to cost us. We hydroed the bottles on our air packs in our air truck. Last year we paid $720. We're also required to do a pump test on our tankers and our fire engines every year, or every 2 years. This year, Tri-Lakes, both of them due in October, and that's $750. So I know y'all, we got the city and the county agreement starting to talk. I know there was talk about trying to cut funds on the fire department for not making calls and stuff. So I know y'all been burdened with a bunch of stuff over the last several months. But from what we're looking at is if there's any way y'all can see to kind of help us out on increasing our monthly money, it would sure be appreciated.
Well, and we accomplished a lot in our meeting with the city. In fact, we pretty well mapped out what the future is going to look like here for the next few years. And you make reference about talk about cutting funding. To my knowledge, that subject hasn't come up. Now, have there been some isolated discussions? Yeah. And I certainly don't have problem with additional funding for expenses that are incurred as a result of higher costs and needs within the department when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. I have a problem with handing out money equally to everybody when there's a pretty good bit of discrepancy in how much of that money is actually needed and used. And I don't know what the mechanism is to properly fund the departments that need the money versus overly funding those that are have been unable to, is the way and I'm not accusing one single department of not upholding their responsibilities. I think there are some that are less able to. I know that there are. We've seen that. How do we properly compensate those that really need it without just giving away money?
I don't know without being a big hassle on the ladies and all. I really couldn't tell you.
We did that staggered payment for a couple of years in there where it depended on the department with the most runs, but it was set up on 6 months. And the problem with that was, okay, Nortex may have been the bottom for 1 month, and that's where it locked in at. But then for the next 5 months, we were the top one, and we were still getting the bottom of that month. So you couldn't lock it in on a set. I mean, it'd be a lot of work for y'all every month for who had the most, especially when everybody comes for stuff in a different times.
So how do we fix this?
I don't know unless we just.
Because I think it creates some animosity even within each department.
I think the 2 departments that are running the most are sitting right here.
I think they are too.
As far as the call volume right now, because we're right behind them. They're at 65, we're at 60 or 61 last night, is what our final number was. So, I mean, we're both very busy, and our fuel bill is about the same as theirs. I mean, within $50, $60 of theirs every month.
Well, I'm going to have a hard time just giving a blanket raise to everybody across the board. If we can put our heads together and come up with a way that doesn't cause more burden to the auditors, I think that we can afford to give money where it's needed without wasting money where it's not being utilized. But I don't know what that mechanism is.
Maybe the fire chiefs assign someone to handle that part of it. To get the run sheets, determine who's making the calls, hand it in to the ladies, and so they don't have to deal with it. When they get it, it's just like it is right now. This is what we got to pay on each one. I really don't know. I mean, that's probably about the best idea.
Judge Lee, I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
It seems like what Brad was talking about may have made it a competition. If it's staggered, and if you get in last place early, then you get to stay there. It would be pretty simple for us to add just one blank on the main form that we get every month that says number of runs, and we could pay $1,200 for a fixed number of runs. That's where y'all would need to decide what that was.
Right.
3, 5, because I mean, we have some that run 3 or 5 pretty regularly, 6, and then an additional amount for each run over that.
I think that sounds fair.
That would help cover the fuel costs at that point.
And how do you define a run? We have one guy shows up in his pickup with no equipment whatsoever and no gear on because he had to leave in a hurry. Is that a run compared to another department that shows up with 5 guys and 3 trucks?
The runs would have to be considered as an apparatus because y'all, we pay the volunteers. Right now, they're getting like $12 a call if they're structural. That doesn't matter if they show up in their pickup or if they show up in an apparatus. So on the run sheet, it would have to be a fire apparatus actually going to that call because we're the one that's covering the fuel bill on the fire apparatus itself, not the personal pickups.
And you're going to let the individuals run money pay for his gas, or is everybody
They
still?
use it for whatever they.
Yeah.
Well, are they still all plowing their money back into the department anyway and not getting benefit? No.
Most of mine now are taking their money.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ones though, it's like, there's a couple of us that don't receive any money because we're on other stuff, we can't receive the money, but the ones I got, get to keep their money.
See, I took mine, we paid Tuesday night, and which I'm already maxed out for the year. I took mine the Tuesday night because I do so much running in my personal vehicle. Like I said, I went to Longview last night and dropped off air packs. Then I'll have to go back down and pick them up. I carried bottles down in my personal vehicle. So I do so much
Well,
running.
how does that how are you compensated for that?
You don't. That's part of that $12 a call.
Done it for years, that's good, it's for hard.
Yep.
That's just the way it be.
So that's the reason
I have no problem with that, I'll be honest, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, that's the reason I accepted my money the other night, because this year, I've just done so much running in my personal vehicle. So that just kind of covers some of mine.
Well, I'm not, and we're not here to tell departments how to run, but it seems to me like that ought to be money that you submit to your own department that's paid out of what the county gives to you. We're not going to get into that calculation business at that level.
We've always just done it, just took care of it.
Well, again, we're not going to solve this problem right here. I'd be interested in adding a little bit to this budget, but adding 500 to every one of these budgets, I'm not interested in. There may be some that I'd be willing to give even more. And again, I don't want this perceived as a unfair treatment. I think that it's, if you have objective data that you're basing this on, we have these 3 vehicles and we're incurring a lot of expense just running these 3 vehicles. I think there ought to be the appropriate compensation. But for those that are not able because they don't have the manpower and they don't have the flexibility to attend, I guess I would say maybe that's a topic of discussion where you can figure out what is an easy way that's not going to put extra responsibility on the auditor's office, like she said, where you have a minimum base, but you can receive more.
We work on that
Yeah.
Okay.
Fire chiefs, we're having a meeting
next Thursday.
next Thursday. We can go over it and discuss it.
When you
The
put
other thing I've got is Nortex is due the cab and chassis for the next budget year. And, I have no idea the price to tell you. I found one on the lot in DeSoto right now, it's $49,000. $49,983 has been the cheapest one I found. And he told me by October that may be $65,000. He doesn't know. And he said finding them was the next issue, whether you can find one when it comes time to buy it. So I don't know what to tell you at this point. We need to hold off if we need to do.
so Nortex is up for that.
Nortex is up for the cab and chassis.
Didn't we spend right at 50 for the one this year?
One in Coble got was
45?
45.
Yeah, they've got one for 49 and one for 52. The trucks are identical. I can't figure out what the difference is in the 2 trucks. When I talked to the sales rep over there, they look like the same specs truck to me. I'm sure there's some feature that I'm missing in it, but
Probably the date that they come in.
right, well, that's true.
Barbara, why don't we put 60,000, let's put
Okay.
55,000 there.
Okay.
I'll do my best to find
Yeah, I know you
the
will.
lowest thing I can find.
And we'll talk about that more in detail, but I don't want to be short here. That 1,700 figure that you threw out, would that do it for the busiest departments?
Yes, sir.
You think so? Not much increase.
Did you say 55 or 60?
I said 55.
55.
But now I'm back to talking about the 1,700, going up from 1,200 to
Well,
1,700.
I say it would be good. If fuel gets it much higher, no, we'll be right back where we're at right now with 1,200. But when we're spending over half of it with fuel cost alone, now granted, the month of May, we were slow. Everybody was. I mean, it was.
Well, it's just going to take it.
We got a truck, we spent all our money, we've had 2 of the preachers in the truck shop. So I mean, what we saved on fuel, we're spending on maintenance now.
Well, and a major change in the weather patterns from where we've been the last few years could turn us all upside down. All right, are there any other unique one-time expenses here other than that, talking about that 17?
We messaged everybody, nobody else came forward with anything that was coming up.
Okay.
Judge Lee, we ordered the bunker gear, and I think we paid almost a third of it.
You pay for the small stuff, the boots, the helmets, all that. The gear is still somewhere.
Waiting.
It is somewhere.
Will that be enough for next year? My point is, it's easier for us as we go through the budget to put these things in the budget as we go.
Well,
Not that it wouldn't be up to me to say.
when I come and talk to y'all about it, what we said is we had the 13 firefighters at that time, that if any fire chief had one coming up the line that needed gear, that he needed to put it in his budget for that year. So none of them put it in their budget.
We should be good next year. We should. We're actually going to have one extra set out of that we'll distribute to somebody. There's a couple of guys that are close. There's one of them we ordered for moved off. They moved to Lubbock. So it will get used. We've got plenty of others in the line that will be stepping up so they can use it. But she got a job in Lubbock, and that ain't.
But there's really not a general fund where you could put some bunker gear monies without assigning it to a particular department.
Yes, I can do that.
Why don't we do that? What did it take us to equip each firefighter with that this year?
Structural, about 2,800. Wildland, probably about 12.
Roughly.
Yeah, no, it's 1,000 for the pants
1,000
and
for the
jacket.
pants and jacket, and
3 for boots, helmet. About 1,500 for wildland.
Are there any grants out there, guys, that for the wild and stuff like we got a few
they're
years back?
getting harder and harder to come by.
Ours was put in 2014, and we was number 3 on the list now for the last 4 years. So it's, yeah, they're hard to get.
Are we going to get all this bunker gear that we've ordered by the end of the budget year?
I was told any day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, actually, when I emailed yesterday and asked when, I got a question mark sent back to me. I'm like, that's not good.
I think
It's in the line for manufacturing. They've been told it's on it's processed up in the manufacturing part now.
So 3.5 months, we're pretty sure we're going to get it.
It should be here. He hoped by the end of June. This is,
Barbara, what if we put $5,000 in just as a general bunker gear, just to cover the event of needing to replace some of that? And that's probably a figure that should stay there if we want to keep our equipment and our uniform, our gear current.
2 years without ever being touched, but if somebody goes out and does damage, let's say it.
Yeah,
Legitimately, on a call damage, said.
But if we build it into the budget now, we know that we've got that we can fall back on, and probably every 2 years probably ought to evaluate, or every year you ought to evaluate all that gear. And, who knows, you might have had a fire incident where something got ruined.
That damage.
It has happened. It killed. We lost several sets of
16 sets of bunker gear on that fire.
Yeah.
When protein conversion burned several years ago, we trashed 16 sets of gear between the city and county.
Oh my God.
Now, buildings pay for it.
Yeah,
So they did step up and they paid every dime of it.
Okay.
So, but you may have another cost somewhere that those people can't cover the cost of that kind of loss.
Well, that'd give us enough to replace a couple a year. Let's start with that. 55 for the truck, and
And our insurance should help pay for damage. It won't cover it all, but it'll help pay for the damage too, so that if we get some damage, which will help us out with that.
I think we have coverage on
The
both of you.
VFIS insurance will cover any of our equipment.
Okay, because we don't give them a list.
No, we don't have to have a list of items
Okay.
to it, except for the trucks. Everything else is just listed as department assets. And
Okay.
it covers it. Because we've replaced a couple of radios that have been damaged and things like that to it over the years.
Okay.
what was your calculation? About 36,000 if we paid an extra 500? What was that figure?
30,000 a year.
30,000 a year.
2,500 a
That'd
month.
give 500 a month times 12 months.
That's if you done all five departments.
What do y'all think about giving additional 500, knowing that that could be the most, but then figuring out a way where these departments could
Justify it, you mean? Yeah.
however it works out, where you wouldn't be spending that much across the board, because you know that not everybody's going to achieve that. So maybe we maybe we go to a bottom end of $1,000, and then it's over a certain number. I don't know where you make the bottom.
We can talk about the chiefs meeting and get back with you. I don't know if y'all want us to.
You know, again, and here's the perception is going to be, oh, well, they're cutting our funding now. Well, yeah, we are, because a good bit of that has just gone into your savings account. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Would you be willing to budget then an additional 500 per department as it stands right now, knowing that we're going to hopefully come up with a way where that money is not just given away completely without justification?
A big game for it. Yeah.
Judge Lee, I can put that in a separate line item in the budget, and, until we get a final
That
decision.
increase?
Yes, sir, that
Okay.
$500 per month.
That $30,000, okay.
Yeah.
That sound reasonable till
Yes, sir.
we come up with a plan of how to divide that, or how to allocate that each month,
Yes, sir.
or quarterly, or however it works out. But again, I think everybody up here fully supports and understands the needs that you have with the increase in your expenses, and we don't want any department that needs that money to be denied that funding. But again, where it's not feasible for a department to maintain that kind of workload, still, let's
Understand.
don't just hand out money. All right, let's look at these individually here.
We leaving.
I want to call one thing to your attention.
Okay.
On Talco, we've already approved it. It's a mid-year budget adjustment. They are having more we're paying more run money at Talco. We historically have budgeted, I think it's $7,000. Well, it's $5,000 for what the money we pay for runs, and Talco has had more than that. So we increased that.
Which
Just wanna remind you of that.
figure, you talking about that 8,500 they have budgeted?
Yes. Yes.
Are we gonna bust that this year?
No, we would have if we had not done a mid-year budget amendment. We've taken care of it.
That 8,500 is the adjusted figure.
Yes, sir.
And previously, it was how much?
I think it was 6 or 7. I can't tell from looking at this. But 8,500 should cover the rest of this year.
Do we need to maintain that figure next year? He said no changes, but, here we stepped up that bar. Are we gonna keep it at that point? I wonder if there's any reason why that occurred this year. Why do those 2021 and 2022 year-to-date figures exactly the same, 5576. Or 56, oh, maybe that's
No, they're a
not,
little different.
maybe it's not the exact same figure.
Maybe they had more fires early in the year. I mean, I don't know.
We all had that.
Yeah, this year.
First part of the year was
Yeah,
busy.
first part of the year was,
But when I did the mid-year budget review, everyone else was in line to be within what they had budgeted. Now, that doesn't mean that doesn't change, you know.
All right. Well, let's leave that one there. Okay, so she is going to, as it stands right now, leave us at this, keeping the same run money, but we're going to create another pot of money, not assigned to any specific department, pending us figuring out a good way to compensate where it's needed, and knowing that there's a willingness to do, I mean, it's $30,000 we're going to set aside to do just what you've done, and it may be that somebody may hit $2,000, and somebody may be down there at $1,200.
Yes, sir.
All right. Questions, comments? Anything else from
On
you
those
all?
individual run monies you get, did y'all think it needed to go up, whatever class that you are as a fireman, because fuels went up?
One of the
Nobody said
fire-
anything about that. I've
One of
heard
the
it from
fire
other
chiefs
departments.
We talked about the other night, we talked about, we're not utilizing, well, there's $5,000 there for like Tri-Lakes for the run money. We're not utilizing that full thousand.
Okay.
I think it's like $3,000 something last year. And we talked about maybe raising, if you're a structural firefighter, instead of $12, maybe go up to 20 on it, 25, something like that.
Is that something that the department sets it for their department?
Well, the fire chief.
We did it as the fire chiefs the last time.
Yeah.
We
So
also
y'all,
stayed in that
as long as y'all,
$5,000
yeah, so y'all may, if you need to, you got that to play with there.
And we're talking about it again, sitting down and going over it again. Because, I mean, you're on a structure fire for 4 hours, and you only get $12. I mean, even $25 ain't that good, but it's better than nothing.
All right.
All righty then.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Keep up
Yes,
the
sir.
good work.
Thank y'all.
appreciate it.
Tell me again how often you have a chiefs meeting. Is it just monthly? How often is a chiefs meeting? Is it just monthly?
It's every third Thursday.
Every third Thursday, okay.
Okay. All right.
Don't do
I'm an
it.
office worker.
He don't need to do it. I went one time and it's rough.
An office.
I decided that wasn't for me. I had to pick the hottest day that ever had on this earth too. It was like 117 that day. It was extremely hot. Everything was heavy. All right, we'll see y'all.
Let's see if you can pick it up. No way.
All right. Counselor John Coburn is next.
Discussing the verdict. We're discussing the verdict.
Guilty. Trying to make a special deal with her, I think.
Working it out.
All right. Mr. Wynn coming?
We got the boss of him coming. We're fixing.
Next best thing. The next best thing.
Yeah, you're a lot sharper than Shane, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Remind these guys, and me too, why this is kind of a joint budget, because we've
Well,
got...
our offices work together to do this, what's called the pretrial intervention program, which is a program that has been, I think, very successful, and I think you'd agree. probation does a good job with that. They do most of the work when it comes to running the program. But there's money that's generated from that program that can be used only for basically my office and the probation offices as it relates to that program. So,
And that brings in $500 per case, and all that money stays local, rather than a lot of it going to the state. And so we have traditionally found a way to split that revenue between your departments, and how are we proposing doing that this year?
I haven't heard from them unless they've got something different. It's just keep it the way it is. There's a couple of times they called during the year. They needed a computer to help with the program, and that was no issue. We had the money for it, and if something comes up and they need it, and vice versa. But we've been using that money a lot because Paul, as far as my office goes, my investigator Paul Lindsay does a lot of handling that program, and so a lot of his salary is paid for with that program. So I mean, it's a good deal as far as from a budget standpoint. So I just would say status quo with that.
Probation is not requesting any changes.
I do have one concern here. We budgeted just over 10,000 as revenue and expenditures of 15,000. So we were already dipping into fund balance of that fund. So far this year we've received $9,600. So we're on point with our revenue. But one of the items that we have here is a $10,000 transfer out to county attorney. We don't do that till the end of the year. But also included in that is the $5,000 that we budget for adult probation. So what I would like what I'm trying to tell you is at some point, this fund may get to where it doesn't have enough money to continue the $10,000 transfer out to fund your office. So I just want to call that to your attention.
And that just has to do with the reality of post-COVID law enforcement. They're still not back. We just recently started, the jail just recently, I don't know how long ago, it wasn't that long ago, a couple months ago, started taking my cases again, So I'm hoping that will resolve itself. I mean, the fact that the jail won't take misdemeanors, it definitely affects my cases.
It's not a matter of the docket getting old and large and us not moving cases through here. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what the difference is.
Well,
we'd love to say crime is down, but I don't know that that's the answer.
I wouldn't say that either. We just have less cases right now, and I don't foresee that being a continuing thing. It takes time for everything to get back in order. I think that will resolve itself. I may be wrong, but we'll see.
So really, we've got 3 months to make up that final
I'll tell you one other thing.
$5,400.
I lost my train of thought. Another thing that is causing a slowdown in some of this is the lab in Austin. The lab in Austin is taking forever to get our blood results back. And a lot of those pretrial cases are misdemeanor DWI cases because they're, first offender DWI, and it may take 6 months to get the results back from the blood. And so that's causing a slowdown in processing them too, as well. So, and that's a statewide
Good
issue.
point. Good point. Well, bottom line is we're going to end up probably this year shy of the monies that we have agreed to split. And I don't know how to predict what next year's going to be. I would certainly hope that we're going to see, I think this is going to be a major transitional year post-COVID. I certainly would hope. If it's not, then the system's broken or it's not running at full capacity.
Oh, we're following, as you know, we're on top of our docket. It's just, there's just less cases.
We'll come somewhere between 10,000 and 12.5 by the end of the year, I think, but it's...
What I usually do is I look at what the expenditure budget that they requested, and look at fund balance, and make sure we're going to be able to cover that from fund balance within that fund. so that we wouldn't go.
So
over
this
all.
year, if we're $3,000 short, what do you end up doing at the end?
Well, we budgeted to be $5,000 short, so we had $5,000 extra dollars.
Okay.
So we'll be fine for this
Okay.
year. I just want to put that on record, and this is not the only one, Judge.
Okay.
I mean, it's just throughout the budget areas.
Situations like that, all right. Okay, well, if y'all are comfortable with that split, I'm comfortable that we don't need to lower these numbers in keeping with our revenue expectations. I hope the revenue to be up where it'll cover this.
I don't have, as far as my budget goes, I don't have any changes other than, as everyone, I don't know if everyone's aware of this, but Paul is retiring at the end of the year. He wants to retire when the judge retires. And so that brings up an issue with his, I have not brought it to y'all's attention, and we just kind of, as an oversight, when these pay raises with the sheriff's office occurred for the sergeants and such, we didn't take that Paul's job in consideration. So I had Barbara pull this for me. Paul's hourly rate is $21.50, and Woody's is $22.80, and the sergeant over at the sheriff's office is $24 to $25.50. So he's below all those, and so I don't know if that's going to be an issue or not, but it potentially could be, getting a quality replacement. So I just want to make y'all aware of it. I'm not necessarily saying we should bump the pay up today, but
Well, if you box yourself in here, you're going to be boxed in.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how y'all want to handle that. If I just need to apply,
Well,
see if I
that's
get
why we're
somebody,
here.
and if I can't, say, hey, look, I need a budget amendment because I can't get a quality candidate.
I say put that max in there you want, just in case. Was 28, what was the sergeant's pay?
Well, I think that 24 to 25.50 would obviously be experience, so
Yeah.
that would be
25.50 is the max?
Yeah, that'd be the
Because most
max.
people that want to do that's going to be at least a sergeant, probably,
right.
for a good one.
And I'm not saying I would necessarily use all
Yeah,
that.
you just get your cushion there.
So what would you propose we do to that 744 budget figure?
Well, that's fine if you want to budget the 25.50, and I'm not saying I'm going to use 25.50. I mean, it would depend on the candidate and whether or not they justify 25.50.
We're not here to tell you what to do. We're here to see what you want
I just
to do.
want you to know. I mean, I'm not just automatically going to give them the 25.50. I mean, it would be, depend on their experience. Like Paul, if it was Paul should get 25.50. It's just Paul's in a unique situation, drawing a nice pension from the city of Houston. It just wasn't a big priority to him. So, but that would be fine, and it's just a range of between 21.50 and 25.50, and that'd be fine with me. That'd be more than fine.
So we're 2150 times 2080.
Versus 53,040.
Okay, so you want to do something over and above what the raise might do to that position?
Not necessarily.
We haven't really talked about raises yet.
No.
I think that we're going to see raises this year. We're not sure how much.
I just want to be able to have a competitive salary. I mean, it's like, why would somebody come over for a pay cut? I mean, it's, I just want to be able to get a quality person, is all.
What would you like us to put in there?
I think the 25.50 would be fine. I'm not saying I'm going to use it all. I mean, it just would depend.
53,040.
Put 53,000 in there and hope that you can
I think that's a
come
competitive.
in under that.
That's competitive. I mean, considering what Paul does, I think y'all been around. Everybody understands he does a lot.
Well, yeah, and we've probably taken advantage of his particular, not probably, we have taken advantage of his situation where he does have some supplemental income, and we may not have that benefit coming up. We hope that we will.
He's just done a tremendous job. It just kills me to see him retire. He's just one of the best people I've ever met. I'm thankful I've had him. He's been just an asset.
He has been wonderful. A lot of value there, despite what critics have said about the position of investigator. And now we're looking at our DA wanting to hire an investigator.
It's just the reality of the Michael Morton Act and the fact that we have to make sure each case, all the.
Well, it enables you to cover a lot more ground without paying. It enables you to cover a lot more ground without hiring another attorney.
Right. I don't need another attorney as long as I have an investigator. I mean, I can. It's not an issue. But if I didn't have an investigator, just to, everybody that asks me this question that criticizes that position, which is not so much anymore. I haven't had anybody criticize it in a couple of years, but when they did, former Commissioner Riddle, for example, I explained it to him and he would agree. I mean, I could, if I didn't have an investigator, I wouldn't be practicing law. I'd be sitting around doing his job, which is collecting evidence and making sure their files are complete, because that would take all my time. I wouldn't have time to do anything else. I wouldn't even be practicing law.
Well, how many hours of video he watches in a year?
Oh gosh, that's all he does now. I mean, it's unbelievable because of the body cams. They have to have them, which is a good thing, but we have to ensure, or I can lose my law license. We have to ensure that all those body cams, all that evidence gets to the defendant. They have a right to see it. It's their constitutional right. I mean, and if I don't get that to them, even if it's a mistake, I mean, it's still on me. It's my law license is jeopardy. And so I got to have the help to do it. And then that doesn't even get into the fact that he maintains his courthouse security. He processes, serves papers. He's going on about all the things he does. So and then the thing about it is, we have a portion of his salary paid through the pretrial program, so it's a bargain. So, in my opinion. That brings up one other issue, courthouse security. As you know, we've had some issues with getting help. And I was just going to throw this out there for y'all to think about, is to have maybe some money set aside to get one of these retired police officers to pay them something to come up here and help us out. Because, it's not unusual, as you know, Paul's the only person here. And we need two people. We need somebody to run the metal detectors, and we need somebody in here. And sometimes it's been a struggle to get help. And I don't know if we could pay somebody, if we had a little money to set aside to pay help. I don't know what that would be, how much that would be. I'm just throwing that out. It would be nice from a security standpoint.
And we've been using constable deputies, volunteer deputies for that work, but are we down to just one of those?
I think so. And if they're tied up, this is a secondary duty to them. If they've got I have to ask permission from the constable to use them. And so there's no guarantee we have that help.
Well, should this fall under your budget?
I mean, I don't care. If you want to add it to my budget, I don't care. I don't really think it really is a county attorney necessarily. I mean, it's more of just I don't know. That would be a courthouse security.
Is there any labor under courthouse security?
No, but I mean, you can add a line item whenever at the pleasure of the court. There's currently not.
Well, again, he is right, and since Paul works for John Mark, he's going to do what John Mark tells him to do, but we've had problems when Paul has to be out or is on vacation or something like that. He can't always work his vacation around the court schedule, and then we're relying upon Ray Barrett to provide his deputy, Lisa, and there was times when Lisa was not able, and then we brought Woody over. I don't know how available Woody is. I mean, in a perfect world, we would borrow these people from other various departments as needed, but they don't work for us, and we don't control what their availability is.
And from a security standpoint, we need two people. I mean, we need somebody running the metal detectors, and then we need somebody inside. It's just, you know, the security concerns me, and it does all of us. And, you know, I think we've taken some good steps at a minimum cost. Like, for example, Barbara having the door locked. I think she needs to keep her door locked, you know, during the day. The treasurer keeps her door locked. One of the suggestions I'm going to make at our meeting that we're going to have, are you coming to that meeting, the security meeting, is that you get your door locked, and I'm going to keep my door locked. That's something that you and I have not done. I think we need to seriously consider changing that. And to where we don't have to expend a lot of money to set up a secure courthouse. You know, it's secure in the sense that the doors are at least locked. And that'll get every office in this whole building locked. So, you know, I think that's a pretty inexpensive way to add some security. Cass County, did you ever get a chance to look at, Cass County has a courthouse similar to ours. It's amazing what they did. They did some work on their basement area and how you go through the basement, but that would be a major expense what they did. But it's secure. You can't go in any of the 4 doors. It's pretty interesting to see how they did that. But, you know, if we just have locks on everybody's doors, which almost everybody has besides mine and yours.
Well, this is one of the benefits from a justice center where everybody in a dangerous situation is housed in the same facility, and you're not having to run multiple locations for secure doors and people manning those doors.
But yeah, that's something else that, you know, that's not really has anything to do with here, but it's just something I wanted to mention. I think we're doing a good job. I think that was a smart move for Barbara to do that, and then the clerks did that when the COVID, and they just kept it all in place, and it makes sense. And you know, I think we should do the same thing, and about as cheap of a way to add some security.
You don't have anything here in your budget. Is that something we can put?
No,
in
that's not.
Security.
It doesn't need to be in the budget. I think just that was a pretty minor expense.
You're talking about having your employee be able to buzz somebody in, or what?
Right, something like that. You had some kind of deal with somebody, I thought, or maybe it was just a lock that you had some kind of connection that was a pretty good, reasonable price.
Well, that gives the ability for the person coming in to punch in a code. Which,
yeah. What I'm thinking is, for my office, something like what the clerks have there, where it's you buzz it.
Yeah.
And, you know.
And I don't remember what that cost. We probably could look that up.
You might not necessarily need that since you've got your desk is so close to the door, but it just needs to be probably locked going forward.
James is going to protect me. He'll jump in front of anything for me. He told me.
I know he would. We need to get him an AR-15 is what we need to do. So have it right behind his desk.
Well, that is.
I'll share with you, a problem that we have is good that the door is locked, because where our office is, we were getting a lot of traffic, you know, where is this, where is that? Now, if we're in the hallway, we're very much willing to help, but we can't see who's there. So unless somebody has their secret knock, and there are a few who have their secret knock, and we know who those people are, you know, we say, who is it? And oftentimes we get you know, we can't understand who it is, and we go ahead and open the door, you know. And maybe we shouldn't, but it's a hard, you know, it's very handy for us to keep the door locked. Whenever I go down, I have to have my keys. But to say that, you know, because of where we are, there's a lot of traffic.
Well, we ought to get with Dennis and see what having some kind of, you know, setup where we could see.
So they can really talk. Or we can put a note on the door, you know.
Well, what if you put what if you put more glass? Do you not want it to be visible?
I really don't want it.
Okay.
Yes, I prefer it was not.
Joan's got the most secure with the camera. You got to stand in front of it, you know.
Yeah, that's.
And they'll tell you, get in front of the camera before you even come in. They want to see what's what.
It's just something we need to talk about. I mean,
Every time I've been here and some irate, somebody going crazy up here, it's coming from the judge's office. If somebody come up here just raising cane.
Because as we know,
and Paul handles it, you know.
As we know, somebody
you can't do it all the time.
Somebody could walk up and down those hallways with a pistol. And you don't know their intent. We can't ask them their intent.
Well, in courthouse security, why don't we cover both of the, cover your request, Barbara, as well as John Mark's request. I think it would be very, especially for those downstairs offices. I'm not as concerned with the upstairs office at this point. I'll let the new guy decide what he wants to do in the way of security. But let's cover your problem, Barbara, and John Mark's, and I would say that 5,000 ought to do that.
I'll look and see what we pay for the other ones.
Okay. You know, we put a similar setup up in juvenile probation one time. We've got the one in the clerk's office. That'll be a current cost.
In the juvenile, it's also nice to know that, you know, y'all, I guess it was y'all, or it might have been the district judges, whoever allowed them to carry a firearm. That's an added level of security. The juvenile probation officers have firearms now, and they're trained, obviously.
You know, you've got the advantage of having an armed officer in there with you, but
Right.
you know, Barbara certainly doesn't.
And these guys are armed. I expect him to run right over if something happens. You know, so.
We get alerts if y'all play templates.
We had once had to do that, and a lot of people came, I'll tell you. It was just someone in the hallway who was just out of control. Cheryl happened to recognize them and knew their situation. And
What was the situation and who were they looking for?
they were trying to pay a fine, but they were on the wrong day and didn't have the right amount of money, and could we help them, and just more irate with every word that came out of the man's mouth.
That young man was under the influence of something. I talked to him too. And so he was under the influence of some narcotic. So you just never know.
Okay. All right, well, we'll plug that in there under courthouse security, and we've made that adjustment there. And, you know, remember, Barb, if we put that 53 there and that salary and whatever raise we approve, it won't be on top of that. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Judge Lee, do you want any money in there for courthouse security for a retired police officer?
Oh, yeah, I completely skipped over that subject.
How much, what do you think?
5,000 should be enough. Don't you think if we budgeted 5,000 for a part-time person, that'd be more than enough, as long as we can continue to hopefully tap into our deputies?
The way I look at it is we would default, or that would be a default. We start with the constables. And as long as, if the constables can't provide help, and Woody, you know, the problem with Woody and Ken is they're supposed to be over there securing that building. You know, so I don't know that we can really utilize that.
No, I think we need to keep separate from them.
And then, you know, I do have a program, you know, where I have you know, I can keep someone's peace officer license, and some of the retired folks like to do that. Currently, I'll keep Paul's, and then Marcus Carlock's as well. But, you know, if I can find somebody that would be willing to come up here and do some work, but it's just hard to get anybody, you know, come up here for free. We were lucky we had, gosh, she passed away. Reminds me.
Julie.
Jules, I mean, you just don't have Jules every day willing to come up here and donate all that time for free, you know? So, but yeah, I think 5,000, and then we'll hopefully, hopefully JP's can recruit, in constable, and maybe find some. You have to ask them about that. Maybe they can find some additional help. But you know, the young lady that was helping us, you know, she works at college too. So.
Lisa.
Lisa's security out of college. So that's.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, we'll put 5,000 in that budget for part-time.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Alrighty, thanks.
You'll put that under courthouse security?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Luann, you ready?
To let y'all know that Callie's not here. She was assigned to state roundup contest in College Station for the week. So I'm representing us both. So we kept our budget the same. as this past year. We are a little concerned about travel, but we also see that some of our families they've already told us we can't, with the cost of living, we just can't travel as much either. So we feel like that, as far as contests going off, it may balance out. That's what our hope is. And then we're traveling together more often, as much as possible, and Extension is working with us. Like, they didn't require us both to be down there all day, all week, so.
Okay.
Other than that,
Yeah, you're the same to the penny. You're comfortable with that?
we hope so. Now, when he did bring up security, that did make me a little nervous. We haven't even considered that. We did change the locks on, the keys on all of our doors, but we don't have any security, and we get the walk-off people from the interstate sometimes. So I don't know if I just talked to him and said maybe he could come look at our building and see if there's any suggestion, but we don't have any unique security. We don't have any buzzers or anything like that. But
Do you feel like that's a vulnerable department?
we get a lot just off the street people.
They're doing what?
Well, like sometimes there'll be truckers we've had some druggy people come, that have been dropped off by a truck driver, and they'll walk up to, and they'll ask us if we can take them somewhere, or of course I think twice we've called and somebody came, the police, we said, well, we can call the police and they can come take you wherever. They usually walk away, but we don't ever know what's gonna walk in. So. But I don't think we need to put anything in the budget. I think that we just need it, I guess, researched to see if there is a need.
Guess you can always keep your doors locked.
Right.
All right. I don't have any questions then. Thank you.
All right, I'm good to go.
Easy peasy.
All right. Thank y'all.
All
Be
right.
careful.
Go back to what John Colbert was saying a while ago, I wouldn't mind having extra security during Commissioners Court meetings. I know we have the sheriff a lot of times sitting in here, but I wouldn't mind having an extra security guard sitting outside there.
You're the first man. You're the first.
I know.
And man.
I mean, you just don't ever know, so.
Well, we've got to find the right balance between what's reasonable and what's prudent. We don't have a history of problems in this room. Hopefully it stays that way. But, that'll be free. That's for y'all to decide.
I mean, you're budgeting that for $5,000 a while ago for John Coburn, what would it cost just a little extra for our meetings for that same person to possibly?
Well, you do have every time, you've got an armed peace officer.
Right, I mean, you got one sitting out here, I'm talking about like having one here as well, like extra on the outside. You never know, he ain't gonna be knowing what's coming through that door, anytime.
Well, what if you just put a push-button lock on that door and kept it locked at all times?
And that would be fine. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, we could always open if somebody's late to a meeting or
That's
something.
right, but you just,
Yeah, you've got full visibility there that you can see what's going on.
We could also ask the sheriff if he didn't mind sitting up there.
on that would be fine too, be more comfortable.
Because somebody's here from the sheriff's office, if he didn't mind just having his station be, under the hand sanitizer there at no additional cost.
Good idea. Joe, can you hear back there? If you want to pull your chair up here, you might get... Well, feel free to sit anywhere you want. You see that we're very informal, and I know the acoustics back there are terrible. Anybody Anybody need a restroom break? I guess Sergeant Roney will be up here, or Sergeant Crooks. Are they outside? Wonder. Pam, would you like to slip in here in the 10:30 spot? All right, come on down.
We're gonna skip the highway patrol, Judge Lee?
Because James says that they're not coming, and he says no changes. Okay.
I just have one remark I want to make for y'all. I know there's been some talk about, we pay for the secretary out there, and do we want to continue or do we not? I want to tell you, I did some research, and there are many counties around the state who still pay the DPS secretary. I think those were originally set up when you had to physically walk the tickets, from there to get them to the courthouse. Well, now it's all electronic, but there are many, many counties who still do that. So I just wanted to call that to your attention.
Yeah, and we did talk about that every year for a while, and but thank you for reminding us of that. Okay, let's find Pam's page here. Okay, everybody there? All right, Pam, it's all yours.
I didn't have very many changes this year, but when I started to do this, I'm wanting to speak Spanish. The ingresos, the income part of the budget, you have to realize that with elections, that's an estimate only because you never know who's going to call on you to run their election for them. And so we get paid by the various entities around the county, the fresh water supply, the hospital, the college, any of the school districts that are the cities that we do elections for. So we do get payment from those entities. But if they don't have an election to hold that year, then you have no income from that.
And so here you're just guessing. Are we going to have somebody run for city council? Are we going to have somebody run for school board?
Right. If you have all unopposed candidates, you don't hold an election.
Right.
The Chapter 19 state reimbursement there, where I have the 7511, you'll see on the next page. That Chapter 19 state reimbursement, that's monies that we get from the state government that to reimburse our office for any of the changes. Like any voter that we register, we get so many cents per voter. We get so many cents per address change. We get so many cents per cancellations. Anything that we do in the voter registrar office that
and you have to tabulate all that and submit
the state
that?
does that for us.
Okay.
Because it's all done in the state system. So they take care of all that tabulation. And so we have a login page where we can go in and we can find out what's available to us. And we've been busy ever since I've been here. We've been busy doing those changes and those registrations and cancellations. And so our funds on that have been quite good. And especially when you have a year of the mass mail out, you get a lot of those cards, those voter registration cards returned to you. So you have to do a lot of changes. There's a whole big process to go through with those. And so that's a big year on changes. Anyway, all that to say that we're going to have some pretty good funds on that coming in, and they award those funds in June. So sometime this month we'll actually have that available to us but I have had I've logged in and I have seen that we're going to have available to us for the year of 2022, $6,484, and I still have a remaining $1,027.55 from 21. So that together equals the 7511. So what we have to do is we have to have it available in our budget to go, because they don't reimburse you the money until you've expended on certain items. So we have to actually buy equipment or something that is in accord with what their guidelines are. It has to meet their guidelines. So usually it's technology. We're trying to get our office up to date in all the technological fields. And with this money, it makes it very possible for us to do that. And the county really doesn't, the county's not out any funds because it's all state funds. But what we have to do is we have to buy the equipment, and then we have to report it back to the state, and then they send us a check or the reimbursement funds for that. So we have an income GL, and we also have outlay GL. And you'll see on the next page, the last line, that GL ending in 495 is the 7511, so that equals out.
Okay, that makes sense.
So,
Tell us about, have you got a new employee?
oh yes, very pleased with my new employee. Debbie's last day will be July 1st. And so she is coming right along, and I was able to hire her in at the parameters that we had set, but from last year's budget on a new employee, and without having to have a change in the budget. The only thing we did have, if you'll recall, is that we did add a line for that overlap training of a month. And so we're utilizing that, and it's working out really good.
Who's your new employee?
Her name is Kelly Morton.
Okay. Is she working full-time right now?
She is.
Okay. And given that you've got 3 weeks left, she's going to be of good, useful service to you after
She
working
is
with
going to be
Debbie?
an excellent person, yes.
Good. That's great. Where'd she come from?
She came from Star Mart, if you know where that is. It's on the corner up there where we're doing the 1735 and 49, that convenience store.
Okay, Star Mart. I'm trying to forget that name. Does she have any previous governmental experience?
No. So we're in intense training.
I'm just looking over each of these lines right now.
The part-time salary we will not have used this fiscal year. I still want to keep that available if I need it, and we may just utilize some of that next year. Around the November election time is when we really need, the 2 elections in May and November. I just can't see adding another full-time person, though.
Good.
It's a 2-man operation. It is. Sometimes it's we have additional workload just because of elections. It's just the nature of the.
And you did not have to use any part-time labor this year?
No, we probably should have.
Well, I knew you didn't use much. I didn't know you used none.
We had that part-time girl in 2020 with the big election in November of 2020.
Okay.
And that, I will tell you, was a lifesaver.
Well, what about this fall?
This fall, we're expecting a really big turnout in the midterms, and that's what I'm saying. I'd like to keep that in place because I'm thinking we may need that extra person this fall.
And what's going to occur in 2023 in the way of elections at this point?
2020.
Potential city and school?
Yes. We always have the uniform and the general elections in May and November. But those, unless the state government comes up with something that, well, and then our county offices there'll be some county offices up for election in well, we did it in November, there'll be county offices on the ballot. There'll be one. Because we have one Democrat opponent for, I believe it's a precinct
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gentleman right there is one of those. What is that admin fee, that 10% admin fee?
That's earnings that we get from when we do send the invoices to the entities for them to pay their part of the election. They actually have to pay for the election. So we invoice them for ballot costs, for machine rental, for just general supplies, and then also the workers that we get together for their election. And if it's a share election, then they share in the cost of the workers. So if we have a city and a school on the ballot and that's all we have, then the city and the school will each pay 50% of the workers' salaries. But that 10% admin fee is a fee that our office can actually charge the entities just to get it together.
Okay, okay. No equipment replacement this year?
No equipment replacement. For the next primary, I will need to add some additional poll pads.
But not in this budget. So all of our technology is up to date, and you don't anticipate any additions or replacements?
No, and I'm not sure how often the Help America Vote Act comes around and offers money through a grant for equipment replacement, but they do, I think it's every 5 years that they offer equipment replacement money, and we'll take advantage of that when it comes around.
Okay.
My software has increased about $3,000. You know, with everything that we add as far as in the technological field, it always comes with the software maintenance fee. So I am wanting to increase that a little bit because I'm not sure. And every year, it's kind of like a balloon effect. Every year, that charge goes up.
What do you do?
What do you do?
Pay it.
I mean, I guess we can renegotiate the contracts.
Is that even possible?
I don't know.
I doubt
I
it.
don't know.
Your cell phone expense, that's just yours.
Mm-hmm.
The assistant doesn't really need that.
No, we do communicate by text. Some, the outside of office hours, I really try not to call her. But the poll workers call me all the time.
Yeah, sure.
And I did decrease the salary for the election workers by $5,000 because I don't anticipate this coming fiscal year to be a heavy election year.
Right. How did our number of voters this past election compare to 4 years ago?
Well, I didn't run the comparison numbers, but I was impressed with the turnout in the primary runoff. It's usually not something that you can get voters to reappear for the runoff, but the candidates really got out and did a good job, so we had a lot of voter turnout. And I am anticipating a really good turnout in November for the midterms, just because of the political atmosphere.
And the voting schedule will be basically the same, 2 weeks of early voting and...
That's what I anticipate, yes.
Barbara, are you thinking of anything that I'm not thinking of here?
You're reading my mind on some of those questions.
I did have a decrease on the election expense just because, well, I just thought that I moved some of it to the software because I would think that would be a better explanation. It could go either way. Those expenses could be an election expense or a software maintenance expense. I just thought the software maintenance was a little more detailed explanation of the expense of those funds.
Are you gonna have a whole lot left over in that budget this year? I mean, you're not even close.
Right. Well, I think we've really efficiently run our office this past year.
I think you have too. James, I'm seeing the same thing that you're seeing there, and I just flat forgot about it. This is Chief McRae sending me a text. Will you just tell him we're in budget meetings and I'll take the blame? Would it cause him a problem if he presented at the second meeting? Okay, thank you. What about your storage room over there? Is it in need of anything?
No, I mean, we need to make sure that that air conditioner unit is on the maintenance schedule, which I've talked to them and I've taken them over there and I've shown them the unit and for them to change the filters. But I think that unit gets forgotten about a lot, and so anyway, our equipment has
Could you put that on your calendar for John,
Yes.
our guy, to replace? Is it just one filter?
I believe so, yes.
Because I think at best, how cool do you keep it in there?
But we don't keep it that cool, but we have to keep it climate controlled.
Sure.
It's about 76 if we're not in there.
Okay. Because at best, that filter's getting changed twice a year. If you want to change more often than that, it'd be a good thing for him to do. Just keep a supply of those in that room.
Yes, and we keep a calendar on the kind of thing too, so.
I think that'd be a good idea. Adequate shelves, adequate lighting, tables, security.
Oh, I could use a couple more of those heavy duty. You remember the old fold-up tables? They were much stronger than the fold-up tables than you
Probably
can
can't
get
buy them
today.
anymore.
Yeah, and so, I don't know, David came up with a couple from somewhere that they weren't being utilized anymore, and because they had opted to go with the lighter ones that were easier to move around. I don't see heavy-duty use, but, you know, those machines are heavy. And when we have to lay them, 40 machines out to get them programmed, that's a lot of surface area.
Do you need more tables to spread it out
I don't
over?
mind having a couple more.
Have you got money in here that'll take care of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask the extension office if they were using those really heavy-duty tables that they have in storage over there. And how does that work?
Swapping those out?
Yeah.
They might just soon have the lightweight ones.
Yeah, I mean, I could buy a couple of lightweight ones and swap them out.
So they still have some of those heavy-duty wooden ones?
Uh-huh.
If I was them, I'd be happy to swap those out, because those are a booger to have to move around.
They are. They're very heavy.
Well, check on
I
that.
don't need to move them around. I just need the heavy duty. Actually, I think we have an old wooden table that used to be in a courtroom somewhere, and it was about like this table. And it's very nice because it's real heavy duty and it can stand up to that extra weight.
Okay. All right, thanks, Pam. If there's nothing else.
Looks good, thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Is Ray gonna be here, or are you representing him? Huh?
If it needs representation, I represent him.
But you don't know if he's coming? Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Pretty easy.
I don't see much.
Salary report, I know we're not talking about that today, but, I'm just trying to get the salary up a little bit, kind of even with some other elected officials. The clerks, both clerks are over 50, I think, the treasurer. I don't think there's, JP and constables are still down at the very bottom, so I'd like to see their salaries get up a little bit. A couple of years, I'm not going to be here anymore. We need to have a salary up a little bit. We need to get some new quality people that try to run for the position. And, try to be professional.
Is that your plan, 2.5 more years? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's it. So, check it to you.
You are getting old, aren't you?
I'll catch up with you.
That's good. That's good. That's good. What's the, any logic there on other expense? Just
Everything's the same, everything's okay right now. Everything's,
you bumped up other expense, 600. Not nitpicking, just noticed that.
the other amount, I left it the same. I left all my everything the same. Right now,
Okay, I'm looking at Ray's, sorry.
when you have, a rookie officer coming out of program, it's coming out making $49,000. So what to be good quality people. I mean, it would be, the way it is, it's going to turn into somebody's retired from somewhere, and they just want to do supplement their retirement income. And you really need somebody in this job that's going to want to, there's a lot to it. I thought I knew everything when I came over. I had 5 years of experience in law enforcement. I didn't know nothing. So you got to know both sides of it, the criminal side and the civil side. And the civil side can get a county hurt quicker than the criminal side. If you do things improperly, you're not trained on how to do things, and you'll get a county sued and they will win. So I know that's why we're fighting, but still, who wants that?
Well, I think these commissioners understand that there is some need for some pay adjustment this year, some significant pay adjustment. We haven't gotten into that discussion yet, and I think that same argument could be used in many positions, and it's never been a matter of us not feeling like a particular position deserved. Just, the nature of working within a county budget that's pressure from push-pull from all directions.
Appreciate the consideration. You just got to put up with me for a couple more years.
No, I think we get a lot of value out of you. Questions, comments for Chris?
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Chris.
We'll flip over here to Ray's. If you want to read his memo there, it says his gas and oil was $1,500 last year, but by May I was already $250 over budget. I think that, let's see, I don't have a separate gas budget for the OPC juvenile officer position. And anytime those transports are made, they are using one of our county-owned vehicles. Ray doesn't use his personal vehicle to make those transports out of town, but if he did, he would get mileage over and above his travel allowance. So I think it probably is cheaper just paying for the gas and oil as needed. Let's see, OPCG, he is our order of protective custody. For those of you that don't know what the OPC is, where he is responsible for making transports from time to time. He's also our juvenile officer. That combined responsibility there is currently paying $8,760. He's held that position for 8 years, as well as being constable. Never had an increase in pay for the position of OPC juvenile officer. I've been told the commissioners couldn't justify a raise for both positions, even though they are two different positions. The reason I'm asking for it, the reason the amount I'm asking for is large is because I've never gotten a raise in that position over 8 years. So he's asking that to go from $8,760 to $13,760, or a $5,000 increase. As OPC juvenile officer, I'm on call 24/7, take calls dealing with drug addicts and mentally ill people to evaluate them and make a determination there's a need for an emergency detention. If there is, I file for the emergency detention warrant, then transport them to the hospital for medical and mental evaluation. If they get placement in a mental facility, I transport them to that facility: Terrell, Greenville, Atlanta, Shreveport, Sherman, DeSoto, Dallas, Arlington, Tyler, Longview. When I do make a transport, I use the county's patrol car and gas from my gas and oil budget. I don't charge the county mileage for transports. I use the patrol car for safety reasons. Now, he doesn't have to always make those transports. Sometimes those are provided by the hospital. Sometimes they're provided by whatever entity, if they have a pickup service or something. I do think, I don't think we can do a $5,000 increase to that budget. I do think that we could do something there, in my opinion. I think that it warrants some adjustment there, and he's right, we haven't adjusted that over the years. I will say that, in the COVID environment, there have not been, I hope that's a fair statement, there haven't been as many transports to these out-of-town hospitals, but that's not necessarily the entire burden of that OPC juvenile officer. Is not just the fact that he's making those transports, and sometimes Lisa will make those transports, especially if it's a female. So I certainly think that even in the future, I think that that position ought to have the same raise go along with it that you have in the salaried position. I personally think that that $8,760 could go up, should go up to at least $10,000.
I think in the future too, we need to look at possibly doing something with this auto allowance at $15,600 a year. I know the commissioners have been cut that over the past years, and they get paid the actual mileage rate. But I think that's kind of a little steep myself. We don't get it, so we do a lot of traveling as well. So, but that's just my opinion.
And that discussion has come up on multiple occasions, and if any of these commissioners would like to give you their opinion of that, they ought to do that. I agree. I don't think that you can, I do think that you need to understand that these positions, when these guys both ran for those auto allowances were built in as part of the package. Now, do they spend that entire amount? I don't know. They will tell you that you do. I'm not here to debate whether they do that or not. But it's a very reasonable position that you are taking. Now is the time to do that when you have new constables? Is it a time when you would more appropriately adjust the pay of that role up and reduce the auto allowance and force that position to go on there? But as I understand it, this group right here decided they would just as soon leave that in place rather than fight that battle.
Well, I mean, I agree leaving it in place right now. I'm not for cutting anybody's salary at the moment, but I'm thinking maybe, like he said, within 2 years, he's gonna retire. I think maybe we can adjust that whenever the new person comes in.
And I think that you should. You've had many positions that have made that adjustment there. I don't know how much we've gained from that, honestly. I can pretty well tell you what my annual mileage needs are going to be, and it's a whole lot easier just to get paid for that, but it was a distasteful subject years ago when there was a lot of criticism from these positions getting that set amount when they felt like they were not spending anywhere near that. And so these commissioners basically all took a cut in pay. And in your position, you used to pay more than it did because of that auto allowance. So, you know, you've got, when you make that big change there and say, okay, we're taking this 15.6 down to now it's going to be actual, I think you've got to consider all those repercussions and consider that some of that is actual pay as opposed to being utilized all for auto allowance. Now, again, we asked those guys to produce some documentation as to how much actual auto allowance they're spending. I don't think they ever did that.
The extension office was the only office that provided something every month.
Yes. Which office? Extension.
When we asked them, but yet we've not made any changes to them either, have we?
No.
So I will leave that subject for you guys to hash out with your new judge. But at this time, I would leave that be. I would suggest some kind of an adjustment to the OPC juvenile officer position. I think it needs to be at least 10. I would be happy if you gave him a little bit more than that.
If that raise comes about right now, we agree on that, and if we agree on a overall raise in the future, is that gonna go up even more if we decide to do that as well?
Well, I don't understand, if you're gonna adjust somebody's salary upward because of a raise, it doesn't, as I have thought about it, I think that it makes sense to adjust that OPC juvenile officer pay commensurately with that. So, what are your thoughts on that? Anybody want to take a stab at that? Because it'd be a good time to make that decision here.
I think the 10 sounds good.
Anybody else feel?
I mean, it needs a raise. Yeah.
I think probably the 10 would be.
Right.
The 10 would be, and then if he 10, if we do raises, we get more then?
I'd say so.
I would say so.
So it may end up being a little more than that. And then on those auto allowances, we'll just adjust it as they leave office. Because it looks like it'll probably be add another 10 to their salary out of that and maybe leave 6,000 or something on what gas is in an auto account. They can do that mileage report like we do and turn it in. It'd make up the difference pretty close. And
I wish we had a better idea of what their true auto expense was. I don't, because they've never provided that documentation for us. Okay, well then I'm going to
That'd just like the fire department, you know, if they not doing showing their what their runs and stuff is, they should be accountable too.
And again, I know y'all took a pretty good hit.
I'm just saying, the county provides them those constable cars. I mean, I don't see why they don't use them to do all the transports and whatnot. I mean, we're already providing that. I mean, that to me, it's just an over expense.
I'm not following what you're saying there.
I mean, we provided them a car, which is, they got 3 constable cars. I don't see why they just don't use the cars that we provide to do all their transports and then run around in. And, you know, I don't know why we had to pay them, you know, do the personal $15,600 a year travel allowance. That's my opinion, so.
You don't have to, but again, when those decisions were made by administrations before us, that was essentially built into that pay package. And so somebody runs for office, they see that as a pay package, and then when you talk about cutting $10,000 out of their pay package, it becomes difficult, but that's exactly what these guys did. And I would say that, they were at one time at 15.6 a year also, and that's been...
Well, it's almost like why do we have the cars? Why don't we just sell the cars and just let them, if we're gonna do that, it's kind of a waste.
Well, as I understand it, the constables are using their personal vehicles in town. They shouldn't be driving the county-owned vehicles in town unless there is a specific reason where Ray needs a cage in there and he's going to pick up a mental health patient or something like that. At least that's what they have told me, is they don't use those vehicles. They're available for their deputies, their volunteer deputies, or for driving to the mental health transports. But that is something, you could certainly consider. Now, I don't know if the county wants to be in the business of buying vehicles for these guys. We buy them for the sheriff's office. Should this department be any different? I don't know. I'll let y'all figure that one out. And I don't know what Ray's plans are. Anybody heard from Ray? Is he planning to retire? Are they on the same 4 years? Now I'm mixed up.
They're on them with me and Jeff.
Both of them run at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say that as you anticipate that retirement, that would be a good time to have these discussions. Does the county want to provide vehicles for those guys that are used, 24/7, whatever it is that they're doing? You could probably reduce that auto allowance figure. Are you going to have to make an adjustment significantly up in the pay for that position? I don't know. But when you have these, new patrol officers starting at that amount, it does put this position at a disadvantage. All right, Barbara, well, let's just make a decision. Let's bump that 10,000. Let's bump that OPC juvenile officer up to 10,000. If there's anybody else that wants to do anything different with the auto allowance now, speak up. You got 15 minutes here. What are y'all thinking about races this year? I'd like to know what your thoughts are. They're going to be on the record regardless. You might as well talk about it now.
Well,
I think 10%.
10%
would be a good one.
10% sounds like a good catch up.
I'm just giving you things to think about. I'm not trying to steer you. What about the fact that you go and give flat percentage raises? The rich get richer and the poor don't get as rich. When you have folks that are down at this level compared to folks that are up here, you tend to see a bigger swing up here because they're getting percentage-wise. Would you want to set a floor as a minimum that everybody gets X dollar amount? And in other words, let's say that somebody was at a 20, what's our lowest paid positions? $12 an hour. You got somebody making 12 times 2,080. 12 times 2,080. They're right at $25,000. You give them a 10% raise, and there's $2,500. Another thing you could consider, so that you're not, so that those folks are not getting just minimal salary increases, that maybe you say everybody gets at least a $3,000 raise, for example, unless a 10% raise would be more than that. Does that make sense?
I thought the department heads could tell us if they think they're lacking on their, say they got somebody that's $12 an hour, said, I want to give this person, this position needs to pay 14, and tell us now, and then if we go up a percentage, we'll go up from there, just like we did this juvenile officer position, making it $10,000. If we give a $10,000 raise, that's going to make it $11,000. Why can't you adjust those raises right now while we're doing this workshop per department? I hadn't heard anybody. Joan will bring it up sometimes. We've dealt with Barbara, but there may be some offices when they come in here and say, hey, I want to, this position needs to be rate bumped $2 an hour. And then we'll go from there. Because if you just give 10% across the board, still that person's a little lacking. And so that's kind of up to the department head.
Well, if you give them all that much latitude, you're going to find yourself having to negotiate with every single position. I'm not saying that's not that. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. That's a good idea.
might
I think there are certain
balk on that.
positions that probably need to be brought up. That's why I was suggesting this
Minimum.
and maybe if we had a roster, not necessarily of names, but maybe how hard would it be to give a roster of hourly pay by individual without giving their names, so that you could kind of,
Liquid paper, we can do a report like that and just liquid paper off the.
so that you could see how many people you have that are at, is there anybody below $10 to $12?
I don't think so.
So that you could see how many $12 and $13 people, and maybe that would enable you to say, okay, we don't want to see anybody making less than X dollars. I'll just throw out a figure, $14 an hour. And so we're going to give a raise that gets all these positions up by 10%, with the exception of these that are in the bottom of that tail. And we don't know what that percentage will be, but we want to get them, up a little bit.
Well, I think
higher.
Tim's going to have to present some figures because he's trying to stay competitive, and do that.
And I think
And then
he's
we go
going
from there.
to. I
Yeah.
think he's going to.
Yeah. And then another thing on Ray, transporting them patients, he has to have an unmarked vehicle that's secured. So he'll borrow one from the sheriff's department sometimes, or whatever. Maybe we can buy a vehicle for those transports that's unmarked with all the gear he needs in it with ARPA funds. For that juvenile OPC position.
Our vehicles that we provide for him have got those cages in them.
They got all the striping on them and stuff. They have to be blacked out. So I think sometimes he'll use
Shoe polish.
somebody's, I don't know, he's using somebody's car that's supposedly, they're supposed to be unmarked for some
I don't know
reason.
how big of I know that's what the law says.
We've talked about getting Ray a car for those transports before, maybe looking into grants and everything, and it couldn't ever find nothing that worked.
Do all three of those we had, now I know we have three, do they get used on a regular basis? You don't know?
Well, I know Lisa drives, working for Ray a lot, her car, and then we don't have Jewel no more.
They're all just wore out.
I didn't know if one of them you could take, sell, and get that marked car with, and it'd make the difference.
That's pretty raggedy. But yeah, we'd end up selling those cars out of there.
No idea.
I know he's got one that's coming off. They're taking the ambulance stuff off of one of the SUV of the Cherokees. So I don't know. I don't have what's it like or anything. I just know they're taking this stuff off.
Well, we need to ask him more detail about the vehicle he needs for those transports. So we might could get him one with ARPA, which wouldn't affect the budget.
And just equip that one out. Is that an unmarked vehicle?
The one that they're taking out now?
No, the vehicle that you would be suggesting.
Yeah, you would buy the plain Jane. It has to have the cages and everything in it.
just not sure you use it.
You're not gonna use it much at all, you're not.
Well, you're gonna use it some, but I'm not sure you're using it enough to justify.
Let's see what Ray thought about
that
it.
expense. You know, in an ideal world, the constable would drive his own vehicle, but it would have a cage in it. Well, he doesn't want a cage in his personal vehicle, and I can understand that. Clevey did. Okay, well, these guys.
We can ask him.
These guys were bold enough to throw out 10%. What do y'all think?
That'd be fine.
I don't have a problem with it.
Not either.
Well, you just be thinking, when Barbara brings back that ticket, and you tell her to raise everything by 10%.
Right now, you don't want to know how much it is.
I'm scared to hear it.
Okay.
I am too.
Well, now what it doesn't have is it doesn't have, you know, the $3,000 base rate that you were talking about. But I think that I had not thought of it before until you mentioned it, but that may need to be something we consider, because if you're making $10, $11, $12 an hour, 10%, I mean, that's not gonna even buy you at the current cost of milk and bread.
Well, and that's why in years past, we would give fixed dollar amounts so that everybody went up at the same amount rather than there being a skew in there. And I think a percentage is, anyway, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
There's two ways to do that.
There's two ways to do it. You could either
across the
give
board.
a across the board amount,
Yeah.
but again, you have some people making twice what this person is, and maybe that position warrants twice as much raise. I don't know, but I do think that the folks at the bottom, I don't know if it's the bottom half, the bottom third, wherever it is, ought to be brought up at a higher percentage than the folks at the higher end of that curve. Anyway, go ahead and tell us what those figures are, and this is probably without even the sheriff, you know, bringing his wish list
Oh, yeah,
to
his
you.
wish list. Okay. Just from an accounting standpoint, we will have 27 pay periods in our next fiscal year, because the first one is in October, and our financial statements are on a cash basis, so it'll be a little bit more than this, because we'll have that 27 pay that hits.
And that happens every 4 years?
So this is the first one since I've been here. Yes, and I was told that one year that we forgot to do that way back there, and it was a big to-do, so that scared me. I don't want to fall into that trap. So in any case, at 12%, if everyone who's currently employed gets 12%, this includes all the fringe benefits, $865,000. At 10%, $742,000, and at 5%, $126,000.
And that's not just a one-year bonus, that sticks with you.
Yeah, no.
That's there. And that's everybody, including elected officials and sheriff's office too?
That includes the sheriff's office, yes, sir, elected officials, it's everybody. We did this before the sheriff completed his.
And does that include payroll and everything?
Yes.
I mean, payroll
Yes, all those.
taxes?
What it does not include is any increases to health insurance. Health insurance is, what they told us was that our pool was gonna require a 5.9, 6% raise just to break even. But that, what they are charging everyone right now is between 12 and 14%, because they have to have, you know, they gotta have a margin in there too. So that's what we're gonna be looking at.
Okay. So by the time that we do a 10% raise, sheriff's gonna probably skew that up higher, because he's gonna tell you that 10% is probably not quite enough for what he needs. Let's just assume you stay at 10% for him. I think you can comfortably assume $800,000. Then you're looking at another, what's our first year of impact from the fire contract? 200,000?
I think so.
Yeah, 200.
Maybe closer to 3.
250 in there for that first year, because if they're stair-stepping it in. things before we talk about any other increases here. And, you know, you're not going to be able to, I don't think, put salaries under your ARPA funds. So, hey, Steve. So, I mean, that's going to be a pretty dramatic impact. What is it looking like we're going to generate in additional taxes if we kept the same rate with the new valuations?
I have not looked at that.
Probably too early to figure
that's
that.
I think they just recently started ARB, didn't they? The hearings, the ARB hearings.
Yes, they have started,
Yeah.
So, you know, each one of you needs to be prepared how you're going to justify this. I think you just need to have a good, well thought out explanation as to what you're thinking here, especially when they talk about, you know, your positions. Steve, are you 11:30?
I'm 11:45, just done heading over this way.
Okay, we'll give her a few more minutes while we're talking about pay. I think most of our neighbors are being pretty generous with their raises this year as well. But my goodness, you know, inflation alone, if it calculated the way the government calculates it, which is much lower than is actual, in my opinion, you know, 10%, basically everybody's staying nearly even. Now, how do we justify that in comparison to what property values are going up and the additional burden that brings onto our taxpayers? Well, you know, a lot of those taxpayers are businesses, but a lot of them are individuals. And folks over 65 still have their taxes frozen. That's a benefit to them, so they're not impacted as much by this. But anybody that owns non-residential property is certainly impacted. And I'm quite sure that all the other taxing entities are talking the same way that we're talking. But yes, I agree with you. I think 10% is a fair figure. I don't know what the inflation is going to continue to do, but there's a storm brewing.
Well, we usually just gave raises, what I understand, just a little here and there every 3 years or so, and we're falling behind, losing employees to other jobs. And then the sheriff's department's real competitive. And Tim, the jail brings in money with him keeping maxed out with inmates. It brings in some money that offsets it.
What
It helps it a lot.
On that jail? Do you know the figures on that?
Quite a bit. Tim will know, but last year was his first full year to have it pretty well full.
So far this year, he's brought in $435,000. Now, we do have a few additional costs.
Right.
We have to have more jailers and those kinds of, I think we have 3 positions designated. We did that 2 years ago, I think. Last year in total, he brought in $643,000. And then you take the 3 positions. Yeah, off of that.
Plus, we're getting more sales tax every year. These appraisals are rocketing through the roof, so we're bringing in more taxes, period. We're growing.
I'd like to, change the subject and everything, but we got one employee that may be here and may not be here after January, and he's been here quite a long time. I hate to see him lose his job because like I said, James, because if the judge come in, he don't need James, what are we going to do with him? You gonna just let him leave the county?
Certainly hope not.
I hope not either. That's what I was trying to, figure what we could do for, this situation.
I agree.
Well,
Because Jay, how long you been here, Jay?
somebody with some experience is going to need to stay in this place when you've got.
Well, I'm just saying, I've heard different stories.
Ready for it.
I just don't want him to be out in the cold, and it would. How long you been here, James? and don't like very many years to retire. And I just hate to see somebody that many years to just get.
Well, I hope that's not even under consideration.
Well, I've heard that as well.
I have too. That's why I brought it up, because we really needed to look at his job deal, because we're losing a good employee, and, we're talking about losing employees, and I don't want to lose them.
No.
And it wouldn't be fair to him for 19 years to have to just walk away.
That's right.
Because I believe in taking care of people, taking care of us. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, well, we can't tell him what to do. I'll certainly give him my opinion, but I didn't know that was even under consideration. You got a brand-new clerk, brand-new judge. My goodness, it's not fun when that happened to me, and it was a horrible.
Right, I understand.
It was horrible.
But, people don't really think about that till.
But we probably need to discuss it now, so we can go ahead and get it on the books if we, for the budget, if we're gonna do this. Put a job for him back, put it back in his old position, or whatever job that may be.
I don't know, and I'm not sure it's our right to be able to pin down an incoming officer, or incoming elected official, but and I don't know if he would tell you right now anyway, but if I'm given an opportunity, I'll bring that subject up. Okay. Judge Dunn, are you ready?
Yeah.
How are you today? All right, the floor is yours.
Okay, I just have a question. Why are we having this meeting so early this year?
Why are we having them so early this year? Well, it's 1 week.
Didn't we have it like in October last year?
No. When?
Last year,
In when?
October?
I don't think so. The budget would have already
Exceeded.
started. The
I
budget
think
would have
that time is
started.
flying. I
This
was thinking it was
meeting
just
this
like
year
3
is
months ago.
it's 1 week earlier than
1
we
week
had
early.
last year. In years prior, we did start in early July, but this makes a whole lot more sense for a lot of different reasons. It gives our auditor time, and it enables us to not be pushing a deadline in September to adopt a budget if you run into a jam. Our target this year is to have this budget process voted on and approved by the end of August.
Okay, well, sorry.
There was a new requirement last year too. The proposed budget must be filed with the county clerk by August the 15th. That was new last year.
Okay.
We could have
So,
never
Well, I
met
guess my days
that.
are coming together. I was like, we just had the meeting like not long ago. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, on my proposal, I'm asking if possible, for our office to get a 10% raise.
Okay.
Now, you want to give more, that we will take it. It's really needed, the cost of living, their salaries, there's not that high. Gas increase more than double, and it's the same. You go to the grocery store and you walk out of there with one bag and more than $100 on groceries that you buy, and it's almost nothing. One of my clerks lives in the Dangerfield, so she has to drive back and forth every day. And I understand,
I think the commissioners are leaning in that direction, something close to that at this point, and I haven't been able to say that in years past, but I feel pretty comfortable. We've been discussing that, and they understand what you're saying.
I believe everybody's going through this right now. I'm thinking everybody's asking for the same thing, a raise for everybody, because just to survive, we don't have our own business. Even people that have their own businesses, they're struggling with everything that is going on right now. So that's my only request.
Pretty easy. Your travel and seminars budget didn't get used very much.
I did travel one time. I am about to go, I believe is it October or August? I'm I've been looking at that. We have the legislative updates coming up. That is gonna be in Tyler, and I believe the other one is going to be Tyler as well, right? On the magistration is in Tyler as well? For the clerks, no, I didn't send anybody. You know, we've been having changes in the office. Hopefully next year I'll be able to send them. You know, I've been trying just to train them in the office, but the timing is requiring.
So we still need that much in travel and seminars?
Well, because we're gonna start going back on to do the seminars like we're supposed to.
Okay.
I did only one. I have made only one trip, and I still had another 10 hours because we have to have 20 hours. This first seminar that we had, I tried to get the closest one, which was Denton. I tried to avoid the ones all the way up to Austin or San Antonio, but I still got another 10 hours that I'm looking at to go on that one.
Okay.
Do they have Zoom classes on that?
Well, they do, but they are requiring, since everything with COVID, you know, is going back to normal, they want you to do it in person, especially, I believe it was like the magistration. For the
I
new.
just wondered if they were doing it at all.
You know, there is just so much changes they are having, you know, and there's much more work that we have to be doing now. Like on the weekends when we're on call, we spend like probably 4 to 5 hours in the office because we have to do the magistration, and after that we have to make some the same paperwork that we do on the magistrates. We have to get to the state website and we have to submit all that information, and that is every time that we do the magistrates. If you have, yes ma'am, the last time I was on call, I spent, I think it was like 5.5 hours on a Saturday and 4 hours on Sunday, just doing paperwork for the magistrates. Because now, it's not just reading the magistrate and setting the bond. We have to go through the criminal history. And sometimes we find 30, 40 pages, right, that we have to read and see if the person that we are going to arraign, they are eligible for personal bonds.
Yeah, this is a huge piece of legislation that is...
You're dealing with that one too, right?
Well, not near like you are, no. I'm hardly dealing with it at all, but y'all are going to be dealing with it.
Yes, and it has been all this year. Yeah. It has been back to back to back. I mean, hours reading, hours, even on the weekends, because there have been so many changes on, what is the state bill? State Bill 6. I mean,
Basically, what's going on is the legislature is saying that anybody who magistrates or sets bond for a prisoner, they're not just looking at, okay, well, you're here for possession of marijuana. No, they've got to dig back into their past and see how bad of a boy have they been in the past. Oh, well, I see here that you got, you know, armed robbery and methamphetamine and, you know, sexual assault.
Sexual assault, all
well,
that we have
we're not
to check,
just we're not setting a bond here just for a marijuana.
Yeah, and it's not only the county that we look at, it's actually everywhere. It's the FBI report, if you want to put it that way, that we have to look at. And if they had something in Florida, you know, we can see if they have been convicted in another state. So we have to be really cautious now.
And who generates all that paperwork? The jail for you?
Oh, we do.
You have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
You have to investigate that criminal yourself.
And that's what I said. Sometimes we have 20, 30 pages that we have to be looking, okay, this is the charge, okay, it was probation, okay, no, well, it was revoked. And page after page that you have to read to make a decision on one person.
And if they guess wrong and let them out on a $2,500 bond when they should have stayed in jail because they're a violent criminal,
everything was because we get in trouble.
They're going to be in the crosshairs. Well, why did you let this person out on bond?
And all this was because
it's called the AGAN. The reason it was passed was because magistrate let an individual out that he was not, magistrate was not aware of being violent, criminal, or anything like that. He let the person out on a very low bond. The day he got out, he was out with those things. And to the magistrates, deputies looking at our case, to follow up with this, look at it. The OCA is once a month, they audit us. And and it's not only for giving bonds, it's for deciding on whether or not we give them a personal bond. And if they're eligible for a personal bond, then we can give them a personal bond. We should give them a personal bond. If they're eligible for a personal bond. This system tells us, basically, if they are eligible or they don't know whether they're eligible.
Yeah, 8 years ago, it was swinging the other way. We were being too hard on keeping these people in jail, and we need to let them out on these personal bonds. They don't need to be in jail. Well, now we're swinging back the other way. And
They are encouraging personal bonds. They are encouraging personal bonds, and the OCA is going to look at that as well. And then they're going to put in this line for this personal and then the rest of the other stocks are DWI, that's the misdemeanor money to give you personal bonds for that.
And OCA is keeping their eyes on us, because I did get an email. I was having trouble connecting with IRMA, which is the website that we have to do the report. And I got an email saying, that they haven't gotten anything from one of the magistrates. And I was like, yeah, that was me. Because my computer, and how funny this is, my computer time was not correct. That was it. Keep on trying and sending emails and trying one thing and another one. Finally called for support. First thing they asked, what time is showing on your computer, and it was 3 minutes off. He said, you need to get with your tech, tell them what's going on, and they need to fix it. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to log in.
For that 72 hours.
3 minutes.
Certified, our magistrate. They'd like to aggregate some of the processes. What we're having to do with this Optimum inspection said it's basically what PCIC is when the sheriff's department criminal court. For us to be able to do that, we have to go to the state legislative mandated training this year before December 12th. To be able to access this, we have to go to the DES now.
Another training.
3 hours safety training, in other words. This is what you can do, this is what you've got to do as far as keeping this record and stuff like that, storing and stuff like that. And then we have to, by December, we have to be able to continue doing complete 8 hours of VPS training. We got grace period until December is 8 hours. So it's really taking a lot more power.
Oh yeah, a lot more. Because when we used to do it probably 1 hour, just going and reading the affidavit, set the bond. Now it's not just the affidavit. And if you're doing that and they call you an inquest, it's like, dang it.
Taking the fun out of it.
I have to leave my magistrates and cancel all that and go and work. And sometimes, sometimes it can take you 3-4 hours right there too. It depends.
No fun anymore.
No, and we have to do this certification every 2 years. Yeah, so this year we have been, I'm going to say probably for me, has been a little bit overwhelming because it's a lot of reading, a lot sitting right there in front of the computer. There is no way that you can walk away because the ones for the state, you can get up around when they are talking, you can listen. But on this one, you have to be right there reading. Because that will put just the slideshow, and you have to read everything. And after that, you have to take a test. And if you don't pass the test, you have to retake the class. So it has
Sounds like a lot.
It has been a long year so far.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
I have a question, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure that we are doing criminal history background checks on our employees as we hire them. I know the sheriff does that over there in his office for all the other requirements. Is what y'all can't do that?
We can check on our system to see if the person has been arrested, you know, or they have had any citations or warrants. We can. You know, but I mean, that is just local. If they have had anything here, you know, like the other criminal record.
The only reason that we can run a trace on somebody is if they ever do one. If I want to run a trace on the story and business, I can't do it. Now, there's other avenues for that there are 5 avenues. But as far as, you know, they want to make, I understood the stress this, and you violate our rules.
But every office, you know, because we are all linked, you know, they have access to the system, you just can type them in person, you know, and you can see if they have had
I don't think it's enough to do, if you're gonna do criminal history, I don't think it's enough to just do local, in my experience.
No, it'll be best if you can do that.
We can do nationwide.
As far as local district, if they've been arrested here, then you can look at our
PID.
our icon, and it tells what they've been arrested for the past year.
Yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is I've been looking at our handbook, and I believe it requires that we do that before we hire, and I don't know that we've been doing it. I did it for my new hire just because in the auditor's office, the last thing I wanted was someone with
a felony or perjury charge or something like that.
But that's just a long-range question. I believe it's in our handbook that says we will do that. And then we're supposed to do a drug test as well on anyone who will be driving. So the requirement is that you offer them the job contingent upon them passing the criminal history and the drug test if they're going to be driving. I don't think if we've done that, we've not paid for it. We must have.
But it doesn't say, and if you find that they have a criminal history, you can't hire them, or you do.
No, it's at the discretion of the elected official.
No.
So then you met the legal requirement, and then if you still want to hire them, I mean, I'm familiar with that because we had to do it at school, and there were lots of rules, who we could and couldn't run, and all those kinds of things. But I agree with you. You will find things on people that you had no idea. And then it's in a hard spot because you have to tell someone, I'm sorry, you can't do this because, you know.
Once they have been convicted of crime, it becomes public record.
Right.
Actually, if they've been arrested for a crime, you know, probably people ask it, redacted. But once you look at it, our icon, where we pull somebody's PID up, that ain't good forever. It will show everything they've been charged with, everything they've been administrated with, locally. That doesn't take a big.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, you have to contact the district court, see if they, you know, convicted of the crime.
I think it's.
Because they, in there, doesn't.
No, you're right. It's there just to do the nationwide.
Yes, nationwide. I've seen too many.
And at least how much is it, like $10? The background check?
When Region 8 does it for you, it's about $40 for the nationwide. But they do fingerprinting too, to make sure that they've got the right person.
Yeah, we have to do that too, to have access to, etc.
Yeah, we require the fingerprinted and background check this year.
Yeah.
We're elected officials, everybody.
I had to do that too.
Yeah.
All elected officials, no, just y'all.
No, us.
They do get.
The ones that work with our death certificates and all that, yes. To make sure that you don't have any criminal record.
I did it for my CPA license and concealed handgun. That's what I did before.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
I apologize for what you may be looking at. I've done a little revisions on it. It was kind of a touch and base goals. I was trying to get this together with other things that I was having to do during this time. So.
I know one of your biggest changes on here is asking for pay increases. The court is seriously considering a good raise this year.
Yes, sir. That is for one individual that needs to be brought up to her level of expertise. And I'm asking that you move the $1,200 from the part-time fund that I'm not going to use. Don't see any reason using it this time, to boost that, along with $1,200 more from our technology fund that we're able to use for pay. And but the clerks are having to do more and more as far as the technology stuff and everything, and that's I can't remember what bill it was that said that we could use monies for pay in the technology fund.
So that civil clerk position from $1,450 to $1,550.
Yes.
Well, what if, for instance, there was a 10% raise? You wouldn't quite. I mean, you would accomplish that by a 10% raise.
That is correct, but the other clerk would get that raise as well. I need to get her up to.
Need to balance out your employees.
Balance out my employees, and she deserves it, and I don't want to lose her.
So that's why I brought a while ago, some of these raises need to be pre-10%. So right. And that's the way Tim will probably do some of his guys too.
Yeah.
And then just a few officers are still lagging behind.
So in this case, you'd say raise them $1 and then raise them 10%.
On what the elected official tells me. He knows what they make and how they work.
Everybody should be done that way. I'm just saying that I've got an employee that deserves to be at that point. Last year we got a raise, yes, but she didn't get nothing previous 2 years. We just, pretty much kept it like it is.
Well, they come into it that way.
Yeah.
When they came to work there, it was
And
out of whack.
she's been there 4 years, or going on 4 years. Well, she's been there 4 years. So, she needs to be comfortable with the clerk that we have there now, which makes $16.50 an hour, I believe. But she's been there 6 years. I just want to try to get her up to where her level of pay is, and she's very thorough at what she's doing and great asset. She comes in and she works a lot on the weekends and just to get caught up.
How long have your two people been there?
Pam was there 2 years prior to me coming in, and then Linda started with me. And again, that would be, this is that $1 an hour more raise there would not affect our budget as it is right now, because it'd be coming out of the technology fund that I've got $34,000 in that probably won't ever be used, and the $1,200 from the
Part-time. So you got some ways inside your budget to adjust it like it needs to be. Yeah.
Now, yes, that will increase the withholdings and stuff that we have to do there. Yeah. But I mean, that would have to be taken into account as well with budgets done.
Okay, well, Barbara, let's go ahead. If y'all are in agreement, let's go ahead and bump this position up here before we even talk about raises. Go $1,450 to $1,550 on that one.
Okay.
Thank you. You may mention to Judge Dunn that we haven't used our training and travel much this year. That's because of the COVID. We've been doing not having to go anywhere for training. We've been able to do most of it online. Yes, this year's the first year that we went and got some JP's training. This week, my clerks have gone to clerk training this week. I anticipate more money being required next year for training and to be able to, unless we have another pandemic, to kind of make sure that we don't go over budget and have to ask for monies later on. And I'm just asking to increase it to $1,000 more, to $4,000. I'm going to have to be continuing to go on training. There's other trainings that I'm not required to do, but to perform my duties properly, I'd really like to do that. One of them's in San Marcos at the forensics place where they got a body farm or it helps.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
The other thing would be office expense. I'd like to raise it $1,000 because everything's going up as well.
What does that cover?
I'm sorry?
What does that cover in that budget?
Well, it covers everything from shades to curtains and stuff that you know should be on a building fund, I would guess. But anything that we do in the office.
Office supplies?
Office supplies, paper, ink.
You printing more since they changed that law?
I'm sorry?
Pulling all these records, are you printing all those out? Or do you just save them in your computer?
We're not saving any paper. Yeah. We're really not having to print much more paper. Mm-hmm. It's just that...
Be a lot of printing.
I'm having to do a lot of...
Working.
We do a lot of printing. I go through a ream of paper just in my office every week and a half. That's printing out the magistrates, the affidavits, stuff like that. Then if somebody wants copies of them, we got to make copies of them. I try to use the sheriff's office copying machine as much as possible.
How's your new office? How's the new office doing so far since it got hot? Is it staying cool? Is insulation working?
We did have an issue with the courtroom air conditioning. I think they had to put 8 pounds of Freon or whatever it is in it.
Yes. Was that an old unit?
That is the other.
Yeah, some of them are old in that center part.
That takes care of the courtroom by itself.
The new ones was the outside rooms.
But it had to be a leak.
Yeah,
well,
they need a new coil.
Fill it up, and then we'll keep watching it. If it happens again, we have to replace the unit. We got to replace the unit. You got to have that courtroom.
But other than that, everything is, you know.
It'll be the nicest summer ever now.
I'm sorry?
Since we got insulation, it'll be the nicest summer ever.
It is. We have finally been able to adjust ourselves to what we have to do as far as the air conditioning is controlled. You know, we had some help from the people that put it in, and they explained some more things to us, and we're not having that issue with it. The only issue I guess I have with it is if my air conditioner is running when I go out the back door don't close, and I don't realize it till the next morning when I come in.
And your door's open?
The wind, the pressure on the wind when it closes, it just stops it. Now I've tried to adjust it. I think I've got it adjusted down, but basically I've really trained myself to make sure it's closed every time. Judge Dunn's office in the back is the same way.
There's a new door they put in too, isn't it?
Yes, it's new. It's the issue.
That's a lot of air moving.
If our doors are closed and our air conditioning is just taking care of that one room, the pressure, the high pressure of that room will keep the doors from closing. They will just keep, the air's going out.
Return air.
And they're just adjustments. But other than that,
that's my air moving.
Well-sealed building. Yeah.
Airtight.
I'm not asking for a new desk or anything. I did get me a new chair. You got it?
I don't remember.
Okay. I got a new chair. The throne I was on was tearing the desk up even more.
Okay, so I think we're okay on everything here. We're bumping up that one position pre-raise by $1.
Do we do that now or do it? No, we can't
do it when the new budget starts.
Okay, I don't have any other questions for Steve. Y'all?
And if, you know, if y'all want to give us 10%, if you're looking at the 10% raise, that'd be, you know, it sure help me out, you know, personally as well, and everything's going up for us too.
Your costs going up too?
Just a little bit.
Ain't you got a bicycle?
Huh?
Don't you have a bicycle somewhere?
I have been thinking about getting a bicycle with one of those little motors on it.
Then you're defeating it. You're defeating the purpose.
But, yeah.
We're too old for something with a motor on it.
You know, we're below any of the other counties that our size, at our pay scale as it is right now, but, you know, it'd be nice if y'all would consider that.
Well, we will. All righty. Thank you. Thank you for moving back in and getting back to normal over there. It's too easy.
Oh, and two, this, like Judge Dunn said, the time that I have to spend on magistrates has gone from an hour and a half to 4 hours. I can't do it at home anymore. Just don't have, you know, I need several monitors to do it with, and it's definitely put us.
Sounds rough.
Time frame. I'm not saying that we don't have anything else to do, but it's just increased our time. Anything else?
All right, appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Why don't we run down this calendar here real quick? Y'all have a copy of that? Just so you highlight some of these dates. We'll have a meeting that we've already made the agenda for next Wednesday, the 15th. This says 1 o'clock, but we've got it at 9 o'clock, don't we, James? Right?
What is it then?
That highlighted June 15th date, that'll just be kind of a wrap-up day where we can just discuss
It's gonna be
the budget.
at 1 o'clock?
No.
Okay.
9 o'clock.
Okay.
9 o'clock.
All right. I'll put it down at 9, so.
No formal discussion of the tax rate at that time. We're not prepared for that then. Let's see, what other highlights do y'all need to know about? Barbie, you've got to have the bulk of your work really done by the 6th of August.
Well, I'd like to do it a little sooner than that, because on the 8th, we're gonna ask y'all to vote on tax rates and things like that. So I would like to have the bulk of the work done before we get the tax values on July the 25th. So from July the 25th until August the 5th or 6th, that week I can concentrate on you know, looking at the tax rate and suggestions and things like that.
You know, with everything you're looking at doing here, I think it's going to be, even with the increased valuations, I think it's going to be impossible to do it without one of two things. Either you're going to have to at least keep the same tax rate. I think it'll be a tough year to increase the tax rate, but that may mean that you run a deficit budget, which we've done the last couple of years.
We run a deficit budget, but we've not had a deficit when the audit was complete, because, you know, things don't, we budget for the worst.
Yeah.
Which is what is required to do.
That's a good way to put it. We anticipate and hope that not everything aligns perfectly where it's required. But I assume y'all are wanting to keep the tax rate at the same rate or even get it a little bit lower again.
Yes.
Well, it'll be possible if you're willing to run a deficit, if you're willing to propose a deficit budget, and you still got a hefty fund balance there that I'm glad that it's there for you guys, because you've got some challenges in the years ahead if these rates keep going up. People keep needing, cost of living adjustments. It's going to get tough. And it's gonna trickle down, it's gonna affect everything here. Okay, so you're gonna try to have it done late July, I would
Yes, sir.
say. And then by the 8th there, county judge submits the tax rates to the Commissioners Court, posts the rate calculation on the website, and we take a vote on the proposed rate, That's not where it's set in stone. That occurs later on in the month, hopefully by the 22nd, which will be our final meeting of the month. And we were able to get that done last year because Barbara pushed us gratefully, and we were able to approve that budget and that tax rate by the end of August, and we didn't have to deal with that there in September. And if you don't, if you keep the rate the same or you go down on it, then what do you not have to have? You don't have to have a second tax rate hearing?
The notices that you post are different. The notices that go on the webpage and what go in the newspaper are different.
How many, but you just still have to have one
Still have
budget
to have
hearing
one.
and one tax rate hearing?
Yes.
Can they be on that, if they can be on that date where you actually vote on it to approve it?
Yes,
You can start the meeting off with that?
yes.
And of course, then you also approve salaries and of the elected officials as well as all the other employees. So a lot happens there on that third weekend in August. You ratify the property tax, adopt the budget, adopt the tax rate, approve all those salaries after you've had that hearing. And in years past, we've had those hearing dates on different days. I suppose we could do that, but if y'all are willing to keep that tax rate where it is or lower, I think you could have it on the same day.
That's the plan. Get it over with.
Yeah, that is the plan, because I've scheduled to be gone that first Monday meeting of the month of September. And I'd sure like to have it all done in August. Barbara, what else would you like to talk about today?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it's going to be important. It's going to be very important that by next Wednesday on the 15th, that you are prepared to make a decision on the salaries.
Yeah.
Because especially if we're not just going to do a straight percentage across the board or an amount for elected and non-elected, if we're going to do something, which I think is a good idea for our lower paid people, and then a percentage, for everyone else.
Maybe if you could have that list of all those hourly rates so that we can see kind of where the weak spots are that need to be increased perhaps a little bit more than that 10% or whatever we agree upon.
Right. I'll have something prepared for that. But it's very important that you do that, because that, the budget is the bulk of our, the salaries are the bulk
Salary is
of
the
our
bulk
budget.
of the budget, right? It really
So
controls.
it'll be very important that we are prepared to make a decision on the 15th about that. And as we hear from people tomorrow, I know Tim has a sizable salary increase that he's going to be asking for.
And he's probably going to bring up his idea of converting that downstairs of the jail where it's dirt floor into usable space. And that's going to be a pricely sum. We really haven't talked since we had our fire contract meeting. My personal opinion is that the city was extremely reasonable. The chief had certainly put a lot of work into that. I think that he was balanced with Ed's wisdom, and I think that they came up. So I think it's a very good value for us, quite honestly. And I think the way that they were willing to step it in over 3 years was very reasonable. I couldn't have asked for more, to tell you the truth.
Judge Lee, I was pleased with that too, because the current contract allowed them to increase our contribution by the Consumer Price Index, and it's about 7.85%. So for them to only ask us for 3%, I think that that's more than fair. I'm also really pleased with the fact that they want to put together a group of people, because I think it's important as the commissioners and the judge that we know what it is we're paying for. Not that there's any wrongdoing, but we need to know, what is it we're paying for and what are we getting for that? I know we're getting the service, but I think we need to know a little more about that. So I was pleased that they made that suggestion that there was a joint, working committee to look at those kinds of things.
And they've already named who their representatives are going to be. I think there was it a judge plus 2 commissioners, or was it
2?
A judge plus 2?
It's 2 people, so it'd be judge plus 1 commissioner.
Yeah, because you can't have 3.
City council wanted the mayor plus a
Well, you're
city
making
council.
the, you're making the
Substitute.
assumption that it's the judge. I don't know what a new judge will want to do. I think that that's a reasonable decision, to have a judge and a commissioner. But I'm happy to step aside at least until the end of the year if 2 of y'all would like to be on that committee in the meantime. But somebody does need to step up and be willing to be a part of that. Now, again, fortunately that's not on the contract negotiation committee. I got all of y'all to come to that meeting, but it would be on that group, that task force that would meet on probably a quarterly basis that just talks about current issues in the fire protection world as it relates to the city and as it relates to the county, so that the sheriff can be sharing not only with the judge but one commissioner, as well as those captains in the volunteer fire departments, as well as his staff, and you can all be in one room to hear the things that Chief's only been able to discuss with me without having the ability to bounce those ideas off of city personnel, volunteer personnel. So it's a great concept, and I think it would be a very interesting position for somebody. No offense to Fitch, but I think we ought to start off with somebody that's going to have
somebody's going to be here
longer.
Yeah.
So y'all think about that, and I would appreciate one of you stepping up to do that rather than drawing straws.
When is the final vote on that fire protection? When do we?
We can really probably put it on there any time, certainly before the budget. I probably could have put it on there this meeting, but we'll put it on there when I forgot the chief was supposed to speak to us with his every 2 months, and so I'm going to delay him from next Monday until the second meeting of the month of June. So we'll just vote on it at that time.
Well, my personal opinion on it, I think 64 is a little steep. I'd rather go with like a 65-35. That's my opinion. I don't know how any of you other commissioners feel about that. I think their ETJ has expanded. The county's getting smaller and the city's getting bigger. They're extraterritorial jurisdiction. I've lost roads, I've lost acreage. They're doing nothing but getting bigger, in my opinion on that. So I think a 60-40 is a little bit steep, but
That's 60-40 within the next 3 years. And how much is it going
Did we
to?
agree to 3? I thought they offered us 3 or 5.
It goes up in 3 years, then that 60-40 will be the 4th and the 5th year. Unless you just want to keep extending it. Isn't that how they
Well,
do
I think
it?
they proposed it a couple of different ways. I think they proposed it as 3 years, but Ed said, or we could do it over 5.
Yeah. I have some questions about that too. I am curious. I know that they are deployed. I know that Titus County is one of the 5 counties in the state, according to what Chief McRae says, who goes out and fights the fires, throughout the state. I appreciate the fact that they do that. I know some people who died in those fires. But if we don't, he also tells us that they don't have enough staff, and that's the reason why we need to increase the cost, why their costs are going up. But if their costs are going up, then I don't understand how they leave and go do that. And then I don't know if they're paid for that or if that's volunteer.
No,
but
they
if
get
they
paid.
are paid for it,
It's
then,
federal funded.
Then, I'm sorry?
It's federal funded.
Does the money come back to the city? So if the money comes back to the city, then I feel like that we need to know, that's one of the questions that I feel like we need to discuss in a meeting, you know, to know where that goes.
And plus, when we got, their brush truck leaves, they put one of our volunteers in the trucks in the station. Where's our money at? If we're covering for them, I think we should be paid too.
Absolutely.
The truck that they take, the brush truck that they take is a grant truck that is, the state requires it to go.
No, well, I'm saying though, the grant truck, yeah, but it's our truck that's in their station when that truck's gone. And I just think they need to look at that way too. Because if it hadn't been for one of our county trucks in theirs, they would be really short. Because I just like to, you know, get the best for both, for the buck, you know, that's, you know, we just can't keep giving and giving and not receiving anything back.
That's right.
Because taxpayers already taxed enough this year with their land appraisals already. And I just hope it doesn't jump up anymore.
Well, but again, I still say somebody's going to pay the bill. It's either going to be the folks that are living in the city,
right,
or it's going to be the folks that are taxed as a county, which includes the city people, which shoves a little bit more of the responsibility out there on the county folks instead of it all being targeted on the city people.
But like he said, you know, the city is taking in more and more county property, and you know that one, 1,500 acres out there on 271, they want to propose the subdivision out there. You know, how much? That's a lot of taxpayers is going to go into the city too, though. And we're letting the counties losing that. But I just hope it all works out.
All right, anything else before we wrap up for the day? All right, well, I will ask that we take a recess today and that we pick back up in the morning at 9 a.m.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Fitch and Applewhite, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, let's start it off right. Let's stand for prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, thank you again for joining us as we begin day 2 of our budget discussions. We continue to pray for your wisdom, guidance, and direction as we start with the individual puzzle pieces, and we pray for the accumulation of ultimately of a final budget and a tax rate, that it would be exactly what we need to do, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you for these elected officials that participate in this process, and thank you for our auditors department who will be doing a lot of work over the next couple of months, and thank you for the patience and trust of the taxpayers. May we not let them down in any way. We turn the meeting over to you now in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, for the record, today, June 10th, 2022, we begin day number 2 of our budget discussions with department heads. And pardon me for being 5 minutes late. I had a phone call there, but we will begin today. It looks like our sheriff, Tim Ingram, is first up today, and we've got about 45 minutes allocated to him. This is one of the bigger portions of our, not one of the bigger, the biggest portion of our budget, an extremely important one. Welcome, Sheriff. Glad you're here, and thank you for kind of getting us all prepared.
Marcus said he's going to pay the
I don't care. I don't. Yes, that's fine. Let us switch gears here and get to your page. Okay. All right, welcome, Marcus. We're going to switch over to our district clerk, Marcus Carlock.
All right. As far as the line items, I'm trying to focus more on my employees' pay. So obviously, the elected officials are at y'all's discretion as far as salaries. And I don't know, this should have attached to my worksheet, but for office deputies, I'm asking for an increase on that. I have 4 full-time and a part-time. And on the judge on the back, does it have that attachment that says salary breakdown?
One of the last pages.
Okay.
Yep.
So right now, the scale of my employees, I have a part-time that's 12 an hour. And then it goes up from there, which my newest deputy started out at 13, and it goes on up from there to my chief deputy. And so what I did is I'm asking graciously my $13 an hour employee, and I'm trying to get it up as close to 15 an hour, which I think is what I think would be a fair wage. But I did it at 15% across the board for everybody. That's what I'm asking for. So if I added 15% for my newest one, that puts them up at $14.95, and then I went up to 15% increments from there, all the way up to my chief deputy. And so that's going to put, instead of an across-the-board raise, I think the percentage is a little bit more fair. It lets the people that have been there longer and also the chief deputy, it brings them up at an even scale versus across the board, which I don't think does that. So that's what I'm asking for as far as employee salaries.
I am curious where you arrived at 15%.
So what I figured up is at that 13 an hour, what it would take to bring my lowest paid full-time employee up to almost that $15 an hour mark, and it was 15%. So that's a $1.95 raise on that one.
So it's just kind of an arbitrary number, in other words.
That's just what I came up with, the 15%. So if I added 15% to that $13 an hour, that brings up to $14.95, which is right there at that $15 an hour mark. And then my next highest.
How do you arrive at $15 as being appropriate for that when you have, others making less than that? I'm just trying to get a feel for what department head. I'm not challenging you on what you feel like is right.
I completely understand, and and I can only vouch for I can vouch for my office, but just like the county clerk and the sheriff's office and the auditor's office, they've all got very important roles here, and they've got roles that are very important, and they have to be, they're not just checking people out at a cash register. These are things that can be a liability for the county if we don't do things right. So I have to have good people in my position, and I actually have a low, my turnover rate's great. I don't have a turnover rate, but I'd like to keep who I have. And just seeing what some of these other, a Walgreens cashier making $15 an hour starting, things like that. I've got people in a position that have to handle indictments and civil process and things that if they mess up, it could be detrimental to a case or detrimental to the office or even detrimental to the county. So I have to put people in positions that take care of the county. So I'm just asking that the county takes care of the people that take care of the county. That's all I'm asking for. I think $15 an hour starting, if they can go to Walgreens and make that, checking people out behind a counter, then they,
and I don't know that they can make 15 at Walgreens. I don't know.
I know. That's what they, I guess after COVID, that's what they started. And as you'll know, I don't have to come here and say that inflation, I'm sure you're going to hear that with every single person that comes up here, that there's inflation and people are having to pay more. That's just what, Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not cutting you off. Go ahead.
But these other places are paying, these other places are paying more for less responsibility. And our employees have a big responsibility. And, like with Karen, she's my chief deputy, she's at 16 an hour. And that's my right-hand person.
Yeah.
So, I would like to see someone like that, at least get a greater raise. But I'll help Karen with indictments. If you mess up on indictments, if you don't do them correctly, you can issue a warrant for somebody that's already been arrested. There's so many different things that could happen. And plus, our workload has increased, especially with David Colley being in office. And I'm sure when he comes in here, you can talk to him. But yesterday we had pleas that were kind of put on at the last minute, so that was another court day. And it's honestly a great thing for the county what's happening, because all the offices, the district clerk's office, the judges, the DA's office, we're all working great together, and things are happening. So we're keeping the wheels turning, and I'm just asking for, at least to consider, what I'm asking for.
And I think that speech could probably be expected from each and every department in this entire county. And we're all trying to find our way through this, I don't know what you call it, this post-COVID environment, which means so many different things. And it has created absolute havoc in the labor market all across the country.
I understand that from being a business owner from another business. It's a complete different environment. And I understand the county's going to do what it can do. These are only things that I'm asking for.
Well, like I said, we're trying to find our way through here, but ultimately, we're still responsible for the taxpayer.
Right.
And I don't honestly think that this county can afford a 15% across the board raise for everybody. And to isolate any one department over another is dangerous footing. I'm only speaking for myself. These guys can talk to you, and I hope that they will. I appreciate your sincerity and your care for your employees. The commissioners, and I don't know how much you were here yesterday to hear about kind of what they were thinking about, but I think that they are supportive of approaching a double-digit increase. That, in my opinion, will probably be the high end. And I don't know, again, if you heard this part of the discussion, we are trying to find a way to not just give everybody an across-the-board percentage where our lower-paid folks, like your $13 an hour person, only gets, that same raise that $40,000 person is getting, and they go up like this, and your person goes up like this. So we're trying to find some way to counterbalance that. Ultimately, what I believe is going to happen, you may have some employees within your department, if there's a wide range of pay, that get a higher percentage increase than others. What would that do in your department? Would that cause you grief?
I mean, my personal opinion, and I've voiced it in the auditor's office, I'm not a fan of the across-the-board, I know it's an easier way, but I'm not a fan of across-the-board raises of a certain amount, $1,200, $1,500, because the newest employee gets a $1,500 raise. That's more of a percentage raise than for that person that's the head of, my right-hand person. They get that amount. That's less of a percentage of a raise that they get. As far as, if they make X amount per year, then it's less of a percentage. So I'm more of a fan of a percentage. But I mean,
I'm the opposite. I find that for years the county did that percentage across the board, and you had, again, that skew there where people got out of sight and these people got left behind. And so I think that these days a balance between the two. But back to my original question, you understood my question. My question is, would that cause a problem within your department?
Can you restate, I guess, just to make sure?
we found some way to bring these folks that are in the bottom end of the pay scale of the county, they ended up with a higher percentage increase than your highest paid employees, would that cause a problem within your department?
I don't know, yes or no. I mean, because my highest paid employee is one of my hardest working employees. So if I were to give somebody, you know, I would, you know, hopefully not. I'll be grateful to whatever, you know, I'm grateful to whatever we get. So I understand that y'all have to do what y'all have to do. This is just something that I put together.
Well, what I'm asking you though is if you would prefer to have flexibility to allocate a given amount of money to your department.
Yes. So you would give me a certain amount and I can allocate whatever.
I'm just throwing out ideas. We haven't arrived at a conclusion.
Yes, I like that. Yes, I'm all for that.
And I'm not sure that that's where we'll end up, but I think that that's one thing that we can discuss. But again, maybe this is a year for a flat percentage increase. We've done a lot of these $100 a month chunks in years past, trying to bring those folks up that were just desperately in need of help, you know, sub $10 people. Well, you know, that wasn't that far long ago, but yet, you know, things have changed drastically in the last year.
And I'll speak up for the elected official, and that includes y'all also, and the sheriff, and, you know, whoever, that I think we're more on the bottom end paid, and I can care less about mine, but I'm not going to turn down a raise. But as far as, you know, compared to Hopkins County, Wood County, those, I mean, we're pretty far under, and I'm sure that includes commissioners and district clerks.
And the commissioners and elected officials have foregone raises many times when we gave money to those employees, and yet, amazingly enough, people keep running for these offices.
Right.
I don't have the answers. I am not the expert on this subject, and I appreciate hearing different opinions from different departments. I think you have a better feel for what I am thinking. We've got some ceilings that we're dealing with. We can't exceed what tax valuations are doing around.
And I completely, you know, I understand that.
I can't justify to the man on the street, they don't really care about how critical the job of a district clerk, chief deputy is, and how complex their job is. You know, we've got to deal with some overall ceilings and limitations that sound reasonable.
Well, could you justify it? I mean, because these are the people that take.
Could I justify it?
Well, I mean, these are the people that take, you know.
You could certainly justify it. Can I convince somebody of that? No, absolutely not.
I mean, I could argue my employees because I know what they do and the amount of work that they do, and they handle criminal cases that went up. I mean, we're running jury after jury, seems like back to back, on top of pleas, on top of civil court, and we're running it still with a, you know, we have enough manpower, but at the same time, they do. I have the best of the best, and so I'd like to keep my employees take care of the county, and my phrase is, I hope the county takes care of them the best that they can.
And I think that we will the best that we can.
And I think that y'all will also. I have no.
Commissioners, I've said all I can say, and I don't want to. I'm not here to talk negatively about your passion. I understand it. I believe it. I believe that the counties should be fairly paid. I also know what other businesses are paying for clerical help, both here and even in the Metroplex. I know what banks are starting off, you know, college-educated people at it. It's not that far off of here. And so again, we're going to try to arrive at something that the county can afford, that these guys who are going to remain in office can still hold their head up to the taxpayers and say, we feel like this is reasonable. Right. I think we're looking at a percentage increase that this county hasn't seen since I've been in office. Now granted, we may have given out some $100 raises a month in the past that equated to more than a 10% raise for somebody on the super low end of the scale, but I sure don't remember anybody getting a 10% raise when I've been in office. Certainly not a 15% raise.
And one thing that would be great to consider somehow at the county, and I don't know how they would figure this out, is having a scale, getting toward, us going towards that scale of a deputy or whoever it is in each office, county clerk, district clerk.
Well, there again, that takes away the flexibility for you to hire a superstar versus, well, I'll hire him. That's about all I can get hired right now. I think in some cases, maybe that's appropriate. We've tried it in the sheriff's office. I think that it's working there. But
if we had a scale like a beginning deputy or someone in the county attorney's office, county clerk's office, district clerk or whatever, starts out at this amount and go from there. But different offices are kind of going different places. So it's, I don't know, it's whatever. I guess the court would feel better eventually.
I think I kind of favor giving more flexibility to that department head myself. I'm going to shut up. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything.
I'm just speaking honest with you. I mean, that's,
You're fighting for your people, right. And that's what you're supposed to do when these budget meetings come up.
If the county wants a fair thing, then they would look at, or at least look at it. This is what we start. People, road hands. This is what a road hand makes starting out. This is what across the board on all, and this is what a chief deputy in this office makes. This is what I mean, it's not an uncommon scale to have it for a sheriff's department or police department or something like that, but at least it's something to think about. So.
He's beating me down, guys. Somebody help me. I'm losing here.
We need all right.
Hey, I like the idea. Let's give you some money to balance out. You put it in whoever's check you want. Okay. And then if we do a 10% across the board, it'll add that. Because we're behind on some of these pay scales and some are clerking offices for sure. Certainly the sheriff's department.
Right.
And we're going to have to set these salaries, these hourly rates, and then go from there.
Right.
Because we got a lot of catching up to do.
Right.
We're behind. These used to be super jobs, but now we've fallen behind, and I'm tired of all the turnover. We all are. It's a headache,
Sometimes it's easier to pay somebody a little bit more to keep them than to keep a turnover.
You get a better class of folks trying to get the job when the pay's better.
Right.
You got better people that want to try to get that job.
Right.
And I understand these hard-working, a lot of responsibility. So I'd even recommend that 15 at that $12 hour part-time, make that $13.80, and then instead of whatever $1 an hour more you're saying,
well,
give him a 5%, and then if we go across the board, it'll add to that. Because we got to get caught up. You're right. We're just talking at the basics right there.
The top four of my people in order, or the top pick, Karen, she's been there, or she's my chief deputy, and then Sherilyn's been there the longest, followed by Debbie, followed by Lakeitra, and then Jeff is a part-time person we just hired.
It's busier than it's ever been.
It is busy, and I'm sure you could ask David when he comes in.
We're approaching 9:30 here, so.
All right.
I like what you got here. I'd recommend more for that part-time. So
everything else is pretty much. I put travel at 5,000. It was at 5,200. I know that's not I still like to keep it around that mark. But every time we go to a conference, we also apply for the grant that brings it back. That we give the checks back to the county. So I'm good about trying to keep up with that. Office expense, I kept that at 10,000. But there is a line item, jury supplies, that I put 3,000. So technically, I guess you could say that, and it was at 0. We're going through a lot of jury summons and things that, supplies that I can use, paper, and I guess I could use paper of that if I had to, but, just like Melissa said the other day, the cost of paper, I think we paid 30-something a box last year, now it's 41, 42, so about a 25% rate increase. And I think other than that, that's
What's going on with your dues and bonds there?
I put that as, I'm guessing that January is my new term, and that's when I'm going to have a new bond through or insurance or whatever through.
Okay.
So that's why I put that.
What about other expenses? That's a big fall.
So last year, if I remember right, that's when y'all allowed me to have a bring back that full-time employee or keep the part-time and have a full-time. So we added 5,000 to it last year to the 3,000. To allow for the extra expenses, and I just brought it back down to 3,000.
Okay.
That's it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your employees and what they do. Apologize to Sheriff. Now he's not going to get to say everything.
You were ready.
Yeah.
Hey, he's gonna have a whole lot of wants and dreams more than I have. Appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
See you, Mark. Thank you.
All right, where you want to start?
All right, we'll just start with the simple stuff first on the line item budgets. I got with Amy, and we went over this in love. I just don't think I'm gonna have much of an increase on our line items like office supplies, because we're doing a lot of paperless stuff now, and it's making our stuff last longer, so, I don't think I really need a whole lot in that area there. The only thing I'm gonna get with Barbara about here and get to you guys is, with gas like it is, it looks like I'm gonna even be able to make it on my gas budget without having to move money over, possibly. We might have to have a little bit. It's going like it's going, I think we'll have enough. So maybe move 5,000, just put me 5,000 more into the gas budget possibly. I think we're to be safe there, and of course we don't use it, we'll always give it back. And other than that, I think we can.
Your account 330, the gas and oil account?
Yes, sir.
Maybe bring it up to 80 even?
Yeah, yes, sir. And, but other than that, I think we can do with our line item. And one thing we're doing different, I was gonna ask more for our ammunition, but what I started doing is using commissary for some of our ammo, because a lot of that ammo is going to for years now, we've been using it for our jailers, to keep our armed jailers so we can hold the feds. I started buying that at commissary now, and so I don't think we're gonna have some money in that, because it'll do us, that school that we had to put them through to be an armed jailer was killing us on ammo. But
will you pull that mic up just a little closer to you? There you go. That way we get a better quality recording.
Okay. So since we're taking that out and letting the inmates pay for that, then I don't think we're going to ask more for that. So one thing, this year I'm asking for 4 more cars again. This time I'm getting 3 4-wheel drives, because it does seem like the weather's turning where we're having a little bit of ice every year. So I'm wanting that. Just to let you know, these Chevrolets are really working out good. In fact, so next year I'm going to try to go down to 3 instead of 4. These are really turning out to be good.
The Tahoes.
Yes, sir, the Tahoes. Yeah, so after I get 4 this year, it's going to replace them on patrol, pretty much, and I'm going to go down and replace some more that we need throughout the department, and probably put a couple of those on patrol next year.
When's the last time you bought one?
Sir?
When is the last time you bought one?
A Tahoe?
Yeah.
We've been getting 4 every year now.
Well, I know, but literally, what month did you buy your last one, and what did it cost, and how easy was it to get it?
Let me see, I've got it right here. The Tahoes, now this is, I think this is actually to lights and all, is just a little over $50,000.
That gets you lights and everything for 50? Yeah. Can you still get it for that?
Well, that's this quote. This for this year.
That's a current quote.
Yes, that's
okay, that's good to know.
So altogether, for the 3 4-wheel drives, all suited out, it's $154,000, and then the one that's not a 4-wheel drive is $50,000, over $50,000. And then the radars are $6,500, and that's for all of them to put new radars in them. The radars that we've got in them is like 12 years old, and or actually maybe a little older. So that's just a part of outfitting them out. Now, the only thing that I am asking for extra this year, you remember when we went to the cameras, 5 or 6 years ago?
Yep.
You was actually going to put it on there and get me the automatic download when it comes in. I didn't do that because I think it's going to be around, what I thought was going to be around $50,000. So to save the money, we just bring the USB key inside. That's not working anymore. We're going to have the download, and it's not the automatic download that I need, it's the software where we're having an issue. And the company's telling us, they figured it would happen. They said that the system, the cameras we got are not meant really to do that, keep doing that, just bring them in and download them. And I can see why now. We're having a lot of issues doing that. It's the software that we need that's going to make these cameras continue to work right. And the download just comes with it, but it's actually the software that we're going to have. So that's, got that on there. I think it's a little over $30
We'll look at it. 34,000, which is cheaper than what I thought it would be. I was thinking it's going to be around 50, so that's actually, but that's one of the things that we pretty much are really going to have that's extra, and that's just a one-time purchase. So after that, the licensing fee for it will be about $4,500 a year, but it will be this year, it'll be a year out, so we can just look at that.
That's
next
included
year.
in this first
Yes, sir,
year?
that's included for that. So, but yeah.
And that'll automatically download when they drive up?
Well,
how does that work?
Yeah, what it does is we're going to put 2 antennas in. There's an antenna out in the parking lot, and then there's an antenna in the side of the court. And the problem the issues that we're having now is we don't have any way to archive these, so we know how to go back and get them. They're just going into our servers and just jumbling up. This new software, not only does it download it, but it puts them in order. And then also, another thing we're having is it's filling our system up. And so we're having to spend literally 2 to 3 hours at a time once a month going in there, sitting down and looking which ones and trying to pick and choose which one we can get rid of. The new software automatically does it for us. If we think we're going to go to court or we need it, we can flag it, and it holds it. Other than that, in 90 days, it completely just wipes it out and gets rid of it for us. And also what it does, it allows the county attorney and the district attorney, we can give them a code, and they can get it on our system. Now, they can't do the whole system, but if they have a video they need for court, they can go in and look at it, download it. We can give them permission with a code to go in. I mean, there's just
Can they do that now?
No,
they can't.
No, that's what the problem is now. We're having guys coming in, having the download. It's taking 2 hours to download just a half a day's work. And if the system's filling up, if they come in, they're needing the downloads, they get back on the street, it's putting us in a huge bind. And we didn't see that problem.
Does this store video in the cloud, or do you have to have a big, massive server?
Well, right now we're just using our county's server. But now Seth got with a company, and the company said we wouldn't have to use cloud because cloud's a lot more expensive. Since the system, the software that we're getting will actually get rid of all the stuff in 90 days, Seth don't think it'll be an issue anymore. He thinks it'll fix it, and so the company said that it'll fix it. So,
90 days is long enough, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what we have to do by law. Traffic stops and stuff, we can get rid of them. So everything in this system does it for us. We don't have to sit there. And now, to come in and download, if you've got a thumb drive where we've worked, 8 or 9 hours, because we do 12-hour days, and it's got a lot on it, I mean, seriously, it may take them for close to 2 hours just to get rid of that. It's so slow. And then if we need a DVD burn, it takes, it's clogging us up, and the guys have been coming to me and telling me, hey, we've got an issue, and this is becoming a pretty big problem. So we got with the camera company, and they told us, they said, well, realistically, your system is not meant to do what you are doing. You need the automatic download, and it's not per se just automatic what we need, but it's the software that comes with it and what it does. So yes, we really need that. But other than that, everything's pretty much just normal except what we'll go to next. So do you have any questions on what I might need to add?
Can we buy them cars out of ARPA money this year? Yeah, you think?
I think we probably could.
It might save tax base some, but might delay it some.
Well, we went to a new company where we're getting our cars now because this place we were using, they just don't care. They service like Houston and Dallas, the big. They don't care about us little guys. We've got with a guy now that he's getting it done. We're still on this last budget. We haven't got 2 of the cars. We got 2 of them, but he's got them in, getting them done now.
Slow go.
So yeah, we'll get them quicker through this other guy. But so a little bit of delay is I'm used to that, so that's not gonna matter.
John, I don't think there will be a delay on the cars. The delay is that we have to approve that federal procurement, and then we have to write those bids.
Yeah.
But since he's got these for an interlocal agreement, I read that 17-page document.
We don't have to go through all that.
That is an option.
Yeah.
So we would just need to run it by Mark Taylor.
It is an option to use
An interlocal agreement. It is. And then you don't have to do.
Why is it called an interlocal agreement?
Well, the one that I'm familiar with and the one that Tim Scott is from is TIPS through Region 8. They started with just doing school districts, and now they're nationwide, and they meet all those.
Just a consortium?
Yes.
Okay.
Same word.
I think of interacting with another governmental entity when you say an interlocal agreement. An interlocal agreement with an entity that does the bidding process for you.
Yes.
It's kind of like the buy board.
It is like a Bible, and you're already a
Just
member.
another, yeah.
I sent that list to Mark Taylor so that he could look at that, because there is a problem with those. Some of those meet the requirements, and some of them do not. Some of them do the bidding, but they don't do it to the level that has to be done for the ARPA funds. But I think TIPS does. But I really think that we're going to have that information ready sometime in July anyway, and he wouldn't order these cars until after October 1st. So I
Just
think
thought,
it'll be a delay.
yeah.
Well, what's your,
I guess I would just say a word of caution that we think about all these little things that we want to chip into our ARPA money from. Maybe that's what you want to do, is to take advantage of every dime that you can in this budget and take money out of ARPA as opposed to your budget. Well, then when those ARPA funds are spent, you've got all these things that you used ARPA for that you've got to now put back in your budget. So I would just say you be careful there.
Yeah. So we'll be used to it again next year. Just do it out of budget.
Again, I'm not saying don't do it ever, but before you fall back and rationalize, oh, well, we can just buy $200,000 worth of cars with ARPA money, and because those cars are going to continue to need to be bought, maybe not 4 a year, but 3 a year or so. And again, philosophically, what do you want to do with that ARPA money? Do you want to use it to make your budget easier to pass, or do you want to do it to, benefit grander causes that have longer lasting effects? That's y'all's decision, and I really mean that. I want this to be a decision that you three make that are going to continue to be here. But yeah, not a bad idea, and maybe that's something that you would want to consider.
Judge, I did have a few questions on what we've talked about so far before we move to salaries. Is that okay if I jump in here?
Sure. So are you finished? Before we get into salaries, do you want to talk? Is there anything else on here that you want to talk about?
Okay. We sold those, I mentioned it to you this morning, I didn't ask it to you in this way. We sold those old cars and things, and so you had extra money in your budget of about $29,000. So you won't have that next year. It's kind of what you were talking about. You won't have that line item next year. So since you won't have it, do we need to go ahead and increase office supplies or something like that?
Well, if you wanted to put another $1,500 in there, it probably wouldn't hurt. 'Cause like I say, if we don't use it, we'll always give it back.
Right.
So, yeah, on office supplies,
Okay.
Porter wouldn't hurt to do about $1,500 then.
Okay.
It's gonna do that. But we'll try our best to make sure we stay under budget on that.
Okay. And then I have one more question. Okay, the patrol cars at $204,000. The radar, that's only for 3. So you're putting those in 3 older cars?
No, we're putting them in the new one. One of the newer cars is gonna go to Tracy. And that's why we're not doing a 4-wheel drive on him, just 2-wheel drive. He's my warrant guy, and he goes all over the United States, so we really don't need them.
Aren't you getting 4 cars?
Yeah, we're getting 4 of it now. He don't run radar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tracy just does transport.
Okay, so then my next question is similar. The final graphics 557, is that for one car?
No, that's for all.
So that's all.
4 of them, yeah.
So this will cover everything?
It'll cover everything, yes.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you very much.
Now we're ready to move to salaries. Judge, I'm going to beat you up.
Or do you want to talk about the ground floor first?
Sir, well, that's going to be a part of the salary kind of, because then we're going to...
Start wherever you want.
Well, what I'm asking for is that we need to revamp the pay scale here that we have, and then I'm going to give you the justifications on why we need it. Where we're at right now, we're at where we started deputies off at is $20.13 an hour, and I'm wanting to go up to a start-off pay of $23 an hour. The reason why, in the city, dang, they pay so much, I'm not even going to ask to try to go up where they're at. They make they make good money. But this is just going to try to help us get actually where we're up, just kind of normal with everybody else, because the Mount Pleasant School District, they start off at $24 an hour. As far as patrol, Hopkins County, they start off at right at that. They start off at $23.94 an hour. Upshur County,
which is one of the, I guess, lower paid counties with us, starts off at $20.51 an hour. And then, let me see here if I got more. Yeah, Hunt County Patrol, they're at $23.34 an hour. So what I'm trying to do is just get us up to where, and certainly we're not going to be over where a lot of them are. And like I say, the city of Mount Pleasant, golly, I think they start off, I didn't get the hourly on that. It's right at $47,000 a year is what they start off, and ours is $41,000 a year starting off. So that's my justification, and because law enforcement is a little bit different animal than most, because we're a must. We're not. I mean, when COVID hit, everybody else shut down. Everybody had their doors closed except for us, and we can't shut down when bad weather hits. Well, everybody else comes in at 10 o'clock. If it's a possible ice day, we can't do that. I have to tell my employees, if you can't make it to work with driving, you need to walk, because we can't shut down. There's no option. And we've even had to go and pick a few up that said they absolutely couldn't drive, and for their safety, we'd even go give them to make sure they made it to work when we've had some of that bad weather. But in what we're doing now, when we hire people, I'm hiring them from either the jail or dispatch. Just to hire someone now with what we're doing, it's costing us about $30,000 just to hire one person, because we have to send them to school for 6 months and pay them for going to school and pay their benefit package. And then when they get out, they're training for at least 16 weeks. So you're looking at an awful lot of money. And the last one we got that we hired in, actually Jeff helped get him and Jerry on, is the young man from Dayton. And buddy, he's been a good one. And he come from the city of Dayton and come down here. And the reason why, because the last pay raise you give us helped us to where he could, our insurance is a little cheaper than what theirs was. He was able to come down, and we snatched him up from the city. And he said he never wants to go back to the city again. The county job is different, and a lot of guys would. It's just we don't pay enough to keep them. Most counties don't. Now, they're starting to. The counties are starting, a lot of the other counties, just like did off here, they're coming up and starting to start off pretty good. But we're just way behind on that compared to other agencies. We just need to be competitive. So now with the jail, it's the same thing. Our jailers, let's go with that. And our jailers are the ones that's really helping too to make us, keep the process going here, because we bring in a lot of money. Since they added on to that jail, we started holding outside inmates back in 1995. The jail has literally made the county millions. I mean, you're not talking about little money, you're talking about some big money, and that's what we're going to get into in a minute. Something I want to get you guys to do, and we need to. I've already started the process, hoping you guys will continue, but we need to add on that jail. We've got that basement down, or what I call the first floor. We can put another 60 beds down there, and I could fill it up today. I mean, we could literally double our money, what we're bringing in for this county with the outside inmates. But like right now, our let me see here. I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. Our jailers here, they start off at $14.63 an hour. Let's start back, and another thing, I want to point this out. I'll show you what a bang for the dollar, the bang for the buck that we're getting here. Hopkins County, we including myself, we have 63 employees at the sheriff's office. Hopkins County has 81. They have 5, and a lot of theirs going to be in their jail. They have 5 transport officers in their jail. We have 1. What I'm doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul, because I'm using Randy, utilizing her, and then when Bain is not real busy when he transports, I'm using him to help the jail. Using Tracy when he don't have a transport, using him. We all just pitch in and work together, and we're saving the county a lot of money. But that just kind of gives you an idea. And like dispatchers, really and truly, I could use another dispatcher and probably 2 to 3 more deputies. But I've never asked for them, because it's just. But for right now with the pay, it's hard to staff them and keep them there. But 2, I know it's just. I realize that we have to ask, anything we ask like that comes from the taxpayers, and I understand there are limits, but I do feel this is pretty important, because here's the issue we run into. I've almost had to send a lot of our inmates home that we're making money off of because it's hard to keep the jail staffed in that bay. So that's something we have to consider. And so, and not only would we, if we have to do that, we're going to lose a lot of money. But now to staff it and keep it staffed, we're going to have to pay more and more, especially if you guys decide to, let's go and let's develop that jail. And this is not something we just need to talk about today and forget about. I mean, I've already talked to engineers. I've already got contacted jail standards. I've got the ball rolling. All you guys got to do is just say, let's do it. Now, the good part, but I'm sorry, I know I'm jumping around here, but Hopkins County, on the jailers, we start off at a little over 14. They start off at 1647, but now they're only there 6 months. Then they automatically move them up to 1847. That's good. I mean, that's way more than what we got. Their patrol, like I said, we've done talked about that, but Upshur County, their jailers start off at 1659. The jailers at Wood County start off at 2136, and the jailers in Hunt County start off at 1923. So that's my justification, Judge. I know you like to have that, and so that's my justification on getting the pay up. But now let's go back to what I'm actually really excited about, because this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing, developing this jail, because it's one of the best things we've ever done. And the difference is, back in '95, from what I'm hearing from older commissioners that were here and did that, the citizens were upset, saying, well, that was a waste of money. But now that it's happened, they saw what it's done for us. You know, that's one of my number one questions I get from citizens. Hey, we still got inmates. How much money we get? How much is that going to help us out? That's one of the most asked questions I get from citizens. So answer is yes. Now, you guys know that we can use, and this is what jails are doing now, you know, we can use that COVID money 100% for that, to add on to that jail. The only thing is, what this company, and the company I got with, is the one that did Sulphur Springs, because they just completed their jail, and they've been in it for about 4.5 years now, and they're already going to start another $6 million project over there to add another 40 beds. They did in 2014. They're the ones that did I think it's like 380 something beds for Smith County. This company, to build in jails, is what Robert Davis and TAC is to us on representing counties. This is the go-to company, DRG or DRE. But anyway, they come in and looked at it, and he said that we can use 100% of that COVID money if we wanted to do this. The only thing is you can't create debt if you use the COVID money for this. He said, by law, we've got to pay cash. So if we pay cash for this, that's going to leave our fund balance we have in there now. If you guys want to use that for something else and pay cash for this jail, because I think we could do it for $6 million, maybe a little less. But let's just count on the $6 million to be safe. We could pay cash for that, and the return on it is going to be crazy, because what I want to do is make it a female sector down there, and I could literally fill it up. We're looking at 60 beds is what they think we can put in there. We could fill it up today with females. Smith County and the feds both are needing to place. Females are the big issue now, housing them, because you keep them separated. There's a lot of rules with females. We could fill it up today. I mean, so we could, if you like the money coming in now, we can double it by building that, adding on to that jail. And
well, on $6 million, you say we could pay for it over how many years?
Well, no, you could use that COVID money, and I think we'd pay it back probably within maybe 4 years, a little less, if when we fill it up.
Use every dime of our COVID money to do that?
Well, you wouldn't have to now. You could use some fund balance. If you wanted to use $4 million of that and use a couple of million out of the fund balance, you could do that. Because even if you use 1 penny of the COVID, the company, the two gentlemen that own this company have been in it for years, just said that they have to assure that when we get to the end of it, it's completely paid for. Because if you use the COVID, we've got to pay cash. We can't go in any debt if we use COVID. With the fund balance we have in COVID, we wouldn't have to. I mean, I wouldn't think we would. And we can start bringing in, as soon as they finish it, I mean, that money is going to double and start building that fund balance back up immediately. I mean, you're talking about over a 20-year period, you're talking about millions of dollars, just like we have. I mean, that's been one of the best things we've ever done in '95 when they added that addition on. I mean, just think where we'd be if we didn't have it, and we were having to outsource our inmates. And we would by now, easy, if we didn't have that extension on that jail. So it's really been a good thing for us and for the taxpayers. It's brought us in a whole lot of money.
Well, I wish I knew that it would always be there. I mean,
well, that's one reason, talking to Sheriff Smith over in Smith County, odd he got the same name as the county, but he, talking to him about it, how long of a relationship that we think we can have, and he said, well, he said, you know, we built this new jail in 14 and had all these beds put in, we're already overcrowded. And he said they had to get rid of all their feds. They have no paid inmates over there now. He said he don't see any reduction in it with the way things are going. I think it would be well worth it doing it. But now that's totally up to you guys. I mean, it's because, and let me give you an example. Just as little as 2 years ago, I could have put 60 inmates in here. Now our local population's coming up, and it's hard to keep it staffed. That's one of my big issues too, is just keeping people in for 14 an hour in that climate. Now we've only got maybe 43, and we're barely holding them to them. We can't do anymore. But 2 years ago, we could have done 60. In fact, my first 3 years in office before Fannin County built that big, huge jail there and cleaned us out on our feds a little bit, we were holding 60. Now there's no way. We're barely holding what we got. We're just each month looking, and we'd like to send more back and not hold them. So that just lets you know how even our locals here have come up and how much more that we've got coming in. So I don't see these other jails. And now Fannin County's full, and we had 5 from them females, and we sent them back so we could start housing for Smith, and we took in 6 more. We lost 5 but gained 11. And I did that because I wanted another relationship with the county that I knew would be a long-term relationship, so that the feds ever did get short again. Because when Fannin County opened up, I don't know if y'all remember, John, I don't think you was here yet then, but we got down to where we only had 5 paid inmates for a while, and I was worried to lose them all. But then the jail started filling up again, and here we are. We've got, I think, 43, if I'm not mistaken, and most of those from the feds, and they're begging us to take more. They're having to house them up in Oklahoma because they don't have room. So, I mean, if you look at the trend and the way it's going, and we've got an opportunity to pay cash for it, where we wouldn't have to ask the taxpayers for a dime more than what we've already got. And I just think it'd be a really smart business decision for the county and for our taxpayers, and that money would really come in handy. It would eventually, when we got it staffed, it would actually pay for these pay raises that I'm asking for now.
is there any way that you could do that in phases rather than a $6 million chunk all at once?
No, because when you start developing that, the cost is going to be there. Rather you did the cost of a 48. If we did 20 beds versus 60, it would be a little bit cheaper to do 20, but not enough to go ahead and just develop it. So, before I knew that we could use COVID, I was going to ask you guys to do this and see if we could use about $3 million out of fund balance and just borrow $3 million, if that's what it takes. Now, he said he can probably get us out cheaper than that, but he wouldn't say until he puts a pin to it. And what he's going off of is Sulphur Springs. Now, there's going to be a minimal facility this time, a minimal jail facility, but they're starting from scratch. They're taking a bulldozer and pad and all. I mean, they're having to put plumbing in, wiring. It's on a whole different location across from the jail. And they're spending $6 million, and we're halfway there. He come in and looked at it, and he said, man, most counties would just dream of having what you guys got, because we're halfway there with that building. We've already got the plumbing that runs down through there. We've got the gas. We've got the electric. The biggest thing is just going to be pouring the concrete for the floor, and then we are going to have a new generator, just a few things like that. And he said, based off of theirs, that he thinks he can get us out cheaper, but he won't say until he gets the approval and you guys decide to do it, and then he puts a pin to it. And he can tell us exactly what it'll be. So we're pretty close. But when we do that, we use COVID though. He did say that we'd have to make sure, and they do that while they're going through the building process to make sure. He said, you cannot create that. He said, it's got to be paid for. And they watch that too to make sure that's the case. So anybody, the biggest thing is you just have to pay it back if you didn't. But I think it'd be a good deal. It's something for you guys to seriously discuss and consider. Because if you look at what it's done for us, it's sure been good for us now.
These guys are telling you can use COVID money to do that whole thing.
Yeah.
ARP money.
Yes, sir, they're doing it now, yeah. They're building, adding on and doing stuff for jails now. That's what they're using.
Barbara?
You know, I think it may, I don't know all the particulars because that's why we hired Gary Traylor. But if you remember what Mark Taylor told us when he was here, there are also some counties that pay money out up front to employees, and they're likely going to have to pay that back when they get to the end of the program. Y'all remember him saying that?
Yeah.
So my suggestion is that before we do that, we talk to our grant administrator and make sure. My other concern is that we have to have an encumbrance. We have to have a contract before December of '24, and it has to be finished, and we have to pay for it by December of '26. So, you know, if you think right now we're 22, maybe we can get that done. But with the supply chain problems that we're having, that's my concern.
Yeah.
Can we really get it?
Yeah, he said the other jails are now, so I don't know how they're doing it. But he said that is probably the safest way that they're finding to spend that money, where you won't have to pay it back, is to build a jail because it's tangible. And but he did say that when you do that, though, you've got to be able to pay for it. You cannot borrow money against it to use COVID. So you can't create debt with it.
Well, you might. I'd like to hear from these guys that are going to remain in office. I think I'm going to be silent on this subject for a moment. I may run to the restroom and I'd like to know what y'all thought about this. Pretty new concept to me, you know, taking your COVID money and doing that with it.
On that figure right there, on that $6 million, what is that based off of? Like, where do you get that number?
Well, what he bases off of is what he spent over in Sulphur Springs.
So that's just going off of what they're doing? Okay.
And now our jail's going to cost a little more than theirs because ours is going to be a maximum security jail and theirs is going to be a minimal. But where he said that he thinks it'll equal out or actually help us and be a little cheaper is because we're halfway there. We've already got we've got the building, we've got a lot of the stuff that costs money to do. That's already there. He said it's in his. Now the only thing is though, he said before they would even come in and sign a contract to do it, he come in, he looked at our kitchen, looked at a lot of the stuff, and I'm glad he did, that I didn't think about, to make sure that we could handle. And of course, the kitchen we've got is plenty. I mean, yeah, we could handle another 60 inmates and through that easy.
How many beds maximum could you do in that downstairs?
Well, we're going to have to, Judge, we're going to have our own rec room. We're going to have another nurse's station. So with all of that, he's thinking we could get 60 beds down there. What we could get.
And how much more staff?
Well, if we just don't go over the number, we could do probably 5, a nurse with 4 jailers. But now, it would have to have 8 more if we go over the 1 per 48, which still, that would even pay for itself because, the money would, and I'm just making the money off of what we're making now. In the future, we're going to have to go up and load these inmates because I think we're probably pretty cheap right now, but and I give you an example of the feds, and we did ask the feds for more money because the guys that bring us our inmates said, man, y'all haven't had a raise ever. He said, you need to put in for some more money, so we did. What they do is they do it's this little chart that they have and how they pay different jails, because not every jail makes the same on our inmates. Well, the 3 main factors they go off of is what are you paying your jailers, how much staff do you have, and the age of your building, do you owe money on it? Because like Smith County, they get like $85 a day per inmate. When they did that, they told us, they said, actually, they said, if you go by the chart and what we go by what we pay, they said, you're barely making the money we should pay you now. They said, actually a new jail coming in or somebody wanting to hold it in y'all's position, they said, we wouldn't even pay what we're paying y'all because we don't, I mean, as you can see, we're low on inmates compared to other jails. And that was a good example, 81 to 63. They're making a lot more money. But now, where they've got us, they do on the jail because they spent $16 million on that jail I think they completed about 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. But we're in good shape, and we're still fighting with them on it. We're not fighting, but we're still negotiating with them because we haven't had a raise, even though they go for that. We haven't had a raise, and stuff's going up, food's going up. So I feel that they're going to give us a little bit more, but it's not what I was hoping for.
Okay, hold on a second, just looking at the clock here, we're eating into Joan's time, she's not gonna be here. I would like to leave 5 minutes to discuss her budget, but I don't want to shortchange these other guys. So either we bring you back, maybe if you want to continue to talk after David Colley, or we bring you back next week after these guys have had a chance to soak on what you've presented there. So let's take 5. What time is it?
I'm good for today, Judge. I just wanted to show you my justification.
I'd say go ahead and take another 7 minutes. Again, I'd still like to hear from these commissioners on what they think about this to help me formalize my thoughts.
But yeah, I just want to kind of justify, I know you like that
No,
justification.
I'd like to hear from these commissioners.
Okay.
I definitely think it's something to think about. I mean, it sounds good bringing in more inmates and more money, so I mean, I don't know about.
Pull that mic up.
I don't know about making a
folks will be
decision
interested.
today on it, but it's definitely something to think about.
What specifically, the raises?
Well, redoing the jail, so it may be possibly using the ARP money to make it build it, possibly. But yeah, and the rate.
Mr. Taylor said that you could use it. Would you be willing to use? Remember, you got $6.3 million.
Right. Like I say, yeah, probably. So I mean, you're going to get your money back over a certain amount of time. I mean, would you say 4 years, possibly?
Yeah.
You probably get it back.
And remember, you don't have to use the whole $6 million. You could use just $4 million of it.
Right.
And you just take $2 million out of fund balance. You don't have to use the whole.
I have a question about that. You get 60 inmates, and we have to hire 5 new staff, and we have to pay meals. I don't think we're going to pay back $6 million in 4 years.
You don't think we do it for?
I don't.
How many years do you think it'll take us?
Well, I think right now we're making about $250,000 a year net. After all the money comes in, and you pay all their expenses.
So we're going to
I think
we're going to be bringing in then about another $250,000.
Yeah, and for $6 million, that's going to take 24 years. If it's all.
Well, now what I was looking at, since we've already got, I was looking at inmates as a whole of all of them, what I was adding in. I wasn't adding in just the ones we're getting.
Oh.
I was adding in all of them because we're going to be holding around 80 inmates. So it's all 80. That's what I was looking at.
So then that'd still be 3 years.
Are you sure?
It's $250,000 a year and $6 million.
Okay, and I wasn't counting off what meals were. I'm just looking at the total package.
Yeah, he's looking at the gross, and I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gross, I'm
That's
sorry.
what the difference is. Yeah, that's what the difference is.
Well, and I don't think we need to cannibalize and take the money that you're already making right now. I don't know that it's fair to pile that on top of this new project. I mean, you're already using that money to meet your budget demands right now.
Okay. Well, that's why I say, that's why I want to bring it up for discussion. All I know is that it's helped us. I think they spent $5 million on it back in '95 to do the add-on. Of course, things have gone up, and it's helped us. So I don't know why adding another 60 beds.
Well, it has helped us, but when you said 4 years, I'm going.
Well, I'm looking at overall.
I'm not
Just
seeing
if you look at the money that we're bringing in, yeah, I'm doing a gross type deal.
Even if you took the gross amount, I don't think you could pay for it in 4 years. Even if you had zero expenses.
Yeah, I think we could, sure. Bringing in, we had 80 to 85 inmates. That's quite a bit. If you look at the money.
Just a minute, I'll see.
Yeah, let's look at it. And it may be that, I mean, this is why 10 heads are better than one. I mean.
I think it's
may
like
not
10
be-
years.
10 years?
Now, that's just a rough
Okay.
ballpark.
But we got the money to pay for it, so on day one, we can just start making the money off of it. I mean,
That's
this
what I'm
is a
saying.
unique situation because we do have ARPA money.
The thing is.
I mean, it'll be,
what I was-
we're not trying to start at zero because we already got some money that'll go toward and pay for it.
That's what
If you
I'm
do it
saying.
that way, then it's a win-win. That's a good way to use that money.
Well, I'll tell you what it does for you. As you pay yourself back, if it's $250,000 a year, the net, as you pay yourself back, those are funds that you can use as the county needs those to be used. They won't come with the strings that the ARPA money has. The ARPA money has all those strings, and we've not determined yet that they can really pay for a jail, but I mean, possibly. But if you can, when we get that money back, if we have the number of inmates that you say, and at the end of every year, if it's positive, after you take out your staff, as that money goes back into fund balance, then that is funds that you, the commissioners, can decide how to spend.
And the reason I was thinking it was a good deal is because we got $6 million, it's not coming out of our fund balance. I mean, if it was, that might, yeah, we'd have to think about it a lot harder if we was having to pay for the whole thing. But I mean, we're not, I mean, the money is not coming out of our fund balance because we're using the Fed money. So that's why I think it'd be such a good deal.
Is there any possible grants that we could probably do as well to help?
I doubt it. There might be, but I don't think there's any out there.
Yeah, don't count on that.
No. So this may not be something we want to do. I mean, but now, I'm telling you this, it's 2 years ago we could hold 60 and now we're barely holding 40. The times are showing these inmates are dwindling. Where we're getting more people, more locals, and it's getting, and another thing that's hurting us is the governor, which in my opinion, this is just a political deal to try to re-election deal, but they're taking the power away from our local people to PR bond or, you know, do certain things to get non-violent people out of jail. They're taking that away from our JPs, and it's getting harder to get people out of jail. More than why we've got more, and it's, I mean, we can tell a big difference since they started doing that just months ago. David is doing a good job at
Can I
keeping
use
people.
these last few minutes? And again,
Sure.
We'll bring you back next week, or we'll bring you back at 11:30. I mean, this is good discussion, but give these two a couple of minutes to ask questions or to voice their opinion. I need to hear what y'all are thinking to formulate my opinion.
I don't know, this it brought up a new subject that I hadn't really thought about as far as the ARPA funds and whatnot.
Can you get that mic a little closer? I think people will want to hear this.
I think it's something that we need to look at, but and talk about and dig a little deeper into it. It's not something that I think we need to just whole hog jump off in right now.
Right.
But I definitely think it's something that we need to look at.
But what I want to stress is that I need my pay scale revamped though, just to keep doing what we've got.
Yeah.
And so we can keep bringing in what we are bringing in. That's the most important thing. Then the jail's just an extra. I'm just going to throw it you guys and see. And I figured you wouldn't go make no decision today. Because this is what about you, Dave?
That's a $6 million decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? It would be great if we could do that, and I think it'd be essential because it would help bring money into the county. And as far as the pay raises, I wouldn't want that job as being a patrolman or anything, and but they do a good job, and they need to. You have good staff, Tim.
Have you all have seen the percentage raises he's asking for? How do you feel about this? Can you look at your other departments and tell them why you've done this, but you're holding them to X percentage?
I say something has to be done. Your department's so unique and it's so needed. We need to get caught up. We're behind. I support it 100%, and I want to support checking into this jail deal. We're going to look back in 2030 and say, man, we're glad we did that.
Well, I know we're going to do possibly a double digit on the raises, and I definitely think the jailers need to be bumped up quite a bit because that's a heck of a job to have, and like I say, nobody wants to do it. Nobody, wants to do it, not get paid anything to do it. So I definitely think that needs to come up, and then whether the other jobs, the patrolmen or whatever, I'm all for everybody making good money, even if it's the double-digit number that we're talking about or that. I mean, I don't know if it, I think that would be a good enough raise by everybody if we do the 10%. I mean, we might possibly still do that, but I don't know if we can do it right now. But that's just my opinion.
You don't know if we could do what? Right?
I mean, all these extra percentage raises, like on the 14 to 16% on all the deputies. I mean, yeah, I think a 10% raise is good for everybody.
And it is, I agree it is.
I mean, we do what we can afford possibly, you know, we're not trying to hurt anybody, but.
Right.
But I definitely think that the jailers need to be bumped up to that.
But a 10% on patrol, that's what we're looking at, would be good. But now, to get us up just where I can hire people, I mean, you know, that's why I was asking for that. I'm not trying to get us up over where everybody's at. I'm just trying to get us up where everybody else, or close to them, so that we can be competitive.
Statewide.
Yeah, because we're not competitive right now. I mean, that's why I have to, and then I'll lose them. I'll hire one and, you know, and then lose one, and then it's 6 months before I can even get them out on the street, and then you look another 16 weeks before they're any good because they're in training. So you're looking at almost a year process now, it seems like, just to get them where they're.
And are these the same numbers that you ran when you came up with that? What was the cost of these raises? 600,000, something like that?
Yeah, I went back and redid it, slowed down. Because when I brought that to you, that was a fast. I just quickly did it just to kind of give you an idea.
But are these numbers the same as
Still the
those?
same, yes, sir. We just redid it and did it like 3 times.
So we're looking at about a $600,000 salary increase if we did everything you've asked for here.
With the 25% you said that goes with the package, probably, yeah. I didn't put, that's without the 25% adding on for.
So if we did that, Barbara, and I know that you said 750,000 for 10% raise, was it about 750? Mm-hmm. That did include a 10% for all the sheriff's positions, but these go above and beyond that, would probably take these total numbers approaching $1 million.
Yeah, around 300, 350, if we look at all those. I do have one question. I noticed there's a couple people here only at 8%. If the county gives a 10% across the board raise, would you like for those people to get 10%?
Oh, yes,
as well?
yeah. Yeah, the reason I did that is because I was just looking at other jails that had nurses in the same size, and I'm just bringing them up to kind of what's competitive with that is why they didn't need the bigger raise like others did, so I didn't put it in there.
Okay, I think we need to stop. Would you all like to have Sheriff come back at 11:30? Are you available?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to let him come back next week on Wednesday when we have our meeting? What's your pleasure?
I'm good either way, whatever you're.
I'm good either way, whichever one he can do.
We can do it today and get it over with, or we can come back Wednesday. I can be back at 11:30.
Okay, why don't you come back about 11:30?
Okay. Thank you,
Make
gentlemen.
it 11:30. Okay, thank you very much. A lot to digest there. Let me get you to flip to Joan's budget. Joan's not here. She had a pre-scheduled vacation before I threw this early date on her.
Thank you, Tim.
Joan's given you a narrative letter here that's, she's asking for 10% salary increase. And she's telling you, of course, what inflation's running, and that's really about all she's asking for. You can look at her budget. I don't see any changes in the rest of her figures.
Archive, 5,000.
But I believe I believe she's got a, well, no, she's got, that's archive revenue going up by 5,000.
And then
but
she's
yet
got part-time at the back there a little bit. Yeah. Not much going on there.
I think those are salary increases with the 10% assumption. I don't see any unreasonable requests there, Barbara. Most everything she's asked for will factor in when we make salary decisions. But
The only thing I would call call to your attention is this is another example of like these special revenue funds, Fund 30, which is the county and district court technology.
Right.
And, you know, those funds through there that are part of her budget, those are the ones that we, in some cases, have been using fund balance for a few years to meet the expenditures that she's requested. So I'll look at that.
Because we haven't had the revenue.
Right. If we haven't had the revenue. If we had the revenue, if we met the requirements or the estimates, then that's fine. But we'll have to look at that and make sure that we can meet, you know, what her request has been. And if not, then I suppose determine if it's something important enough for us to put over into our general county budget.
All right, any comments or questions regarding Joan's budget? If not, let's proceed on to, I think Brian's next up. Yeah, come on up, Brian. Welcome. Hello. How are you? Good. You haven't made any changes here. Is there anything you want to discuss?
No, we're pretty much same as last year and every year before that. Our detention budget was, we used about 10,000 this year, but you never know. Like last few years we had more, but.
Yeah, who'd have guessed?
You never know, right. But I think that's a good amount. I think everything looks good from my.
You think we'll be more back to normal, or you're not lowering that budget any? You think we'll be approaching back to normal?
Not really. I mean, it's still in a downward spiral as far as detention for kids. Everything's, the state of Texas is all understaffed. So when we send a kid to, better use the word prison is TJJD, they let 8 in a week. So there's a backlog of 200 kids. So what could happen on talking about this detention budget, if we were to order a kid to TJJD, he's going to sit detention for 3 months before he's allowed to be admitted to TJJD, which is their prison system. So it's costing the counties, you know, 100. Some of my detention centers are 150, some of them are 100. Just depends on which one they're in. But that's 3 months. That's 10 grand just for them to wait to go be processed. And I don't see that getting any better. But this budget for the detention looks good here. I mean, I've got 3 more counties too, and they've gone way over. But it's just every year, you never know who's going to get, you know, the bigger detention bill. And just what Titus County.
So not wise to lower that?
I'd keep it there just because of the backlog of kids. If we do send somebody to TJJD, they're going to sit in detention for at least 3 months before they can get out. And the detention crisis right now with kids, they're all full because those kids are sitting there. There's 200 kids waiting to get into the state system, and they're processing 8 a week because the state system is 50% staffed. And it's
They've lost that many employees? Wow.
Our executive director just quit. She had enough. We just got a new executive director intern. She's not really, I mean, interim, I should say. Everybody at the state, you know, in the future, you know how it is. The state's going to trickle down the money to the counties. They want the counties to pay more than the state, but I already see it. But right now, we're fine. I mean, it's, until we get the 17-year-olds in our hands, they're trying to raise the age for juveniles to be 17, because right now, 17, you're an adult. You go to adult jail. It's 10 minutes problem. But they're going to push for it. It's just going to get worse. But it is what it is. But yeah, the COVID thing's, it's still brewing. I mean, the state, our commission still, they don't even go, they work from home still. It's like nothing has changed.
They've lost that many employees?
It's just, I mean, it's just every year, you never know who's going to get, you know, the bigger detention bill. And I don't get it. But other than that, my budget's good. You are good.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Brian?
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you all.
Brian.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break here. Okay, everybody going to the bathroom? Jeff, you ready? I'm sorry, we're eating into your time, chewing the fat.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Really, I don't have a whole lot of changes on my budget from last year.
I don't see any.
No, there is some.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place.
My gas and oil, I raised my gas and oil up a little bit because fuel prices have got so high. I raised it from $15.17 to $1,700. That's figuring, I kind of figured the average gallons that we used last year, and I figured it at $5 a gallon to come up with that. So, and I think that's going to cover it. The tires, we had 15,000 in there, but because of the way we're direct charging that now, I don't need that 15,000, so I pulled 5,000 of that out and just left 10,000 for the county equipment, tires and all. And that was a change. One thing I did add back, we didn't have in there, and Barbara may help me with this because I don't remember exactly what it was me and her talked about on this, was the tire disposal. I added that back in there, Barbara, because we didn't have any money at all in there to pay for tire disposal. But I couldn't remember. Do you remember us talking about
I do, but here's my thing. Tire disposal is a cost of the tires.
Okay,
What you
okay.
take off.
So
really, it could stay in that same line item.
Okay,
I think
so
we
I'm
need
good
to
with
set-
that. We can take that out. And
But then we need to add to the 10,000, put that, so that needs to be 12,500.
yeah, it does. Yeah, we can make that 12.5, and that would help. I knew there was a reason that wasn't in there,
Yeah, that's
but I
just
could not
extra.
remember what it was.
This is very clerical.
Okay.
We'll try to streamline it.
Yes. And let's see, my electric bill, I went up and I just kind of estimated from what we had for the last 12 months on it. I bumped it from 3,400 to 4,000. My utility gas, I left the same. We come in on budget on that, so I wasn't worried about it. My water bill, I raised it to 3,000 based on the last 12 months. And my building repairs, I left all of the same.
Go back to that water and sanitation. You've already spent $3,000 and the year's not over yet. So how are we going to budget? Why is that increase there? And
One reason that increase there because the water comes up there at the maintenance shop, comes from the maintenance shop and precinct 1 and precinct 3, and then it goes to the extension office.
Yeah.
That's all on that's his water bill.
Well, why all of a sudden have we gotten out of whack and we had a 2021 budget of, we spent $2,700, we budgeted $3,000. Excuse me, we budgeted $2,500, we've already busted that and we'll go way over that between now and the end of the year, but yet we're only budgeting $3,000.
Maybe the master gardeners or something, other water.
Yes, that's a big deal.
Could be what it is.
I think you had mentioned to me about we used to be able to get water out of the fire hydrants.
Yes, no,
And we're
yeah.
not able to do that anymore.
No.
But I don't remember what you used that water for.
Well, we put it using the
water
road,
truck,
water
water
truck.
roads and stuff.
So that's probably the big item.
Well, now it's,
I
we
mean,
don't.
how many gallons do y'all get?
Well, we ain't got none now.
That ain't it, because they
we
cut it
cut
off.
it off.
They shut it off.
Wait a minute, after I went and talked to them,
No, they said they wanted to put a meter on it and it'll charge us.
Charge us for what we were gonna use there. So we've been pumping out of the creeks and ponds and wherever we can get it.
Ed said that he would come up with just a flat price. That never.
He told us to
that
go
never
up,
happened.
no, he told us if we wanted water, to go up there to the maintenance up there and get it from there.
Okay.
But we had to pay for it.
Okay.
So I just,
But wouldn't it be pretty cheap?
well, we use a lot of water on them roads. I'm talking about,
That truck hose,
But wouldn't it be cheaper than a city meter that we're paying?
well, no, this here meter is for the, that's just for the buildings. That water's just coming
that's
from
for
the
the
building.
four buildings,
Four
this
buildings.
here is.
That has nothing to do with this.
That has nothing to do with
No,
the road
no,
water, no.
That's why we didn't go up there and use that water, because
Well, so again, simple question. We spent already $3,000. We're budgeting $3,000. Is that enough, Jeff?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I just didn't know exactly how much we was gonna use. We've had it, like Dana was talking about, the cost of our water has went up considerably compared to other utilities,
So why wouldn't we raise that budget?
So last year, we got a hold of the master gardeners and told them, y'all don't have to cut back and conserve. Remember
but they didn't.
last summer?
So
I don't know.
it's hard for me to tell exactly how much we'll use.
Or will
because
you
I don't-
put,
they
you
use
put
more than we do.
$4,000 on that water and we'll move on to the next
Okay.
subject? Let the master gardeners use the water and, we'll.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't mind if you know, I need to pay water, that's fine with me out of my budget, because we use the water.
This is insignificant. We're talking
Right.
water.
Yeah, it's not.
Just buy the water.
Okay.
Yeah. The only other thing which, we dropped the chip seal repair stuff and all that. That came off because we got the chip sealer repaired and the rental and all that came off from last year. The only other thing I'd like to talk about is, I got two other items, which one is I'd like to have I'd like to open it up for a discussion anyhow, is to have a service truck. Something with a crane on it that we can lift tractor tires and all. We have nothing like that right now. We're just manhandling those tractor tires and trying to get them to the truck. We've got a little winch on the truck that will pull them up on the truck, but we still have to manhandle them off that tractor and everything. And tractor tires are pretty good size.
Would we use it enough to justify that
Yes.
versus using an outside service?
I think you would over the life of the truck. I think you would.
Even the annually, would you?
I don't know. I don't know about that, Judge. I really don't.
Well, I agree. I don't think I want you guys manhandling
Well, they use
big
it,
tires with the wrong equipment and busting somebody's back or something. What
Right.
other options do you have other than buying your own truck?
I mean, there's outside sources I can use to do like those tractor tires and stuff.
Like who?
McCoo.
Ronnie McCoo.
Ronnie McCoo. I went totally blank when you asked me that.
Well, would that be a better use of our money than investing in a many tens of thousands dollar truck?
Well, now that is something to look at. I agree. That's what I said.
I don't know
went over for
anything. I don't know anything
discussion
about it. I'm just
But
asking.
we do,
Ronnie's not that expensive to use. We only used him in emergency situations up till now. You know, just when we actually couldn't get to something, that's when we'd use Ronnie. But Ronnie's not that expensive to use. And,
but that winch or that crane wouldn't be also used for helping if a hub or something fell off on a maintainer or something like that on the road out there. That right now we don't have no way of fixing anything on if it's have to pick it up.
Right.
You know, we either have to bring it in with a record and do it up here, or we're going to have to.
Even down to putting batteries on some of our equipment, like our new reclaimer that we have, it's so tall and the batteries are about 75 pounds a piece, and you're having to lift them plumb over your head to get them up on there. And it's just right now that's how we're having to do it. We're having to just lift them up on the bed of a truck, stand up on the bed of a truck, lift them up, and put them on up there. So a crane would be nice. I mean, there's a lot of other uses for it, but that's why I said I just wanted to open it up for discussion.
What does something like that cost?
I really don't know. I hadn't looked into it.
5,000, 500,000, closer to which?
15 to 20,000
That's
for a
all?
good crane.
No.
For the crane.
Just the crane, not the
Just
truck.
the crane, 15 to
No,
20.
you'd have to have a truck and a crane.
And a bed on it.
Bed.
you're talking
You
bed, no.
really need a long bed. You need a long bed for it.
Look, 75. You're looking right at 75.
75 to 100, yeah. That's what I guess, and that's just a guess. I don't really know. I'm gonna guess 75 to 100.
Out of my league here. What do
It
y'all
wouldn't
think?
have to be a new one. He could get a good used one at an auction somewhere. I mean, that's
Yes,
hell of a-
yes, I agree.
Well, that
That's
that
something-
place in Gilmer's probably got one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the city of Mount Pleasant, if they retired one or
Service
something like
truck
that.
already
I mean,
made up,
it
had
doesn't
the
have to be
boxes on it.
new. Just something.
You'd
that's
use it for
dependable.
all kinds of stuff. You have one. I love a crane.
Yeah.
Dependable, that's what I'm looking at. It's dependable.
So, that's just something I want to discuss. Like I said, it's something we'd like to have. We can discuss it further, look for it, try to find a deal or something on one.
Well, if y'all are interested in budgeting it, then now's the time you ought to put it in there. If
Right.
that's not a reasonable expense and we have other options, then say that's what we're gonna do. But decisions
Yeah.
like this, we ought to make while we're sitting here. And I don't have any way to relate to what this piece of equipment is and how used it will be.
Well, you know, the truck they got now, every tool they got, they have to put their tools on top of everything because it's so small. And with a box truck, with toolboxes, everything would be secure. But right now, a tool could fall off. But no, I'm not saying it will, but you have to pile it all up there. And then if you had it in the toolboxes, it'd be all put behind and locked up. Nobody could get anything off of it.
Yeah.
And it's essential because the truck, like I said, the truck right now,
Are we talking about a truck that would house cranes also?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
sometimes they have their own PTO
Yes.
compressor on there
Yes.
too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Is it something we can make a decision on Wednesday when we meet back? Give us time to kind of do a little research on
Yeah.
it, see what it
Yeah,
costs?
we could find prices out by then. That would help us a
I
lot.
think that'd be the best thing to do,
Right.
instead of making a decision on today.
It'd make it a whole lot better even for us if we already have to use the welder and from him and everything else. It's essential for it because, like I said, they got air compressor, they got welders, they got cutting torches on it, and we don't have any of that. Precinct 3 don't have any of that stuff. And right now we're having to go borrow his welding truck when he might need it.
This would be a truck that everybody could share?
Well, we
Yeah.
Just for the
That's
air,
what we do now. I mean,
just to have a good air compressor.
service
We
truck
can't get
now.
stuff took apart with nothing we've got because it has to have a pretty good thump on it to pull them bolts off.
So would 75 to 100 equip this truck with the things you are talking about, or would we need more? I mean, I don't know.
I think
Hand
it's
load.
100,000.
It may be cheaper than that.
100,000 on the high side.
Yeah,
We
I
talked
think
about it.
it'd be the high side.
Like I said, he can get it, like I said, we'll get Wednesday, and that way he can,
I really hadn't checked on the prices on it because I didn't know the
Barbara,
figures.
put
how
a
it
figure
be.
down there just so we come back and visit this, and let's talk about it on Wednesday, and maybe in the meantime, give us a ballpark
I can.
idea. It
I can
sounds
do
like
that.
these guys are supportive of the idea. I don't know enough about it to say don't do it or do it.
Yeah, I didn't want to do a lot of research on it if it was not even going to be.
Well, it sounds like
an item.
they're open to the idea. I'd be open to the idea, especially if you said, yeah, I think I can find a used one for half that.
Okay.
And four-wheel drive. Y'all look for a four-wheel drive if you can, because he's always has to stay in the ditch. And it's heavy. It's going to be a heavy
It
truck.
does. It's always in the ditch when it breaks. And then the only other item I have is, like everybody else's salary increases, just due to the cost of economy and everything else going on nowadays. It's costing more and more for all of us to live. And I would like to have my salary increased for me.
Well, that's not
and Terry.
reflected on here, is it?
no.
Well, it's too late then.
And that's, I mean, the salary increase, I'd like to have the 10%. That's what I'd like to have. That'd be $10,941 increase. That, if we did that, now that's not, that'd bring me up to 22.7, somewhere in that neighborhood on my budget. And that seems to be where we've been running, about 22 to 26 for the last 4 years, 5 years. So that's pretty much kept my budget where it was. We really haven't increased a whole lot.
Okay.
And that's all I got. Unless y'all got questions.
I have one question. On your shop supplies?
Yes.
You left it at 14.6,
I did.
but, you know, this year we've only so far, and I know you're gonna have some more there. So you're right at 4,000 this year, and 6,800 last year, and 10,000 the year before. Does it need to stay at 14.6?
I don't know.
Is that the thing, you're just not sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure, with everything changing the way it is, I'm almost scared to say, because oil prices have doubled on what I pay for a drum of oil. I got a tire for John's truck yesterday, where I used to give $175 for those tires, I'm giving $380 for them now, and I can't get them.
Under 50.
And so I just,
You want to keep,
I thought I'd keep it one more year, and I've lowered
It's
it
got
as I
200,000
can.
miles on it. Yeah.
But I thought I'd keep that one more
That's a
year,
bid.
is what my thoughts were.
Sure thing,
But, yeah,
50,000. They're pretty easy
just
to
not
find.
sure.
it's my job.
Yes. No, that is a lot, but that's why I kind of left it. Anybody else?
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
I have one more thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you even looked at this first page that they sent you that has the revenues on there, but the maintenance barn gets a transfer in from each precinct, $6,500 from each precinct, and $18,000 from the sheriff. It comes from their fund into your maintenance fund. It just doesn't go through you. So that revenue is being transferred every year. It's what y'all pay and the sheriff to fund a portion of the cost of the maintenance barn.
Yeah, that's, I knew they funded part of it, and I
Yeah.
looked at that, but I didn't
Yeah.
have.
I just wanted them to know, so when they look at their budgets, they're gonna see the other half of that, where it
Yes.
comes from, out of theirs and into yours. So there's where it goes to, guys.
Anything else?
Anything else, Barbara?
No, sir.
Thank
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Unless there's any judges out there.
You know, ask any news.
Why won't they be here?
Judge Boston won't, he got a letter, he wrote a letter that said he would.
I know, but why won't he be here, did
I
he?
think he works in Pittsburgh,
Oh, okay.
but he'll be back this afternoon when you guys have a question.
Okay, well, I'm just looking through the district, since they're not gonna be here, I'm just looking through their budget right now. Y'all have any questions on any of their requests?
I have one item I'd like to change.
Obviously, they, okay, hang on one second, Barb. They're having significantly less court, it appears to me, as evidenced by their decrease in their CPS attorney payments. That surprises me that it's down that much. Their court-appointed attorneys down 10,000. Translate.
I can speak to that.
Okay, yeah.
When we did our mid-year budget review in March, I think that we must have had a whole lot of cases in the first part of the year. Because I looked at what we had done through March and we increased one of them $47,000. I just don't remember right off the top of my head which one it was because we had such a significant increase in the first half of the year. So I suppose that they're thinking that that's going to go down for the rest of the year, that that's not going to continue. I don't have any way of knowing that.
Yeah. Okay, increase in office expense, visiting judges, competency exams. They've got a feel for that. I don't. Private investigation a little bit. Increase in judicial administrative expense. Court coordinator's salary, court coordinator going up a little less than 10%. Who's the court coordinator right now?
Kelly Rumbo.
Kelly, that's right, Kelly. I don't see anything on unreasonable. I don't know what they're doing with cell phone allowances. Does everybody over there have a cell phone allowance right now?
I don't know. I haven't done to check into that. I'm not real sure.
I'm sure the court coordinator and the two bailiffs need that. So I would certainly want everybody there to have that. Let's see if he's budgeted. I don't have a problem with any of these. I'm glad to see that they're able to make a reduction. Anybody have a question you want followed up on, or are you okay with all this?
I'm okay with it.
We good with anybody, okay?
They're asking the bailiffs play, that's two of them, for $155,000 apiece.
Looks like about a 10% increase.
Okay. On the subject of that, Woody's mom passed away, so keep him in it. Yeah, this, I think one day was yesterday or this morning, and just keep him in his prayers.
Had she been sick?
She's, she was in, I really don't know. I just heard it.
Judge Lee, my question is about the bailiff salaries. One of the bailiffs is paid $25 an hour because that's what he's historically been paid. The other one, and he's retiring. The other one is paid $22.80 because that was the pay that he had, something when he came from the sheriff's office, something like that. So what we have now is we have a retired man who's come back and working for us because we're required to have two people, who's making more than the person who's actually in that position all the time. And so I noticed here Judge Ralston's request was to, something about pay them both, and request they would receive the same salary. So that salary increase for the one that's lower at about 10% would bring him to the higher, right up to the $25,000, to the $25 an hour. So then I guess the question becomes, the decision becomes, do you want to raise the retired salary, or do we want to say that's the cap for now, or do we want to look at something compared to what the sheriff's department pays? I mean, because those two guys are armed. It's kind of like Paul Lindsay, the way John Mark was talking to y'all about that. They're armed, they're responsible for security. And we do not have to decide that today, obviously, but I want to bring it to your attention so you can be thinking about what you want to do with that. And I'll find out.
I think that's a decision for the district judge to make. Is if we give a 10% raise, they're not going to be in balance.
Right.
If he wants to give less raise to one and more to another, I guess that would be.
Let them decide.
Well, I don't think that's what he wants.
I don't think that's what he wants either. I think he,
Let's see if I can get him to respond to a text. Thought I had his cell number. Yeah, I do. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, they kept him on. Took some to a heart camp today.
Yeah, I'm sure that's one of those, I don't think they keep chewing on me and I need to do that, but I think if they're giving 10%, if he chooses to give 112 and 18, that's not going to go over well, so. Well, let's see if he responds to me. I don't know if he will. Okay. Do you know if David Colley will come?
Here he is.
Perfect. You're up.
She passed away on June the 2nd. We graduated, I think, June the 2nd. Oh, let's see.
David, thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you.
Teresa Sargent.
All right.
All right. Okay, so I've got a couple, y'all seen I got a couple of things that I'm asking for. You know, even if for no other reason than what everything's costing now, I think everybody in the county needs raises of something.
We do too.
Okay. You know, I don't know. I said $4 an hour. I don't know if y'all are thinking a percentage. I don't know, you know, what y'all have in mind, but.
We've been talking about percentage.
Okay. And is that something that, you know, typically if, you know, it goes across like all county employees, the same amount, and that's something that y'all are, sorry, Jimmy, I'm looking at this.
That's okay.
That's something that's the
Well,
way
you've got
y'all
about a
envision.
25% raise here plugged in for your support staff. I don't think that that's going to happen.
Well, and I understand that, but you know, the point is that they need something, and it doesn't need to be, you know, it needs to be, you know, something more significant than last year.
We agree.
Okay.
But again, I don't, you know, 84 up from 67 is about 25%. That's probably not going to happen. Does that represent two people there?
No, that's, well, the way it's broken down with the assistant DAs. No, I mean, the way the budget's separated out, so the way I followed the list was the two people on, I don't know how best to refer to this, but it says support staff. So that's two people.
That's the one I'm looking at.
Okay, yes.
It looks like your assistant DA salary from 75 to 83 is somewhere in that 10% range.
Okay. Yes, that's true.
But then that support staff for those two people you're plugging in there about a 25% increase.
Okay.
What are they currently making hourly?
I think they're making 16 an hour by the time we add in what I'm contributing from forfeiture.
They're making $16.20.
Okay.
And in the county attorney's office, one of those is making $18.71 and one's making $16.72.
Okay. And you said the 1871 is not all.
No, that's not all.
Okay. You know, you just said 10%, which might have been, yeah, I don't know if that's referring to anything in particular, but, you know, that would put, you know, any of my people above that 1620, whoever is making that in the county attorney's office. But, I mean, there is absolutely no reason that either of the ladies in my office, Erica or Yolanda, should be making less than that 1871 or whoever is in John Mark's office making that. I mean, they're doing, you know, the same or more work, the same kind of work. They've got, Yolanda has a degree in criminal justice. Erica has, you know, 10 years of legal experience, even before, she had 7 before she came to me, you know, so she's heading towards 10. So there's no reason that they should be making less than, you know, John Mark's staff. So.
I'm honestly not sure how that got up there that quickly so fast.
I think when Esther left us, he did have more people in there. When Esther left, those remaining girls took on some of the duties. I think that's
So that's how he justified it, is I'll keep less people and bump them up more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they have the number of years. I mean, I don't know.
I don't. I don't think they do. I mean, I know Jessica doesn't, and Lexi would not have the background or the years. But I mean, I'm not discounting her work. She does, she does.
So your girls are currently about the same rate. Is that right?
The two of them, his girls make the same.
Yes. And they both have equal duties. They both have this in the, there's not a chief deputy or anything like that in my office.
Yeah, with a 10% raise, that'd get them up there to 17.6. Let's talk about your investigator position, case management software, and those things.
Okay, so the investigator position, here's, and this is kind of anecdotal, but it shows why, historically, when you and I talked about this, even in our meeting, in the meetings here, you've asked me about that. We talked about how Paul, how beneficial he is to John Mark, and how you've seen that, in court and in your work with him. So then back up to this is kind of anecdotal. I had to pull a file from when I first started working with Chuck the other day. It was an ag sex assault case. The file was this thin. It had a couple of pieces of paper. It had a couple of witness statements, some other documents related to that. That would have been in 2005, and that was a case, and that was a typical case. A drug case might have a VHS tape that had the trooper's video. Okay. Now we have gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes of dash cams, body cams, all this information for every case. It's being submitted electronically. When it's not submitted electronically, we have these stacks of DVDs. We have Michael Morton, which requires us to look at a file, know what's not there, know what should be there, chase that down from law enforcement, so that we have it, so that we can give it to the defense attorneys. What I'm saying is there's a ton of work on all these files that didn't exist. The past couple of years, and I'm grateful. Whenever I took office, y'all funded positions that the county had not funded, and I'm super grateful for that. And I held, and even talking about investigators, I always, let's don't do that yet. Let's, it would be, work-wise, it would be, it's something we need. It's something that would be, greatly helpful in us managing the volume of these cases. I don't know, I recognize that's a big chunk to head into, I don't know if there's a way to ease into it. I don't know, but, I haven't asked for it before, but I'm asking for it now, and we can see what we can do on it. At $45,000 a year, which I think tracks probably the investigators at the sheriff's department. I don't know that for a fact, but it's in the ballpark. The total hit for the county is at 67. That's not necessarily the whole thing, but it's what can be estimated at this point.
Probably need a cell phone allowance.
Maybe so.
Definitely so. Well, I personally support the investigator position. I know how beneficial it is to relieve you and your assistant DA of some of the tasks that I would imagine that you would have for them. So I support this. Is $45,000 a reasonable figure?
And then really for all of this, and I mean,
did you hear my question?
No, I didn't hear your question.
Is $45,000 a reasonable figure for that position?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be.
Where you're not having to come back next year and saying, well, John Mark's person is making this much, and I think that he ought to be at least equal to that. I mean, I don't know what
I don't know what type of person you're looking for here, and if that will do it, I'd like to know, if we're talking about funding this, I'd like to fund it at an appropriate amount that's a fair starting price.
I don't know what Paul makes. I think it's in that ballpark there. I've inquired in years past, but I haven't kept up with it.
Well, Paul is a Houston law enforcement with years and years and years of experience, and I don't know that's probably a good place to look for.
It is. If you can have somebody who's, but that's the whole point, because you need somebody who has law enforcement experience, so they know when they're looking at the file, well, this officer says this, there should be surveillance, and we don't have that. There should be this and that, and we don't have that. There should be a body cam. Where's that one? It's from that experience that comes through. So yes, ideally you would look for somebody who has that experience, who's not necessarily who's at a point where they don't want to, be patrolling 12-hour night shifts anymore.
Will this get that person?
I believe it will.
Okay.
I believe it will, and I don't, I hesitate to ask for more than that. For that, I think it will.
I think you should ask for what it's going to take to fill this position, so that we're not coming back next year and saying, well, I need a 20% raise from my investigator because, I hired him too cheap or something like that. And I don't know what this position costs. I think we get a heck of a value out of Paul, but Paul's got, pension coming from Houston. I think there's some reasons why John Mark is blessed to be able to have a guy with that talent set at that price tag. And I don't know what it's going to take to get that person, if they exist in this town, if you're going to have to bring them in from out of town. I don't know.
Judge Lee, if I may, the county attorney investigator makes $44,741 currently. And when John Mark was here and talked about he requested that we include the rate for the knee replacement at $25.50. And that would be at $53,000.
Okay. Then that should be the same. That's going to be the same work.
Well, you just told me you could get one for $45.
Watch what you
Don't
say.
worry about what John Mark's paying.
Yeah, well. Fortunately for me, you kept asking me questions.
Well, again, I don't know the answer. I do think that person's got a unique skill set. I think that you're not hiring a kid out of college to do this, even with a criminal justice degree.
Right.
And a kid out of college with a criminal justice degree can probably make $45,000. I don't think that's the person for you, though. I think you need somebody who has investigative experience. And I would like to see you have that position, but I'd like to see us hire a quality individual that'll stick with you for a while and not be saying, you're underpaying me by 20% next year.
Right. Well, and whoever takes that does have to, I guess to some extent they're able to supplement their income on the side like any other law enforcement officer as far as security and that sort of thing. But, there's not going to be overtime. There's not going to be, that's just part of what this is. So.
Well, take 3 minutes and brag on yourself or whatever and tell us what's different in the DA's office now over 2 years ago. And not to criticize former administration, but I think that generally speaking, we hear more about our district court these days. There seems to be more going on over there. Tell us about that so that we can understand why the need for all this staff when that office used to be run with 2 people.
Yeah, that office, well, when the office, without the staff, and we talked about this. We talked about this at prior meetings. We talked about this initially whenever I came, asking y'all for money to begin with. There was a huge backlog, and part of that was because of COVID. But we are moving cases, and we're doing that because of Erica and Yolanda, and because of Ms. Stevenson, and we're not all through that, but we've made a ton of headway. But we're what we're having now are bigger, more voluminous cases. We've got, you know, some of the murder cases we have are from years ago, and there's so much to them, and they're so, you know, people heavy. There's so many witnesses. There's so many videos. There's so much surveillance. There's so much stuff. You know, so we need, you know, we need the investigator to help keep us on top of those sorts of things. You know, Erica and Yolanda and Ms. Stevenson and myself are, you know, we're like any other, you know, like any other office. We'll do the best we can with what we got. You know, 2 years ago, you know, there was nothing funded, and you know, and y'all stepped up and well, along with Camp County, and of course all this depends on what Camp County can do and that sort of thing too. And that's made a great difference, but I didn't, you know, I wasn't going to come at the, you know, very beginning until, and having just stepped into the office as in a management role and having, you know, and say, oh, well, I know I need all these things, you know. I was glad to say, if I could have these couple of things, then let's see how that goes.
Talk about your staff for a minute. We've got an assistant DA, we've got 2 support staff, talking about adding an investigator. As I recall, that kind of matches what you were telling us a year and a half ago that your ultimate objectives were. Will that meet your goals for a while?
It will for a while.
What's
hopefully,
a while?
Hopefully forever.
Well, you don't have to say
you know,
forever.
But I mean, you know, it depends on.
But you're not thinking about, well, I think I'm going to need a second ADA in 2 years or 3 years. You think this would hold you for 3 to 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no problem funding this investigator position. I know what the value of an investigator is. I think that it will enable you and Ms. Stevenson to be more productive. I think it will enable you to handle cases more appropriately rather than having to take the shortcut because you're short-staffed and possibly plea bargaining out people that maybe shouldn't be plea bargaining. I'm a believer. You don't have to convince me. I think that you ought to have that pay rate probably closer to what John Mark is talking about.
Okay.
Will you please take some more money?
Yeah.
Anybody have questions, concerns? The investigator position was always a point of contention with the former commissioner, but I think that it is such good money spent to have this person. So the question is, will you all support this additional position?
Yeah, I think it's a good deal. Y'all doing good over there.
Thank you.
We need it.
I see some good things happening over there, and I like the way it's going.
We know it's busy because there's no parking. We know y'all are busy. Hopefully we could find somebody like Paul for the county investigator and this district investigator that's armed. I mean, that is just extra safety involved in the job.
Yes.
So.
I'd support it as well.
Would that person be available for bailiff duties from time to time for you, not for us?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you know, just the same as like Paul. You know, I guess is he always the bailiff though here, or do y'all
When he
ever have
can.
somebody else?
Yeah, virtually always. Yeah, unless he's got some extenuating circumstances. That is, John Mark has pegged him for that role, but that enables us not to spend any money on bailiffs.
I don't know that he can substitute for the
I'm not
bailiff.
suggesting you squeeze somebody out, but that's some additional manpower over there on busy court days where you're stretching the judges to bailiffs thin.
Right.
You know, on those hectic days when court's going on, he pulls himself out of his computer desk and can support you there. I mean, I don't know, that's y'all's call, but I'm just thinking maybe that's an added benefit there. Okay, well, I think we are talking about approaching that 10% mark as far as raises. As far as your staff there, I'm not sure that we can go above that, but I think that'll be the best raise anybody has had in a long time.
It is. I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
All right, well, I think all this is reasonable. I'm sure, again, extend my thanks to you and your department for building up a good team there that looks like they're really working well for you. And I hope this will be a good addition to that staff. So what does that figure come out to be, Barbara? 53 what? 53.8, is that what you said?
I just wrote 53.
Okay.
And that's for the salary.
What about this case management software?
It's not part of the budget. Okay. Okay, so right now what happens is a case comes into us one way or the other, either emailed to us or different departments use different ways of doing that. We're able with the sheriff's department, because we're all on the same server, to share a file that they move things into. We bring that case in, we just create a Microsoft Windows folder for it, for that defendant, for that case, and then from there we populate it with the information. The girls have to draft certain documents that relate to each case. They're put together files. Here's some problems we run into on that. Repeat customers. We may have somebody who has a new case. Well, they could have a motion to revoke filed that they hadn't been arrested on yet, or that they just got arrested on, or that if it's a motion to adjudicate, they're arrested on and bonded out. Okay. We're going by a lot of times my memory, and the joke in the office is we'll have to check the case management software, meaning my brain. We've had times where we've pled somebody out on a new case or taken care of their new case, only to find out that, oh wait, they had these other things out here hanging out that we didn't do something with, and that we could have either, held them to a higher accountability on the news case because of that. Just because we're going from, I recognize that name, seems like we had something on him a year ago. We are, in a very antiquated way, having to try to keep up with when a case is ready to go to grand jury, what we're still waiting on, those sorts of things. So like we get a case in, we don't have a lab report yet, or we're waiting on a certain dash cam video, or we're waiting on, something else. We have a pending folder, and then in that folder we'll have to name it, hey, still waiting on such and such, What case management software would do would streamline that, would give us one place to look for all the information on a defendant, all the past cases, all the notes related to what's going on with the new case, what information we're waiting on. If that particular defendant is, we're going to hold off on that case for a little bit because they're working as a cooperating individual for law enforcement, or whatever the thing is. It gives us one place to go to that has all the information. It gives us alerts. It sets up things where we can give automatic alerts to victims when there's a hearing date, so that we're not trying to remember, oh, in such and such case, where did I have that in the file? I wrote that person's name down because, they wanted to be notified whenever this defendant went to trial or had a hearing. We can streamline a lot of stuff by implementing it through a system that connects everything. Okay. I think that the county attorney's office uses some version of net data for that. I don't think it's run through their budget, and it seems like it's in the $15,000 a year range. I could be wrong. It may be tied to what the district clerk uses. I don't think it's tied to what the sheriff's department uses. You know what y'all use? Yeah. Do y'all use net data? Okay. We checked out net data, and Hopkins County DA's office uses that. The staff that we talk to doesn't like it. It doesn't do all this stuff. It doesn't let us do the alerts. It doesn't let us give automatic notifications to victims. It doesn't keep up with all the information the same way. They weren't very happy with it. We checked out this one, and it is
Carpel, what is it?
yeah, it's a software company. I think they're a software company basically for law enforcement agencies and DA's offices, those sorts of things, county attorney's offices. They specialize in this particular thing. Yeah. This would be a one-time fee with a yearly maintenance that covers the typical stuff of customer service, support, that kind of thing. What I would ask on that is, if the county is willing to, help out on that first time fee. Some of it, if I'm not having to pay the whole thing, I can pay for part of it out of forfeiture. And then if Camp County can cover their 30% of it, not 30% of that. There's, something that the counties pay for on a 70-30 basis. I pay something out of forfeiture, and then I agree to pay the $2,500 a year to keep it up.
What do you need for the county to pay, Titus County to pay out of this?
Let's see. $10,000.
That it?
I could pay $10,000 out of forfeiture, and then adjust that $10,000 from the Titus County to fit with what the camp, to fit with camp.
Okay, so if we kicked in 10,000, what about these additional add-on modules? Are you going to be needing those?
Those are things that I would not add on. Our courts are not are not going to be running the same stuff. The judge's bench is not going to be. That doesn't help us out. The reporting thing is not something we have to do. Our additional discovery storage, we have a system that we had set up when I first took office, where we have our server that we store our discovery on, and the KBRO backs up, and so we have those sorts of things already taken care of and in place. So that extra wouldn't be necessary.
Okay. Or let's go ahead and add that 10,000 for that software in it. Anything else, David?
No, I feel like I'm asking for plenty.
You're right on that edge.
I'm on that edge almost. You got close.
Now, I think both of those items, I believe are good things, good use of our money. All right, thank you for coming over.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it, David. Sounds good to me.
Okay, Sheriff, you want to pick up where we left off? Barb, anything you want to interject before we get back to Sheriff?
No, sir.
Anybody need a break, bathroom break?
I just needed the air.
That's right. All right, where were we?
I can't remember.
Well, I think in the time that you were away, I heard some discussion going on here. We're asking for, and assuming that we were able to fund everything that you were asking for in the way of salaries, and talking about what is realistic to expect from adding on some more out-of-town prisoners. What do we call those?
Paid inmates, is what I call it.
Paid inmates. Yeah, adding more paid inmates. You know, as far as looking at that as a money generator, you know, we got to be careful where we allocate that money that we're going to make off of those paid inmates, because, you know, if we were to get that thing filled up, you know, if we were to get that project done in 1 year and we were to fill it up with prisoners, you know, it sounds to me like really the net addition there is going to be closer to like $300,000. Well, we're asking for $300,000 in salary alone. So we can't keep double counting, triple counting where that money might go for. Is it a worthwhile investment for the future? Possibly it is. You know, we've got that building over there, we've got that space under there, we've got 4 walls, we've got, you know, we've got the land. Those are all pluses. We don't have to go out and invest to buy another piece of land to add on to our jail. We don't have to have a massive amount of, well, $6 million is a massive amount. I was going to say we don't have to have a lot of the infrastructure is already there, not nearly all of it, but some of it is there. I don't know how much your shared positions and your shared infrastructure right now would go towards that new addition.
Yeah, and Judge, the reason I was thinking it would be so economical to do it now, I was just using the COVID money. And because if we use that, I mean, that's just paying for it, it's not really costing us anything. I mean, it is worldwide because we're
well, then it's sending all of our COVID money all to the sheriff's office. Is that approved use of that COVID money that, you know, in my mind is money that, at least my initial thinking, is money that should go toward the improvement of Titus County and the residents here. Does this meet that definition?
Is it in the future, we're going to have more than anyway in the future now? Will it be worth it to do that now? I mean, that's just something we need to discuss.
Yeah, I think we're all thinking about that. Yeah. But before we all get excited that this is going to be a revenue center, I mean, I think we've pretty well spent up that money already by adding staff and salaries and things like that. We do need to give some increases in pay, without a doubt. Whether or not we can do what you're asking for, man, I don't know. That is a big chunk of money, and that puts us up here at, you know, probably the 7-figure mark by the time we give all the raises we're talking about.
If we could just do something for our jailers, and 10% across the board for everybody else, and that would still get us closer to where you can be competitive.
Well, one of the ideas that came up was, you know, if a 10% raise would give you this much money, and if your request here would give you this much money, if we came in there somewhere in between, said, we're going to give you this block of money for raises, you figure out where to put it. Could you do that?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously we want to give you just as much as we give to the rest of the county employees. If that figure is 8% or 10% or whatever it is, let's use 10% just as a discussion point. But if there was sensitivity here from the commissioners that some of these guys we need to bring that position up even before a raise, you know, that's going to throw you into needing more than 10%. But if we said, you know, we can't be given 10, 12, 14, 25, 30% in there, but we can do this, then we may have to send it back to you and say, okay, now you sit down and sharpen your pencil and figure out how you want to allocate that.
Man, that was yelling
You're going to jail. You can't,
Still working?
Can't whack it like that. You can only handle so much.
It's coming out of your budget.
I think it's still high.
Anyway.
We'll bill you.
Anyway, yeah, we'll stay away from it. Yeah, now is that, you're gonna do my jail budget and give me the other for the patrol end and the rest of them on dispatch, or is this just overall? Just give me the amount.
Well, I'm not sure that the commissioners want to get into how you allocate all those positions. I'm saying, we know we want to give, let's say we know we want to give 10%, and you're asking for, if you were to jumble it all up in there, maybe you're asking for 15%. I don't know. Let's just assume that all of your stuff there requested is going to end up as a 15% request across the board, or 18%. Well, if we came back and said, you know what, we're going to give everybody else 10%, but we're going to give you 13.5%.
Sure.
Then I'm saying, you've got to go back and redo all your charts from top to bottom.
I can do it.
We're not going to say, we're going to give you this amount for jailers, we're going to give you this amount for patrol, we're going to give you this amount for management. That would all be up to you. So that's where it gets tough, when you've got to say, well, I didn't get everything I wanted, but I got more than the rest of the counties get. Now I'm going to have to figure out, you know, where those raises are needed the most.
Sure. I can do that and put them where they're needed the most. Yes, sir. And I keep you in the loop, because it's going to be. Yeah, Barbara's going to be the one to have to end up putting the final pencil to that after we get it worked up. So I'll work closely with Barbara on it, let her know what we're doing.
And Barbara, do you want Sheriff to figure up what, if he got everything he asked for, what that would be percentage-wise of an increase? Would you rather do that yourself?
He's got it here by department.
Well, but overall.
Overall.
Because I think the commissioners are not going to want to say, well, we want to give this percentage to this department, this percentage to this department. I think we're going to think in terms of one overall blanket percentage that goes to the sheriff's increases.
And then he can
If we feel that we see the need for some additional increases that only are going to be appropriate for the sheriff's office.
Because I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it to where it's going to help me be the most competitive and retain people and hire. So we'll put it to where, if that's the case, then I'll put it to where we'll say that.
Well, it will help the commissioners to know what is Tim's grand total request there due to his labor budget percentage-wise, so that we could then say, yeah, we're comfortable with that, or, ooh, sorry, we can't do 16%, we can do 13, or whatever the case may be.
I mean, I think based on what Sheriff Ingram has told us, that the jail is where where the salaries are the lowest. So if the Commissioners Court gets 10% across the board and an extra 3% as you deem, well, then you're probably going to put most of that towards the jail.
Well, I do a 10% for everybody else except for the jail. I do a 13% for the jail.
See, that's pretty simple, Judge. All the numbers would just change. You know, by 10% on everybody else and 13% on everybody in the jail.
Well, there again, if you're not going to give, that's not what I'm saying, that you have to limit it to one department. I'm saying if you decide to give 12.7% to the jail and 11% to another department, all that would be up to you.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be what I'm going to suggest, and I think that the commissioners will agree. We don't want to get into the weeds with your departments and your personnel, but I don't think that we can give you that entire full amount. Now, I may be wrong. These guys may say Sheriff deserves every single dime there, and I'm willing to give it to him. That may be the case. But if they weren't and they were wanting to back off that total, grand total that you're asking for, then they're going to say, now you figure out who gets less than what was requested.
Well, what do y'all think right now, just looking at this? Because, and I'll tell you the way I did this. Of course, I gave the justification. What I'm trying to do is just get us up to where we're competitive. And we're so far behind in raising it up. So what do you guys think? And I'm appreciative of anything you do. I mean, you guys, I understand why we haven't got, raises it sometimes, because times were just tough. We went like, 5 years one time without. And that's what hurt us. That's what put us so far behind. What do you guys think? Would y'all want to look at giving me this to get us up, or get us up just close, and then we can work it over the next 2 or 3 years, or what do you guys think?
I think it's good to catch it up like you got it, because it's two unique departments that we understand why they get paid more money and why they have to have this amount, because it's a tough department, jail and patrol. So I'm for catching you up.
Jim, what do y'all consider on it?
I know you're way down to what, needs to be. I don't know that we can justify, just like the jail captain there, that's 32.80%.
Yeah, I can back off that.
I don't know that I could go that on some of those. Some of the rest of them are close. And I do know we need to get it up there where you can be competitive with it. I think it's something we're just going to look at.
If I was to run these columns on my 10 key there, would that represent would this represent your total current wage budget?
Yes, this is exactly where we're at right now.
But you have to multiply by the number of positions.
And I've got the positions here, though.
Yeah,
There's none of that, yeah. I've got the positions here.
Okay, I see. Yeah, he hasn't carried it out based on.
I can't tell you this, at 10%, the raise would be $270,929. $270,000.
Okay.
And what he's asked for is $468.
Oh, you already have that.
Yeah, he's got on his, that's what the increase is right there,
Yeah,
468.
yeah, that's the number it's on there, 468,000 plus.
And 10.
That's what I'm
10%
asking.
is $270,000. And the amount he's asked for is $468,000.
So you're up there in the high teens.
Like Jim said, with some of them, I can back down quite a bit on something else, a whole lot more. I mean, I just wanted to bring that idea to you.
Yeah.
And let you look at it.
Okay, going back to go ahead.
I want to tell you, Tim, my only goal with regard to the ARPA funds is to make sure that we meet the letter of the law. Because by the time that they're going to have someone come from the feds and audit that, probably no one in this room, except possibly Jeff, because he's young, would still be in administration.
Right.
Not you, not me, not Judge Lee. Fitch is going. I don't know how long we're going to work, but that's not going to come until the regulations say you must keep your records for 3 years. Mark Taylor has told me that they say that with all of them when they start, and they usually extend that to 5. It could be 7. So 7 years after December of 26, we have to make sure that we don't put the county in a bind where at some point somebody doesn't say, we need that money back.
Right.
We need $6 million. Or we just need, you didn't get the architects right, so we just need their 7 or 8%.
Well, now, the guy that hired the gentleman would help us with that, though, too, right?
Right.
And we won't do anything that he doesn't say, I feel comfortable with you doing this.
And that's my goal. And if he says it's good, and they say it's good.
Sure, yeah, that's why I said we're talking about it now, because this is the phase, that's one of those extra construction, he said they can have it done as a year, and he doesn't want me. He said, what's gonna take so long to get it all done? Just like we're talking about all this stuff, hiring out, and then get the plans thrown together and stuff, but he said, once all that is out of the way, the construction after, he said, will be done.
Yeah, the use of the ARPA money is not something that we have to have here in the next few weeks to decide on this budget. But, I think everything we're talking about wage-wise, you've got us a list there of your existing employees. Whether we do an add-on or not, we've got to deal with this. We can shove that decision till after budget. But it gives us something to think about and a question to ask our consultant, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, it's just like John said, I think it'd be something worth looking at, because, 2030, when we look back, like when they did in 95, they did this, and say, wow, I'm glad they did it.
Yeah, I think it's a good use on the ARPA funds if it'll work out, so that's what intrigues me the most about it. So we'll
back on
find out
the
area.
wages issue, after doing the calculations, If you give Sheriff exactly what he's asking for there on all those different positions, it's a 17.29 wage increase within the Sheriff's Department.
And Sheriff, I'm gonna call one more thing to your teaching. These numbers are before benefits.
Yeah, that's before
Okay.
benefits.
So when you add benefits to it, it'd be 237,000, and I think you're making about 250,000 every year on your current inmates.
Right.
So, I mean, that money would be spent to cover this.
Right.
You said if they gave you everything that you asked for here.
You talking about the building division?
No, just these salaries.
No, I'm not talking about the money coming from new inmates.
The ones we already are getting.
Oh, okay, okay.
Current money.
So again, as you are deciding how to respond to this budget request, just understand that's your percentage increase that is being requested. Not every position gets that. Some get more, some get less, but that's how it evens out in the wash. And so you're going to say, we're either going to give you, the minimum county raise, we're going to give you exactly what Sheriff asked for, or we're going to find somewhere in between.
I do hope you can find somewhere in between if you can't get it all, so I can get us up a little closer to where we need to be.
I think everybody's in agreement. You're certainly going to get what the county's getting, and I believe I hear some sentiment here that there is justification in their minds for more than that. I don't know what that is, but that'll be what they're going to dream about this weekend.
And Judge Lee, after budget, would that be a good time for us to get back together and have maybe Mr. Taylor come? And talk to
Absolutely,
us?
absolutely. Yeah, I don't really want to muddy the waters right now during budget with this, because that's a huge decision there that really, that completely re-diverts my thought process on ARPA funds. And I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just saying I haven't had time to really think about it. Is this what I want to do with this one-time manna from heaven, $6.3 million? Because it isn't coming back. And we want to spend it wisely. We want to do something good for Titus County, where we can say, this is what we did, and here's why we did it. And, there's
Well, we've got the opportunity, Mark coming back when, the 24th, 23rd, 24th, to question him about it then.
For many months, we were interested in improving the infrastructure of fiber optic cable to bring internet to a lot more homes. Well, do you say, never mind, we're going to build a jail? I don't know. These are big decisions. These are big decisions.
Coming on the 23rd.
Well, if you guys need any more on this, just discuss it, just let me know.
10 o'clock.
Make sure my calendar's up, we'll get it done.
Was there anything else that we had saved to come back to talk about? I think those were the two big subjects.
Yeah, if you can't do what I'm asking for there, I do guys, just please consider giving me all you can, I can reallocate it, so I can get the money of it.
And I know that these guys will. Nobody thinks that you're a wasteful department. Nobody thinks that you're unnecessary. Nobody thinks that we don't need that jail, and we all know that that is a liability-prone department, generally speaking, in jails throughout this country. And we want the best we can afford.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim.
And what portion will we know what you're going to give me, just closer to the end, probably at the end of the budget? So we'll start working on it, or?
Wednesday?
We really need to have these decisions made by next Wednesday to enable.
Next Wednesday, we're having a meeting.
All that, and then whatever you do, I can start putting pencil to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Hey, leave 100 there for that microphone. He didn't hear you. Hey, Tim, you need to leave a tip for the microphone.
I just don't have any cash over.
That's all right, we take cards.
Okay, y'all want to look at your budgets before we wrap up?
Judge, I got a few more things after that.
Okay.
Countywide things.
Sure. y'all want to look at detailed line items of each of your budget? Do you want to talk about general county commissioner needs? What do you want to do?
I'm supporting a 10% raise across the board. I'm also going to need to put, instead of 1,500 on that line item for seminars, probably 3,000, which we can tweak that since new commissioners going to have to go to that newly elected officials school plus the one at A&M in February. So that slipped my mind. And
1,500 now, you want to be 3,000?
yes.
The one in November too, John, in Sulphur Springs?
Well, yeah, it should. I mean, that's just $50 or something.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be a no-brainer.
Have we been paying for that? What did we ultimately decide on that?
They pay y'all, the county's paying, well, we're paid for
We
it.
did we pay for y'all, for yours?
Yes. Travel and all that.
But it comes out of that department's budget, doesn't it, when we did that? So,
We were talking about.
I know I had to do it, so.
Mine whenever I become elected official
Yeah.
in November, when we did, y'all discussed it and put it in the
yes.
budget to do that.
We probably will need to do that again, Judge, at some point in the early fall for the people who are, you know, the one that we know will be coming in to authorize them to go to, you know, seminars.
Because I paid for mine the first time.
I think I took it out of my budget when I went to that extra one
I wasn't
that year.
elected, I took it, went up there and, beforehand. But like I said, it's neat, it's a good school, like now it's in Sulphur Springs, it's a.
I think we'll need that for the new treasurer and the
Yeah.
new county clerk.
And the new, if,
You know, or-
Maybe the new judge too. So,
That's
yeah.
right. Did they do one of those for the judge too?
Yeah,
They go to that one.
They'll
We
have
go to
several. I went to
Sulphur
one
Springs.
that was 3 days long. Above, they have a 1 day. I went to that
They
one.
turned me down.
Then they had another. They let you go.
They did.
So, there's a lot of opportunities for that stuff. And maybe we may have to increase our budget by about 20 to 25,000 for fuel.
Well,
What are y'all thinking about that?
road oil,
And then our oil
dirt
stuff.
going up, I mean, everything's going, gravel's going up.
What percentage that would be. But maybe help offset some of that. And then shared equipment truck. We're still looking at buying another big pull truck
What line
and
item is that, John?
maybe a tanker trailer. The shared?
And I didn't know mine.
No, that's,
Repairs. Which one you
I'm just talking, we just was gonna buy one like we bought
Well, we
shared equipment in the
last year
past.
put so much
We
aside.
put
in the budget
75,000
last
back.
year for a
don't know what line.
pool truck and possibly a trailer if we could find it, but that's not gonna happen, I don't think.
I don't know what line that's on.
It's under capital outlay.
Okay,
It's 18,750 each.
okay, that's where that
But you
was.
don't, you're not gonna spend that, Jimmy, is that what you're saying?
Huh?
You're not gonna spend that before September 30th?
We need to,
Oh,
we
you
need to.
yes.
Okay.
Before the
Yeah,
budget
We're still
year.
looking, yes,
Okay.
yes, we're
Well,
still
hopefully you
looking.
get that done, so we don't need to put that in this year's budget.
In fact, I'm probably gonna try to go to Greenville. There's a big truck place up there that I've seen several
Roy's
trucks.
Truck Center, I saw it
Barbara,
this
what did
week.
you say we needed in
Gonna
there?
try to
to
run
leave
up
the
there
capital
next
outlay,
week.
make sure I had enough?
18 something.
18,750.
Okay, so I got
You started with that. Everybody started with the same amount.
Well, we would, we won't know how much we get till we get the numbers in or whatever.
Well, let's talk about that. That's another decision for y'all to make. If you look at the revenue page of your budget, which y'all turned those in, but most of you just left them blank, and I understand why, because how would you know? But historically, since 20, so 20, 21, 22, and I can go back and look at previous years, but I haven't done that yet. The county has funded $550,000 to each department. And so, depending upon how much money you have left in fund balance, you know, we allowed you to use those things, because those are monies for your department. If you go over, like, I'm just gonna use you as an example, Jim. The number on your road and bridge that you requested is $954,000. But the revenue for this current year is 729. So, you know, we're short 180,000 or so. So, do y'all want to take that then money from general county, 180,000, 180,000, 180,000, 180,000? Or how do you want to do that? That's a decision that you'll have to make. So, having said that, I don't see how we can not increase your fuel and gravel and rock and all those things. We know that those are going up, you know, significantly. But I just want to tell you what we've done in the past, because that may be a question you get from the public too, you know. And as we discussed before, you gotta do roads, you gotta do safety and security, and then fund all the other things that make the county work. I mean, roads are important, is what I'm saying. That's one of the reasons why we're here. Now, you do get more revenue than 550,000. You've got your auto registration, your lateral road taxes, things like that. So, Judge Lee, I have a few questions on
Sure,
these
why
line
don't you
items. Is that
proceed?
okay? Okay, Jeff. Now, you're just number one, so we're starting with
That's fine, let's get it
So
going.
the first thing that I see is we have donations of $12,000. I think there was a truck that you got or something like that. And so I'm going to take it off the revenue and off your expenses over here.
Okay.
Because that's only if somebody gives us back one of those trucks. You have a capital outlay item 24-4. What do you plan to buy there?
Well, I know I had it budgeted last year, because I had that shredder we bought, and then, of course, I know we had to keep some in there for the truck and whatnot, but I just to see keeping all that in there, so I just kind of kept it at a number, because I know we had to keep some in there, just, I wasn't too sure about that, so I left it a little over what I thought should be in there.
Okay. I don't know unless you have something that you're going to buy for your department or that y'all are going to buy together. I don't know that you have to have anything there. Last year we put $18,750 because y'all had agreed to go in together and buy that truck.
But yeah, we haven't bought it yet, though, it's still
Right.
open, yeah.
Right, but do you think you'll get it before September?
Oh,
So
okay,
therefore
okay.
You won't need this amount.
Okay, I'm with you now.
Unless
I'm with
there's something that you need.
Okay, no, I don't, not at the
You know,
moment.
Okay, so we'll take that out.
Okay,
And then you want to keep your $50,000 contingency. I think that's very, very important.
yes, I do.
Very important. And everything else,
I mean, I changed a few, I mean, my other road material looks a little bigger, but actually, know I'm gonna have some some bridge issues that I, have to get addressed, and I don't know what that's actually gonna cost. I think all in all, mine was like around $45,000 to $5,000 difference this year than, because I know the road oil's going, everything's going up as far as that goes.
Are you saying you anticipate using your contingency this budget year?
No. No, I like to keep it, well, yeah, I mean, whatever rolls over in there, but I like to keep at least 50 or whatever we got in the.
Well, no, I'm asking, in this year that'll end in September 30th, do you think you will use that $50,000 contingency?
No.
But I agree, you should keep it in there for
Yes.
unforeseen things, which can eat up 50 quickly.
No, I always like to keep a little, yeah.
I think on shared equipment repairs, y'all should all pick the same number.
Well, let's see.
You've got 12,750, Victor's got 10.
Well, I looked at that, I mean, what we've actually used, and I agree with you on that. I mean, I budgeted last year 22,700, but I didn't know if we needed to keep that same amount.
That was the
or
first year
lower.
we've done it. Dana's got 20,000.
But I mean, I was just thinking too, if we had to, if we got down to that low, we could always put, extra in there as we needed it, but whatever you think.
Well, I'm asking, what number do y'all want? I think it needs to be the same with the shared equipment.
I think 10's gonna cover it.
It's got to pay 25, 25, 25.
10,000?
And I don't think it's fair to allow one person to budget 10 and somebody else to budget 22.
Well, I tell you what about 15 for everybody, just to make sure that, would that sound fair?
That's good to me.
Not that it's gonna go
Is
there.
that good with you, Dana?
Yes,
15? Okay.
15?
That's for the shared equipment? Shared equipment repairs.
Once y'all decide how much you want to fund from general county over the 550,000, then we will force that number that comes into other road materials.
Okay.
We'll fund everything else that you've requested, and then that's the same way we did last year and the prior year. We'll
Okay.
force that number, whatever it comes out to be. So and you got your transfer out to the maintenance barn. We'll keep that. Okay, John, you've got some sale of assets.
Yeah, we
and
can
some
take that off.
donations. Take those off. Yeah. And the seminar.
Seminars. Capital outlay can be, unless we decide on something else, I mean, we're gonna try to spend that this year, so it'd be zero.
Okay.
But right now, 50,000 in contingency.
The 6,500 to the maintenance barn. James got some assets, well, no, that's last year.
Barbara, on that capital outlay on mine, you said that you took that off, that'll be rolled over in other road materials, if that's what you said, okay.
I want to tell y'all the cost of uniforms is going up. That contract we signed with them allowed an increase in April, and they started charging us in February, but we made them fix it. But I will have to increase uniforms. I don't remember what the percentage is. It's not big money to start with, but before I change things out here, I'd like to talk to you about that. Y'all all want to leave your gas and oil as you turned it in? Because everybody's different. And you know, depends on how many miles are in your precinct, you need more. And then, pay off the loans. Are y'all the only two that have loans remaining? I think
so.
I think yours is gonna be paid off. aren't
Mine's
you?
paid off.
I think mine pays off.
Next year.
Is it next year?
I think
Or
it's-
I thought it was in September when it paid off.
I think we've already made this year's payment. I think you owe one more.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'll look to be sure. Jimmy, you've got that sale of assets. We'll take that off. So do y'all all want to keep your contingency at 50,000?
Yeah.
Dane, you too?
Yeah.
Contingency at 50.
I did it 17.5.
And that is, keep in mind, that's money that you cannot use it until after the auditors come and they tell us you have that much money. And then I would caution you to not touch that because $50,000 in the event of an emergency is not a lot of money. It's just there for an emergency. Okay. I think that's it.
On my budget, I don't know what Kent's gonna wanna do in the way of furniture. Some of that furniture is mine. I don't plan to ask for it back. I don't have any place to put it. It's not worth much to sell. Hopefully, he will be able to utilize that conference table and chairs. Either way, there probably should be some money allocated for some furniture in there. That desk that was there when I came into office got transferred, I think, over to the collections. But if he were to get a desk and a credenza and some, a conference table, I've gotten a good run, a good 12-year run out of that stuff that's in there. But I would probably put, I'd probably put $4,000 in office expense. Hopefully that won't be needed, but again, I don't know.
Okay.
I guess that's maybe capital outlay.
No, single item over 5,000.
Okay.
So we don't have to have half out. On the auditor's budget, I'm requesting the same increase, whatever y'all decide countywide, same increase. And then an increase in office expense from 5,000 to 6,000. Computer expense from 3,000 to 4,500. And then an increase in the audit expense, $2,000 increase. I'm not sure.
What's the computer expense, some new computers for y'all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. The ones, I mean, I have the same one that I had when I came, and Seth has worked on my email nearly constantly for about the past 6 weeks. He thinks he's gotten it fixed, but every time he thinks he's gotten it fixed, it does something else.
Does he think it's a hardware problem? Are you not sure?
Listen, it's above my head, that's what I know. But he's responsive to my needs. He tries to help me when I call, and I appreciate that. So that's really the only thing that I have for my office. I do have a big list of other things. You want to go over those?
Sure.
Okay. Let's talk about salaries first, countywide. Judge Lee, you had mentioned the possibility of a $3,000 base, and then above that, 10%.
I was just throwing out numbers. I haven't thought about, I guess I'd kind of like to see what that graph looks like. You know, do we have a significant number of folks that are at a level that we don't think is?
I'll put something at your places that's got the hourly wages without the names. You'd ask me for that.
Where you put it in our places?
Looks like this.
Well, what did I do with it? I don't see it. No, I thought that was part of this. Okay, no, that's not it. Excuse me. Nobody's got an extra? I don't have one.
I should get mine.
Here it is, huh? Now, do you need one?
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, let me just get change.
Okay. $10. You got one too?
That bad. Is that mine? Oh, there it is. Well, do you know where mine is?
Dog done got your homework, what it is.
He got hungry a while ago.
There's not there. Pick it up. On your book.
While we're thinking about it too, I want to keep on the burner what we discussed yesterday about James as well. We don't forget about that while it's still up for discussion.
Hey, do you want me to make another copy?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. What you have in front of you is a list by title with the hourly rate or the salary rate. I went through there and looked. There are 18 employees who make less than $14.45. Now let me tell you why I decided on $14.45. If we follow, and this is again just Judge Lee's estimate, we can change whatever we want to. But I took his suggestion for an import at $3,000 at 2,080 hours in a year, which is what we work, is $1.44 per hour. So for an employee who makes $14.45, a 10% raise would give them $3,016, just over the $3,000. So to me, that's the cut line. $14.45 and above, 10%, not 10%. And if you make under $14.45, then a $3,000 raise. That way it stays in line. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for the people who get, people would get $3,000 and then $14.45 3,016. At $15 an hour, they get 3,120. At $16 an hour, they get 3,328. So you can see it falls in line. So that's at $14.45. We have 18 employees who fall into that category. 14 are full-time and 4 are part-time. So we would need to decide what we're going to do with the part-time. I mean, I'm assuming we'd give them half of the 3,000 or whatever the number is. If they work half the time, we'd give them half of that, whatever the number y'all decide on. That makes sense?
Say it one more time.
Okay. We had talked about the possibility that we don't want to give everybody 10% because that makes these people get a lot more money
Yeah,
than these people down.
and you may have some catching up to do on the bottom end.
Yes. So what we talked about was the possibility of making sure everybody got at least $3,000. Okay? So $3,000, if you do 10% of $14.45, that's going to give them $3,016 right at your
Okay, the
$3,000.
18 employees were all where?
We have 18 employees who make less than $14.45.
And that is an annual pay of what?
$14.45 is an annual pay of, I don't know, I didn't look.
14.45 times 2080. Right, it's essentially 30,000, 30056.
Okay.
We have 18 that make less than that. And if you were to give them a 10% raise, they would be less than $3,000.
Right.
Okay, let's kind of look at how far below 1445 some of these positions get.
Some of those are part-time. I think the starting rate kind of countywide as far as clerical has been around $12 for a part-time person.
So you've got a 1378 there and the deputy clerk.
That's in the county clerk's office, the first section is.
And the second section is the district clerk. The JP's office. You don't have a part-time auditor, you don't have that position.
I do.
Yes.
That's your newest person.
Chris.
That's my newest person, yes, sir.
Is there anybody below 12?
I think there was one, I thought there was a $10.
Part-time.
There's a part-time election clerk that's open and a part-time county clerk.
But neither one of them are currently filled.
The election clerk is definitely not, and I don't think the county clerk is here.
I think that's maybe the new lady and the county clerk.
The secretary at DPS, that's her total salary, that's not supplemented by the DPS.
Oh, I don't know what they pay.
I think so.
It's all weekly.
So what we're saying is that, say that a $12 person, So in that example, we would say everybody's going to get a 10% raise, or the greater, the lesser of 3,000 or 10%.
The greater of.
The greater of, yeah. Yeah.
The greater of. But then our part-times, I mean, I don't think that they need to get $3,000. I think they need to get.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about part-time positions.
So you want those just to be commensurate?
And so let's just look at some worst case examples on a 1385 person.
They're gonna get $3,000.
13.85 times 2080 is 28,808. So $3,000 divided by 28,808 ends up being a 10.5%. So it's fairly negligible. I mean, y'all want to raise that threshold, or are you okay with that?
It's basically just a 10% raise, like everybody else gets.
It's 10% for everybody else.
0.5%, yeah,
And
they're
then
just
these
getting a
people who are below
0.5%
that
more
get a
raise.
little bit more, to try to bring them up to a little higher
Well,
salary.
I mean, you could set that threshold at, you've set it at 14.45. You could put it at 15 or 16.
Well, if you put it higher, then you get to where some people in there are not gonna get the whole $3,000. I was trying to find a spot where you're gonna get $3,000.
So you looked at the median and the
Yes,
mean and
yes,
all that, and that'd be a good place to cut it off at.
Then everybody below that is gonna get $3,000, because we're gonna designate that. And at 14.45, that's what they're gonna get. They're gonna get $3,016, just a little bit more. And then, and I didn't do 14.65 and 75, then I just jumped to 15. At $15 an hour, they're gonna get 3,120. So from 14.45 to $15 an hour, they're gonna get 120 extra dollars. But that keeps it the same, all the way through.
Well, bottom line, you've essentially, I don't know that you fixed any of the disparity that I was describing. You're talking about such negligible dollars there. So again, are you okay with giving an across-the-board percentage increase, knowing that your bottom tier people don't get as much money as the upper tier? If you're okay with that?
No, I think we need to balance out some of these pays in some of these clerks' office. I like talking to Joan. We done talked to Steve. He was off on his pay on his girls. We talked to Tim Ingram on some of his pay. He wants to build up that pay and then give them a raise. They're so low right now. The point is to give them a little more money to live on. That don't make any sense. I mean, somebody's making, $14 an hour, and somebody doing the same job right beside them at 16. We need to bring those up. They've about got some of them have the same experience. I don't know how they get all out of whack so bad, but that would be a department head.
There's all kinds of reasons.
Yeah, I think it needs to be up to the department head myself. I mean, they're gonna make certain ones mad that's been there a long time, making, like in the deputy clerk, $17.50, they get raised up almost to what they're making, they're gonna make that other
I
one.
think that's a very important consideration. If you've got 15 years of experience in your job and you've got somebody who started over here last year and doesn't have your, they sit by you, you try to do the same thing with your training.
Bye, I'm out of here.
Well, let
That's
me
kind of
ask
how it
this.
happens, I guess,
Let
most
me
of the
ask
time.
this.
But I think it'd be up to the department head myself.
Let me ask this. You're giving out I hate to use the word unprecedented, you're giving out a larger raise than this county has ever given out, probably, across the board. You could use this as an opportunity to calculate what that 10% raise means to each department and come up with a dollar figure. In other words, we've got 10 people in a department that are ranging anywhere from $13 to $18.50. And you could calculate that 10% there and it ends up being $7,340, you could say, okay, Mrs. So-and-so, we're giving your department $7,300, not counting you as the department head. You do the math and tell us what the new rates are.
I think that's a very fair way to do it, because you're elected, you know what your men do, and so if you're the elected official, you know who in your office is your right-hand person. You know who you need.
And you know who needs the money up.
Right. You can look at it and see where it's unfair. So if it's unfair, that's the time to fix it and bring them into line.
So 10% more salary to each department, and let that department head divide that up to his employees.
The only problem with that is then when you say, we gave 10% in salaries, and then Mrs. Smith, who maybe doesn't do a good job or whatever, and she only got 8 or 6, you know, and so that your elected, some of your elected officials may not want that. I've participated in that with principals before who did not want to do that, because then somebody's going to be mad at them.
They won't catch blame.
They prefer that you.
Let us get all the blame.
But we don't have the answers to those questions. Who's the best person in
Or we
your
could
office?
go, hey, 10% is great. 10% across the board. Let's look at Tim's stuff. He may need 15% for some of his, both those departments. It's going to be more than 10% probably for him. 10% for sure probably was good for the jail, but for the patrol side, it may be a little higher percentage.
No, he thinks the jail's higher.
He thinks the jail will be higher, yeah.
Jail needs to come up higher than patrol. I need to figure
Barbara,
that
you're
out.
exactly right, because the word will be out that the commissioners gave 10%. Well, why did I only get 8.5?
Yeah.
But they're gonna figure it.
Huh?
I said, they're gonna figure it.
Sure.
Of course they will.
Yeah, set rate probably easier to deal with for
But
everybody.
Again,
Well, that-
is this an opportunity to get some things equalized?
That's the exact reason that, my guy, I don't have a foreman. I can take any one of my 4 and put them as foreman. That's the reason that all of mine are the same. They draw the same pay. Because I can ask any one of them to do any job and they can do it. So and that way I'm good with that.
That's a good way to be. But like in my office,
Yeah,
things are
that's-
so.
Too diverse.
Yeah.
I mean, like, everybody can't just step in there and do payroll. Everybody can't step in there and do accounts payable the way I want it done. You know,
I can't step in.
I think 10% across the board is the way to go myself, that's my opinion.
even for the lower ones, and if you're already.
I mean, I just don't want to make anybody mad about that, you know, raising them up, and then this person, like we talked about, like, oh, this person over making this much money, then you're just, well, they're getting a heck of a raise right there. So,
But again, what it does is it makes you the target of the department head.
That's right.
Who's saying, my people aren't fairly paid, look at this person, they don't compare to this person in this other office. That's where you say, okay, you step up into my shoes and you make the tough decisions. That's right. So.
If they're gonna be mad at the head, you know, we can put
So
this on.
I don't know.
We could give a department head a choice.
Well, maybe.
See what they want to do. You don't want to do it, we just give everybody 10%.
I mean, we need to do it all the same way across the board.
Oh, yeah. Or no way.
Whichever way. But I mean, we don't want one department head to do this way and another department
Yeah,
head
that's
to do
what
that
I
way.
think
happen
everybody's
to
gonna
do.
think they're getting a fair shake if they get 10% across the board, everybody's gonna
Right.
think.
So you would just say, don't put that heavy load on the department head? And
I would just let it just be, everybody getting this right here, and it's a done deal, so. Save a lot of heartache.
You know, we could, in the future, we could ask department heads to bring us, you know, Tim brought us something, here's Hunt Hopkins and what do you say, Wood, to bring us some information like that, and then we could approve that kind of as we go.
There's just a few glitches, you know, so
there's
it's
some-
not
I don't
all the
think
way
there's a
across
lot,
the
but there
board.
are some. But it's important on Tim's, and if we do that in the future, TAC recommends that you put a little blurb at the bottom that says, you know, this is not guaranteed, this is our plan, depending upon economics. We don't want somebody to think if we put the plan in place, that they're absolutely getting that raise the next year no matter what,
All right,
you know.
so here's where I'm at. 10% for everybody. 10% is good. I want to ask Tim about 10% is good for his jail staff. Tim may have to adjust a few pay in his police, his patrol staff.
Okay, let's,
You know, would you
let's talk
think?
about sheriff department separately, because I think there's interest here in getting some of the sheriff's pay up at an amount that would be more than 10%.
Yeah, there is. That's why.
So do you have a problem if you don't want to put the burden of allocation within the department by that department head? I still think, and sheriffs seem to be okay with that, you deciding where between that 10% and that 17.29 that he's requested.
That's right.
Are you willing to give him 15, 14%, 13, whatever it is, and say, okay, Tim, you allocate this. We think you can handle that.
Okay. So 10% for everybody. Patrol staff would be like a 15% in a chunk for him to divide up?
No. You give him a block of money.
Okay,
That
X
that
amount.
equates to X percent. I'm just gonna pluck out of the air 14%.
Yeah.
Because it's somewhere in between there.
Okay.
Just like I told him there. And then Tim, you sit down and you take that $317,000 and you allocate those raises however you see fit. If you want to pour it all into the jail and patrol, fine. If you want to lavish it all on your jail captain, fine. It's up to you. Let him, this is his opportunity to get those rates where he thinks that they need to be.
Yeah, I think he could do it. He could do it.
And I personally still feel like that you could give that flexibility to each of those department heads. And you're going to say, we're giving you 10% of your current department wage budget for you to allocate if you want. If you want to give a flat 10%, take the easy road to everybody, fine.
Yeah, I was saying that a while ago, and Barbara said doesn't work out good sometimes.
No.
So we just give them the option, because some department heads may not want to have that on their, say, hey, it's 10% for all y'all, everybody. Okay, I'm good with that.
They want to take the easy route. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't want anybody upset.
Yeah, they
with
have
me.
the
I
option.
just gave 10% to everybody. Or you
Yeah.
may say, you know what?
I like that.
I know that so-and-so's getting ready to retire. I'm going to give them 8%. Or I gave them a big raise, or I haven't been happy with their performance or whatever, or I really need to keep this number one person.
Okay. That sounds better.
But it gives them a chance to deal with real-world payroll issues, and if they feel the need to.
It won't be at us. It won't be aimed at us.
I think you just give them an extra level of flexibility.
Yeah.
You're not telling them they have to do some higher, some lower. You're just saying, we're giving you 10% for you to allocate as you see fit. As a department head, I might say, I'm going to take the safe route. Then another one may say, this is my opportunity to get Susie up a little higher, and Billy Bob, I'll do a little less for him.
We basically did that last year with Melissa Stevens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because she had people who were way out of whack.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so you want me
That's
to
tips,
say
it makes them stand up and take accountability, what kind of leader they are.
So Judge Lee, you want to budget a 10% increase and then allow those elected officials to allocate that to their staff members as they see fit? Okay.
With the understanding, you understand that if you choose to allocate differently than 10%, that's on you.
Right.
Because all of your employees are going to know that the commissioners gave a 10% raise.
Now, is Tim asking for more than 10% for his patrol side? Now, here's another question. Do we need to give him a little more percentage for that team of officers, separate from the jail? Because those are the ones he was going to try to be the most, he's got to be real competitive on.
Well, you've already stated that you felt like he ought to get the full 17.29%.
That's what I'm saying.
In which case, you wash your hands of it, say, Sheriff, I'm giving you everything you wanted.
Well, that's where I'm at, so everybody else, the 10.
I personally have a tough time saying, everybody in the county, you're getting 10%. Give us a hand. But, now for our sheriff's office, we're giving him 17.29. Man,
It's just a totally different job.
Well, let me call one thing to your attention. At the 17.29, that difference between the 17.29 and 10% is $197,000, some change. With benefits, it's $237,000. Now, he's telling us how much money he brings into the county. That will eat up basically all of that. He will no longer say that he's bringing money into the county. We'll be break even. We will be dependent upon those federal inmates to fund this budget.
That's right.
And that's pretty scary to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I guess we've had them a long time, but I know they've increased significantly just since.
Well, we've come under budget in years too. Well, we didn't quite do as good as we thought.
Right.
And I don't know that today's a different day where, it's always gonna be rosy and we're gonna pack the house forevermore.
You can't say that it's always gonna be there.
Now, if we do good and I think they do well, and we prove to these other agencies that we can handle it, I do think that puts you higher up the ladder. And we have a new modern facility. I think it puts you higher up the ladder, but it's not a guarantee. Things can change that are beyond the control of the feds or beyond the control of Smith County. It is an unknown. There are no guarantees. But the county is growing, the jail does need to grow. You do, in the next 5 years, need to utilize that downstairs space. You do. Is this the right year to do it with COVID funds? That I don't know.
Still, that's going to
You get a
revenue he's bringing in to build that. I don't know. We're saying that's 4 years, so that's a big step. So.
You get a new
judgment,
You get a new sheriff in Smith County, and he may totally go
Yeah, my buddy on
somewhere
the south
else.
side.
Hey, I've got somebody over here that I won't let them.
You'd lose some employees too over that too, because we wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't have a job if they didn't have
Well, that's
inmates.
the question. Tim said he's having trouble getting help.
Yeah.
If we expand the jail, he's gonna need more help.
That's right.
More jailers, more.
And that's going to eat up all that extra profit that's coming off of that, so.
Then, question number 2, are you guys prepared to look these employees and elected officials in the eye and tell them why you gave the sheriff this much raise? And can you look your constituents in the eye and tell them that? If you can, that's fine.
I personally know I'm not prepared to do that. I don't want to do that. So.
Well, it's a tough question, but it's the questions I want you to be prepared for.
I trust Tim's judgment, and he's asking for this, 17. So we could negotiate maybe, because he's got to stay real competitive with his officers, because then we'll be paying less than the city pays, and they can go there any day, and the school and everybody else.
I personally am more comfortable at 15%, so 15%.
Sounds great to me. I think they deserve more. They need to get as close as we can to give them everything we can to support them.
So are y'all comfortable with 15% total and let Tim allocate it as he deems necessary?
Well, that's my assumption when I state a figure. I'm not about to tell him who should get what out of that. I'm just saying, I'm not even sure I'm ready to say absolutely 15%.
We don't have to decide today.
I need to think on this.
I just want to bring y'all some more
Because
information.
15% is still a significant, and we've done this in at least one other time, if not 2. We've given preferential treatment to the sheriff. I don't regret it. I'm just saying we have done it, and we have come under fire before. But that's the nature of payroll in any business.
We did that last year. The
Yes.
judge got $1 more an hour than everyone else. Okay, so we'll leave this and we'll talk about it some more on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think it's,
Okay.
these are big decisions. I think these guys ought to have some time to think on this.
Okay. at the preliminary tax values. I can't stress that to you enough, it's the preliminary values, they change significantly. But if they were to not change, we would have about $1.1 million more dollars to go into general county.
At the current tax rate.
At the current tax rate. In addition to that, I arbitrarily increased what the commissioners get from $550,000 to $616,000. Let me tell you where I got that. $25,000 increase in fuel, or whatever line item you need it in. A $40,000 increase in salaries. I think that's what it would take at 10%. And then a few extra dollars to pay the maintenance barn salary. That brought us to $616,000 into your budget for you to allocate as you deem necessary.
66,000 more.
Huh?
66,000
Yes,
more.
Yes.
I was thinking more, around 50,000, but you're probably more right when you talk about the maintenance end of the deal.
Okay, so that was a question that you had asked me, how much, and you alluded to the fact that we may get enough to cover. So that would cover the salaries at 10%. But 1.1 to, 800, whatever that number was, what was the number, Brian? At 10%.
For the sheriff?
No,
Everybody.
countywide.
Oh. 750,
I think you're right.
give or take a little.
706.
Oh, okay.
No, 741. 750, you're right.
That's the 10% for
That's,
everybody?
that's 10%.
And you said 1.1 is what the extra annual would be?
Yes. Yes. So now that's preliminary. I mean, they do not have to give us their final.
But then if you throw in the sheriff's
Right.
15%.
Yeah, it'll
say-
be more than that.
Yeah, it is, it'll be 15%, it'll probably be another 180,000 or so.
Property insurance is gonna go up. Todd Kiesel came by and met with Nanette yesterday while we were in here. It's gonna go up 10 to 15%. The liability insurance is gonna go up 5 to 10. Workers' comp is going up 5%. Cybersecurity is gonna go up and they're not sure how much. So I will include these things in the budget. Those are things we don't have any options for. Water and sewer rates from the city. All they would tell us is that they are going up, not nearly as much as last year. And when I asked Linda to really forcefully give us an estimate, they said 3%. So I'm going to put that in the budget for water.
At our meeting, not on Monday, but the second Commissioners Court meeting of the month, Chief McRae will make his bi-monthly presentation, and immediately after that, we will discuss the fire contract so that you'll have Chief here if you have any questions. And if there's something that you want me to be sure to tell him to bring with him for your consideration, budget information or whatever, let me know.
Is the city council gonna be here on that meeting, or they just gonna be Chief McRae on that?
Okay. Now, if you want me to ask the city manager to come or something like that, I could ask him.
Well, I guess it don't really matter, but I didn't know if they had any input on it.
I did call Brian yesterday that I put my name in the hat for the committee.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You understand what
I
you're
don't
saying?
think you and Jimmy both be good on that, because you've both been on the fire department.
Well, I'm off now.
But you know about it.
Yes.
And y'all been here longer.
Was it judge plus 2 or was
They
it
said judge plus
one?
one at one time, but okay, we might just need one then.
We're going to have to post those as meetings because that's a quorum.
Yeah. Which
Okay.
doesn't bother me a bit.
I mean, that's fine too. It's just, I don't know. I just want to
Yeah, I don't know if they want that many on there or not. Might just be judge
But I
plus
just-
one.
I called, texted and said I would volunteer.
Well, good.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay. Judge Lee, I have a note here from John Losey that's something about the city fire marshal thinks we need to stripe our parking lot and signage for fire alarms.
Don't know anything about that.
He said that they were wanting us to repaint our red stripes and curbs around the courthouse.
Do we know anybody that's doing that?
Taylor, yes, Taylor Glass up there, I think they do this. Up there by, outside of Mason, that guy on the right-hand side there, Glass Company, they do it.
Gosh, it's so hard to get any work out of Taylor Glass. I'd be scared. Who was it told me they were thinking about doing this?
Mark
Stansel Pest Control.
In fact,
He was thinking
his
about
guy
it.
moved here, so he's here in Mount Pleasant now.
Who is?
The guy that Mark was.
Is Mark doing it now?
Well, I think he's in the process of it.
Is the guy he's hiring and experienced already at doing
Yeah,
this?
they worked with Mark years ago and everything, so that's mine.
But he's not somebody that has striping experience.
I don't know that for a fact.
I think.
But that was what his
Did John
intention
say the
was.
city would paint it? They had to paint some downtown or something to hold off? I
The
don't
city
know.
fire marshal told us that there was a report from 2014.
Who is the city fire marshal? I don't even know who that is.
I'm just.
Yeah, when they do those fire department inspections,
They,
it's usually
when
a
they
couple
done the fire
guys.
department inspection.
Well, next time I talk to Chief, I'll say, do you have somebody that does this? Because we'll be glad to do that.
Whoever John was speaking to told him it was very expensive and the county tabled it at that time. So if it's something very expensive, we ought to include it in the budget.
It's not very expensive.
Okay, then we won't worry about that.
Unless they're talking about it doing it to all of our facilities, and maybe they are, I don't know.
It was just the courthouse.
I don't think so, it's just courthouse.
Talking about that fire department, Argo will have Tony, what's his name? Collier. Thomas Collier. He's going to fire school, and he wanted, because they needed bunker gear. We paid for them 11, but he's going to school, and he was wondering what we could do for him, because he'll have to have his bunker gear before he goes to going into school.
We got one extra set.
Do we?
Because somebody moved away from here, they said the other day, so they've got an extra set floating around somewhere.
What can we do?
Well, like I said, we bought 11 sets here a while back, but they was just wondering if they would reimburse him, help him with the bunker gear like they did the other 11 people. If there's one extra, he ought to be good.
We need to check on that one extra.
Okay.
I
Well,
think Jerry Ward knew about it.
Brad said what's came is the gloves,
Right.
and the boots, the suit itself is not here.
Right.
Yeah, don't know, he's hoping within the next week or two, but, does he need a new pair? I mean, does he need just something for school?
I'll ask him, I'll find out.
Find out for sure, because there's some of these departments that's got some that they can use, probably. I mean, I'm sure Nortex's probably got some. In fact, if he's close to my size, he could have mine, because I can't use them.
He was a lot smaller.
A lot smaller. What are you trying to say?
Nothing.
He's saying you're tall, you're over
No,
tall.
just tall. He's tall too.
Okay, we accepted a donation from Best Vendor Products of $1,640 for body cameras for, I think, Ray Barrett's department. I'm gonna take that out. We did a budget amendment and added it, I'm gonna take that out. Software. Our cost for software are gonna go up $13,000, $13,000 and some change.
All to net data.
Yes, sir. And then I have worked with Seth since last year on our cybersecurity. I'm very concerned, and it's a big topic of discussion at the risk management conference. Cybersecurity, are your documents safe? There's one level that we are not meeting, and for us to do that, if we buy it all from Net Data, the quote is $36,002. If we buy a piece from Net Data and K-Bro supplies the rest of it, it's $32,091. I'd like to have Seth come talk to y'all and explain it to you. I just sent him the list of recommendations from TAC, and you saw that, right? I think he answered all the questions back, and then this was his recommendation in order to meet those items. The reason why I'm concerned about it is because in my department, we have the most likely hacked information. We have all that employee data. And this is the backup for the entire county, not just my office. It's everything that he does. And what it allows it to do is it's called a laser vault system. It stores it. Right now it's backing up to a site, and now it would back up to another place so that you get more protection. I'm sorry, I can't describe it to you any better. Judge, you're much more versed in technology than me.
No, I just know backup is the key to keeping you out of trouble, and redundancy makes it even better.
So I would like to put this in the budget.
I think
I don't
that
see
you
a reason
should.
why we wouldn't go with the lower rate and because Seth's going to be the one to do the installation and all that.
If Seth agrees that it's a good idea, I would put it in the budget.
Okay. Okay, this was the bunker gear question. They answered us. They say we don't need any more right now.
Hey, are you going to go to lunch? Okay, you can do that OPC.
One of the recommendations that we've been given is, the money that the state sends us that's listed in your budget, Judge, that says county judge, the money we get from the state to offset your salary, because that's a revenue source, it really shouldn't be within your budget. It should be over with revenue. So I'd like to take it out of there and put it over with revenue. It's still designated for your
Yeah, and do whatever you need to do to get,
those things like that.
well, get that money going to the judge. If it's coming in for the judge, get it going to the judge without there being a buildup in the county that the judge isn't getting.
So I'd like to do that, and also what we paid to Hilltop. We had $1,000 budgeted, and we had to pay $2,000. I think that's a debt service cost, because we only do that because we have to. If we didn't have any debt, we would not have to do that. So I would like to move that to debt service fund. I think that's a legitimate use of those funds.
Anything you can put in there would be good.
Okay. The other thing we have like that is, and I don't know why it is, we pay the county property insurance. This year it's $53,000 and some change around July. And for some reason, it's been marked as prepaid, which means, we pay it in July, and a portion of it's for July, and the rest of it's for the next year. What that does for us is it's really just an accounting issue. We're still going to pay it once a year, you understand?
Not worth the accrual adjustment, just
Right.
expense it.
Okay,
So that means we'll have a big expense this year, but you can handle it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. The health insurance. I mentioned this to you yesterday. Our pool, just Titus County pool, they need a 5.9% to be even. They are recommending that you budget 12 to 14%.
They're recommending? When will they know?
Well, here's the thing. Our plan renews January 1st, and they don't send the October 1st items out until August. So it's going to be, we won't
too
know
late.
before we do budget. It'll be
So what do you think we ought to do?
Well,
10%, 12%?
I think 12. Because if we don't use it, it's going to roll back into fund balance anyway.
Right.
Or when they tell us, if we see that there's extra money there and it's significant and we need it, we can always do a budget amendment. But if it were to be, maybe we do 14 in that case. I mean, I don't know, I didn't realize they were going to be this late in bringing us information.
Yeah. I do.
Well, we
I
can-
do 12%.
Okay. Okay, with regard to contingency in general county, we've got the $100,000 that we promised what was that for? Nathan Tafoya for that, the grant that he's trying to get?
Yeah.
Do we want to go ahead and put that in contingency? You know, we agreed to $30,000 now, and then a $100,000 contingency in the event the grant doesn't work out. I don't know when that's gonna be, and I asked him that day, and what he said was the grant's not even been funded yet, so he wasn't able to tell me. You know. But I don't want it to be.
Probably so.
Okay.
That's just
So-
a more conservative position to take.
I think so, I think so. And then the $30,000 that we're gonna spend, do we want that, you want that in the general county budget, or you want it to be in that precinct? You know, we agreed to spend $30,000 on that, what, county road, is it 2,200?
2,200, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm not,
Whatever's easiest for you.
well, it's easier for me not to put it in the precinct budget,
Yeah,
because
it's
then
kinda
that's just more money
confusing.
that has to go there, and then you have to flow it all around, and then y'all, the problem with that.
I think that's a contribution to industry support rather than, well, this is purely a benefit to the people that live on that road.
Yeah, okay, so we'll put that in general.
And I think that in the near future, we're going to be asked for, I don't think, I know, there are going to be some economic development projects that are going to come our way that are outside of the city limit. And there haven't been really much of anything like I'm describing here. They've always been within the city's footprint. But what's going to happen is you're going to have more opportunities spring up to support a new business or the expansion of an existing business in the county outside of the city, in which case it's not really appropriate for the city to be funding completely that project if we decide to give $100,000 to a company that wants to locate out in the county. We hope we see more and more of these. So the day's going to come where, fortunately, we have Nathan and the EDC that will coordinate that effort, but they're going to say, hey, how about helping us out financially with this for all the time and effort that we're putting into it, and not make us put EDC money into this project. Now, EDC money does come from sales tax that's generated by city as well as county purchases, but it isn't fair for the city to fund projects like this that go to benefit more of the county than the city. So we're not there yet, but we're getting there, and we might even want to put some extra money towards that and start maybe building that up each year, throwing in another 50,000 or so for economic development projects.
One of my suggestions was that, you know, we carried $300,000 in contingency, and as we sit today, we're down to $160,000 for just things that have happened throughout the course of the year. So one of my suggestions was that we increase that from 300 to 400, because we've got money in fund balance, but we're not supposed to amend our budget over what we said in contingency unless we declare an emergency.
Right.
So my suggestion is that we increase that from 300 to 400. Y'all think about it. Does that seem good to you?
That seems reasonable, and I've just given you a good reason.
Right.
For at least $100,000 a year to start. I'd like to see us build up a $300,000 chest to be able to throw at economic development
Like our
projects.
capital murder fund, Judge, you know, we put
Yeah.
whatever that money is.
Yeah.
Okay.
12,000 a year. Just
Uh-huh.
let it build, because that day is going to come, hopefully sooner than later, when Nathan comes to us and, you know, like out there on this, you know, maybe on some of the old limited property, we may have an opportunity to come along. Probably not this year, maybe not next year, but we need to start building up some funds there for economic development projects.
Okay. Here's my note, Jimmy. You and Dana both owe one more payment.
Okay.
So next year you will have that. Okay, I looked at fund balance. Our fund balance is very good. We are required to keep 25% of our general fund budget. Our current general fund budget is $12.9 million. 25% of that is $3.2 million. That's the minimum. We're at 8.6. But let me warn you about something. That does not fund anything except the general county. Our total budget is $33.8 million. So I went back and looked at those things. That includes the right-of-way and all those other funds out there. Looked at just the things that we would, this is how I looked at it. You looked at the things that you would have to fund in the event that you didn't get those revenues. It's about $5.4 million. So 25% of that is $1.3 million. And I'm giving you all of that information to tell you that our minimum fund balance, my recommendation is $4.6 million. Judge Lee, I think
1.3 plus 3.2.
Yes. And I think that historically Titus County has always tried to keep $5 million.
That's my personal target that I don't want. And I'm glad to see that we've grown, but so you've answered my question. Those guys need to hear that figure. If they said, like Tim said, take part of your ARPA money, take part of your fund balance towards jail, and they said, Barbara, how low can we spend it down?
Yeah.
My recommendation is that you adjust this. You continually adjust it each year, but we keep it as of right now. I say $5 million is a good, safe place to be.
Okay. I just wanted to have that conversation to make sure, you know, people have asked me, what's the county budget? And when I tell them $33 million, they're like, what? How's that? The county's only $12 million. Well, there's a lot more. I mean, look at this. The county piece of this is, 4, 5, 6 pages. But then we have all those other funds that we would have to fund.
Well, and just the activity that goes on paying for the loop is,
yes,
it distorts that picture.
It
If
does.
you were
And
to
that's
pull all that out of
Took
there.
all that out, yes.
Well, it's pretty incredible that a county of our size can have an $8.6 million fund balance. And is that prudent to continue to build that? Well, that's what enables us to comfortably go into these deficit budgets, knowing that you're not, being foolish, but you can't do it year after year. But it is. I think this is time. The reason I'm supportive of these budget increases, particularly payroll, is because I do know that you've got that nice fund balance out there and you can afford it. You can't do it year after year after year and keep spending down your fund balance, but I think for a while you can. So
That's all I have.
Pleased to leave it in good hands. Barbara, thank you very much. And you'll be out after our next Wednesday meeting. You'll be out for a few days. And you'll be back to work and green shade on, right?
And I'm looking forward to our meeting on Wednesday so that we can get those decisions made and see how y'all want to proceed with.
Yeah. Come prepared to take action.
I want to give you I have one more thing, Judge Lee. I want to give you an update right quick. I'm sorry, is that okay if I go ahead? Yeah. I sent y'all an email to let you know that our road material bids are going to expire June 30th. And so we won't have, not all of them, but all the ones that we did not extend. So we won't have any bids, and I ask you not to spend more than $50,000. So I know that that's going to put you in a bind, and I don't like doing that. The reason for that is because Mark Taylor and I are working on bids that meet the ARPA requirements, because we had discussed using a portion of the ARPA funds to pay for more road materials. In order to do that, we can only buy those with those bids that are much more stringent. But now I have contacted, and you'll see it, I'm gonna send it to you in a little bit. We've contacted the vendors that we currently have, the ones that are gonna expire in June, and asked them to extend. Span has agreed to extend. There's a couple of them who have agreed and a couple who have not. And one who's agreed to extend with an increase. So you'll see that for a decision on Monday. Ergon. And the thing about Ergon is they are on the Tarrant County Purchasing Co-op, and we're a member of that. So we're going to get those rates. What they've offered us is that plus a delivery fee. So that'll be a decision for y'all to make on Monday. I'm just telling you that to let you know that I'm trying to do what I can to allow you to purchase what you need. Mark seems to think that we'll be able to get the information together and get it to the newspaper and have it back for y'all to vote on bids within 60 days. So I didn't know you could do it turning around that fast.
All right,
good. I've got a question on that. I just ordered somewhere around 45,000 and oil sand to be here next week. And was hoping to order another 45 before the end of June.
Yes.
That's still okay, right?
That's still good. That's still good.
I want that in here before the increase. So
right.
I've got somewhere around 85, 90,000 that is going in oil sand that's going to be brought in here the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just going to store it on my yard. It's going to put us tight, but I'm going to store it all out there just for that. But we're going to start. Right now, I've got my plan is to start mowing Monday, and hopefully we'll be through with that in a week and a half, probably, mowing the whole precinct. And once we get that, then we're going to start scabbing roads, so that stuff will go pretty quick after that then. But I wanted to buy as much as I possibly could between now and the end of the month.
Yeah.
So, and I talked to them at Drake the other day, and she said we should be able to handle that. So
they were one who would not even discuss the possibility of extending. Their rates are going up significantly.
I figure it's going up significantly, so
yeah.
That's the reason I went ahead and tried to purchase that.
Thank you for doing that. I really think that's all now, Judge.
All right. Thank you for your 3.5 hours of patience. 4 hours, 45 minutes, but that's good.
4 hours, 7 minutes, 50 seconds.
We got a lot done. We'll gather back up on Wednesday morning and hopefully give Barbara some firm decisions. So the things you're thinking about over the weekend are your raises and what you want to do in the sheriff's office. What are the other big ticket items that they need to program into their brain?
The volunteer fire departments, they ask for some kind of increase. We're going to need to decide something about that. And I appreciate them offering to do something that would not cause more of a burden for my office. And I will tell you, we've gotten all the financial reports and all the reimbursement except for 5-star.
Has he even given you a reason?
Yes.
Okay.
I've reminded Kurt 3 times, and he's told me he's not responded to the 3rd one, which was last Thursday or Friday. He says it's because Brad has been deployed, and Brad is his go-to guy. So I talked to Brad when he was here yesterday, and he said they were going to be getting someone else to manage that portion of it for 5-star. And he said they were going to get with me yesterday, but that didn't happen. So I'm just reminding him. I mean,
Now you're a patient woman.
Well, it's our first year to try. We got something from them last year, but this year I'm asking for them to put it on a certain form and 2 bank statements so that I can, because frankly some of them didn't add. So now they all add, and I can verify their beginning balance and their ending balance, and anything that seems something I don't recognize as reasonable, I'm contacting them and get them to explain that to me. just moving through that process, because
Right.
some of them had never done anything like that before.
I agree. All right, if you're ready, a motion to adjourn.
I've got, I may have to ask for some help next couple of days, weeks, because I've got, Mike Logan had a heart attack.
Oh, I didn't know
And
this.
they're doing a heart catheter today, and I don't look for him to come back for, he said he'd be back Monday, but if he has that.
Monday?
I said, you're not coming back
He ain't
Monday.
coming
I
back
said, they put him on, that's just Mike though. They put him on blood thinner yesterday too, and I said, if that leg, if they go through his leg and it comes open, he can bleed to death. I said, we're not taking that chance, and, but, like I said, I may call upon you if you don't mind.
Well, if you need some help, call me.
All right. So we got the rope, huh?
We're gonna need a release from his doctor.
Yes, I'll get it taken care of. Because right now, they went to the emergency room yesterday about 2:30, and they done three tests on him. The first one normal, the last two, the next to the last was abnormal, and the other one was really abnormal. So they done another this morning, and they was doing the cath here right now, I think. Just he had a spell Monday, but he didn't tell nobody. But he he called. He's told his wife he's coming home, and before I got out there, he drove home. She drove him to the hospital. So we was right behind him though. But I talked to him yesterday, and he's upbeat and everything. He said, they told me, he said, I'll be right.
So it doesn't sound like he suffered any serious damage?
Not really. They're going to probably, they said he might be able to fix it with the stents. So, just like I said, keep him in prayers.
Well, yeah, fixing things going forward is a lot better than fixing damage that occurred.
Yes, sir. They said it, they got him in there, and he just said he's hungry. He ain't eaten since yesterday. He said, I'll be back to work Monday. I said, no, you won't be back to work Monday.
That sounds like it.
All right, anybody want to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Motion and a second by Applewhite, then Hartman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.